In the year 2045, Earth had already fallen into chaos as monstrous creatures dominated the battlefield, forcing humanity into a desperate and prolonged war for survival. Massive beasts with grotesque forms descended without warning. Amid the destruction, Han Sung moved through the battlefield with precision, leading what remained of his forces against an enormous entity, radiating dark energy. Its towering body crushed soldiers effortlessly, while its attacks tore through defensive lines, leaving only a handful of survivors struggling to hold their ground. Continuous clashes pushed the soldiers to their limits, and exhaustion spread among the remaining fighters as the creature relentlessly advanced. Han Sung maintained control of the situation, directing movements and firing upon the enemy with calculated timing, ensuring his team could continue resisting despite heavy losses. The battle intensified as the monster unleashed a violent surge, knocking soldiers aside and closing the distance. In response, Han Sung stepped forward, refusing to retreat while others faltered behind him and continued engaging the enemy at close range. During the final exchange, an unexpected phenomenon emerged as a radiant magical circle appeared before him, interrupting the flow of battle and signaling a sudden, unknown turning point. A sudden surge of golden light interrupted the battlefield, forming a massive circular portal that radiated unfamiliar energy. Han Sung noticed the phenomenon immediately as the glow expanded, pulling his attention away from the ongoing fight. The surrounding soldiers hesitated, unable to comprehend what had just appeared in the middle of the chaos. Before anyone could react properly, chains of radiant energy shot out from the portal and wrapped tightly around Han Sung's body. The force lifted him into the air, restraining his movements completely as the battlefield faded from his sight. In an instant, the war-torn landscape disappeared, replaced by a silent and enclosed space filled with dim light. Moments later, he found himself standing before a group of robed figures led by an elderly man. The atmosphere felt controlled and deliberate, far removed from the destruction he had just experienced. The man explained the situation with calm authority, revealing that Han Sung had been summoned as a chosen individual, meant to defeat a powerful enemy threatening their world. Confusion quickly turned into realization as Han Sung understood he was no longer on Earth. The request carried heavy expectations, offering him a chance to return home only if he succeeded. After a brief moment of thought, he accepted the role, marking the beginning of another inevitable battle in an unfamiliar world. Years passed as Han Sung devoted himself entirely to the Empire's demands, enduring countless battles and completing every mission assigned without hesitation. Continuous expeditions hardened him, and repeated combat against dangerous enemies turned him into a relentless warrior who no longer questioned orders. Time moved forward through years of constant fighting, eventually leading to the defeat of the Demon King, a victory that required immense sacrifice. Despite the achievement, his thoughts remained focused on returning home, believing the long struggle had finally reached its end. However, the situation shifted when the Empire presented another task instead of granting his freedom. The new objective targeted internal threats, revealing that his role had never truly been about saving the world but maintaining control. Gradually, he realized he was being used as a tool rather than a hero. Tension escalated as he confronted individuals connected to the Empire, leading to a violent encounter that exposed betrayal within their ranks. The battlefield changed from external war to internal conflict, where loyalty and survival clashed directly. Amid destruction and chaos, Han Sung began to understand the reality of his situation. Just as he reached the conclusion that everything was finally over, a sudden attack struck him from behind, signaling that the struggle was far from finished. Severely wounded, Han Sung struggled to remain conscious as the truth behind the Empire's intentions became undeniable. The general stood before him, acknowledging his service only as that of a disposable weapon. Recognition came too late, as the promise of returning home had never been genuine from the beginning. Strength faded quickly, while the final strike was delivered without hesitation, ending his life on the battlefield he once fought to protect. Despite understanding the inevitable betrayal, resentment burned within him as everything he endured lost its meaning in that final moment. Darkness followed, yet it did not last long. That same night, a new life began elsewhere, far removed from the war he once knew. A child was born into a noble family. Gradually, fragments of memory returned as he grew, allowing him to recognize familiar faces connected to powerful figures within the Empire. The realization became clearer as he identified the environment and lineage he now belonged to. Awareness of his rebirth confirmed that fate had given him another chance. This time, he possessed both knowledge and position. With a new identity tied to authority and power, Han Sung prepared himself for a future where he would no longer be controlled. Inside the noble chamber, the newborn remained unusually quiet despite showing no signs of weakness or distress. Those around him grew concerned as his calm behavior did not match that of a typical child, prompting closer observation of his condition. Careful examination confirmed that his breathing was stable and his body healthy. Yet his silence continued, creating unease among the attendants. Suggestions were made to provoke a reaction, leading to rough attempts to force him to cry. But the child resisted even then. Watching from above, the noble couple showed contrasting reactions, with curiosity and mild concern rather than fear. His stillness was interpreted as stubbornness, hinting at a strong will rather than illness. Despite repeated efforts, the child refused to respond as expected, maintaining a composed expression. Eventually, the mother intervened and took him into her arms, stopping further unnecessary actions. A gentle touch replaced the previous force, and the environment shifted from tension to calm. Memories of past battles and loneliness resurfaced briefly, contrasting sharply with the comfort he now felt. For the first time since his previous life, emotion overcame his restraint, and he finally began to cry, not from pain, but from a forgotten sense of warmth. 8 years passed since Han Sung was reborn as Dale, growing within a noble household that provided both stability and access to knowledge. His daily routine revolved around studying, especially books related to magic, which he pursued with unusual focus for his age. Within the estate, his parents observed his habits with mixed reactions, noting his intelligence while remaining cautious about certain forbidden practices. Restrictions were placed on dangerous fields of magic, yet his interest continued to deepen as he quietly developed his understanding. Late one night, a sudden disturbance interrupted the calm atmosphere inside the mansion. Servants rushed in panic as unusual energy spread through the study, drawing immediate concern from his parents. They quickly moved to investigate, sensing something unnatural occurring nearby. At the center of the incident, Dale stood surrounded by unstable magical energy that had formed without guidance. The power reacted violently, causing damage to the surroundings and alarming everyone present. His mother rushed to him while his father analyzed the situation with growing suspicion. Careful observation revealed that the child had unconsciously released mana far beyond normal expectations. Though he appeared unharmed, the display confirmed his abnormal potential, leaving his father certain that Dale possessed extraordinary abilities that would shape his future. As Dale continued growing within the noble estate, restrictions around forbidden magic became clearer, especially regarding necromancy. Despite his father's stance, his thoughts remained fixed on gaining that knowledge driven by memories and unresolved purpose from his past life. Preparation for his 8th birthday shifted attention away from his studies, as a grand banquet gathered nobles from across the region. The large hall filled with conversation and anticipation, while Dale remained seated above, observing the event with little interest. Attention gradually turned toward him as the celebration progressed. Yet, he appeared distant, burdened by thoughts unrelated to the occasion. The contrast between his current life and former existence made the attention feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. Reflection on recent events revealed his growing curiosity toward necromancy, especially after noticing his own unusual abilities. He quietly considered ways to convince his father, though each possibility seemed unlikely to succeed. As the moment for his appearance arrived, his mother approached with a composed expression, guiding him forward. Alongside her stood a cloaked figure whose presence carried authority and mystery, drawing immediate attention. The individual was introduced as a high-ranking mage affiliated with a powerful institution. Her arrival marked a turning point as she was designated to guide Dale's future, signaling the beginning of his formal path in magic. During the celebration, Dale quickly understood that his training would be directed toward water magic under the guidance of a high-ranking mage. Although the arrangement appeared beneficial, he recognized that it was meant to steer him away from darker forms of magic. Shortly after, he was taken outside the estate to speak privately with his new teacher. Away from the noise of the banquet, the quiet surroundings allowed a more direct evaluation of his intentions and abilities. The teacher observed him carefully, already aware of his hidden interest in forbidden magic. Details about his family's past revealed why such knowledge was restricted, as a promise had been made to prevent him from inheriting dangerous teachings. This condition shaped his current path, making access to necromancy nearly impossible through normal means. Despite these limitations, Dale remained determined, questioning the distinction between different forms of magic and analyzing their principles logically. His perspective showed a level of understanding beyond his age, surprising his instructor, recognizing his potential. The teacher shifted focus toward practical development, rather than restriction alone. She began guiding him through the basics of magical growth, explaining the importance of forming a stable mana structure. With this direction established, Dale prepared to advance his abilities, seeing this as the first step toward achieving his long-term goal. Under the quiet guidance of his teacher, Dale began his first formal training by focusing his attention on the center of his chest. Following the instructions carefully, he attempted to sense the flow of mana surrounding him, gradually drawing it inward. This world's environment allowed mana to exist in abundance, yet controlling it required structure rather than force. Instead of absorbing it directly, he gathered small fragments and guided them toward his heart, forming a controlled pathway as instructed. Careful concentration allowed him to assemble those fragments into a rotating structure, stabilizing the flow within his body. The process, which normally required extended practice, progressed rapidly as his understanding aligned with his previous experience. Observing from nearby, his teacher expected slow results, assuming it would take weeks before any visible progress appeared. However, the formation completed almost instantly, exceeding normal expectations and disrupting her assumptions. Without hesitation, Dale tested the newly formed structure by releasing mana outward. The energy responded smoothly, flowing through his control without instability. Unlike his previous life where magic required external tools, his current body handled mana naturally. This difference allowed him to refine control more easily, marking a significant step forward as he began shaping his abilities toward future mastery. Dale concentrated the mana flowing through his newly formed circle and directed it outward with controlled precision. Instead of allowing the energy to disperse, he compressed it into a solid structure, shaping it into a sharp, crystal-like form. The result reflected both stability and intent, showing that he could maintain the integrity of mana beyond basic release. Careful execution followed as he launched the condensed energy toward a distant target. The projectile moved quickly and struck with enough force to pierce through solid material, embedding itself deep into the surface. The impact demonstrated not only power but also accuracy, proving that his control extended beyond simple formation into practical application. Observation from his teacher revealed the unusual nature of his performance. Such precision and stability were not expected from someone at his stage, especially given the short time he had spent training. The ability to maintain structure after release indicated a level of understanding rarely seen, even among experienced practitioners. Standing calmly after the demonstration, Dale showed no signs of strain or confusion. His composure suggested that this level of control came naturally to him, reinforcing the idea that his growth would continue far beyond normal limits. After completing his first spell, Dale's control over mana continued to display unusual stability. Drawing attention from his teacher, careful observation revealed that the structure he created did not resemble basic magic, but rather a refined system with precise internal balance. Closer inspection of the spell showed that it contained multiple layers working together, including controlled rotation, acceleration, and regulated flow. These elements align with advanced principles normally taught at much higher levels, indicating that his execution was not accidental. While the magic itself appeared simple on the surface, its internal composition demonstrated a level of understanding beyond what an inexperienced learner could achieve. The efficiency of the spell allowed it to maintain its form and effectiveness without collapse. Later, the situation was discussed within the estate where his father reviewed the results alongside the teacher. The explanation confirmed that Dale had not only formed his first mana circle, but had also applied it immediately in a complete and structured spell. Recognition of his talent led to a shift in perspective, as his abilities could no longer be treated as normal development. The conclusion became clear that Dale possessed exceptional potential, placing him far beyond expectations for someone at his age. Inside the estate, a tense discussion unfolded as Dale's future became the center of disagreement between his father and his teacher. Concerns about control and growth were raised, especially after witnessing his abnormal talent, while Dale remained outside, unaware of the full details. Sitting alone in the hallway, he reflected on his recent actions and the unexpected results of his magic. Realization settled in as he understood that his abilities had already exceeded normal limits, forcing him to reconsider how carefully he needed to act moving forward. Moments later, a familiar figure entered the estate, immediately shifting the atmosphere. The man, a seasoned knight and close ally of the family, greeted Dale warmly and displayed a level of familiarity that contrasted with the earlier tension. Their interaction revealed a more relaxed side of Dale as he responded with ease and recognition. The reunion suggested a connection built through trust, offering a brief break from the pressure surrounding his abilities and expectations. Beyond the estate, the world remained unstable as monsters continued to threaten human territories, creating constant danger despite temporary peace. This ongoing conflict highlighted the larger reality Dale would eventually face, linking his growing power to a future shaped by inevitable battles and responsibility. Within the estate, a brief moment of calm followed the earlier tension as Dale interacted with those around him. The presence of a trusted knight brought a lighter atmosphere, while his father acknowledged recent achievements and ongoing responsibilities tied to protecting their domain. Soon after, his mother arrived and expressed pride in his rapid progress, reinforcing the recognition he had begun receiving from others. Surrounded by both authority and care, Dale stood at the center of attention, yet his thoughts moved carefully as he considered how to act without exposing too much of his true intentions. Rather than revealing his deeper goals, he chose to respond in a way that maintained his image as a child, diverting attention away from anything suspicious. This decision allowed him to remain unnoticed while continuing to plan for the future. Later that night, the city settled into quiet, but his awareness remained sharp. Memories of his past life surfaced again, reminding him of the danger that still existed beyond his current safety. Far from the estate, unknown figures spoke of his existence, indicating that powerful forces had not forgotten him. Their intent suggested pursuit and eventual conflict, confirming that his new life would not remain peaceful for long. Late at night, Dale lost control of the mana circulating within his body as it surged violently beyond his limits. The energy gathered uncontrollably around his heart, causing intense strain as his body struggled to contain the unstable flow. Pain increased rapidly, signaling the onset of a dangerous mana rampage that could lead to irreversible damage. Recognizing the severity of the situation, his teacher arrived and assessed the instability with urgency. The mana had reached a critical state where external interference carried significant risk, yet leaving it unchecked would be far worse. The imbalance reflected not weakness, but an overflow caused by his rapid growth. Before the situation worsened further, intervention became necessary. Through precise control, his teacher stabilized the rampaging energy, guiding it back into a manageable state. The violent surge gradually subsided, leaving Dale unharmed but visibly affected by the experience. Afterward, she explained the nature of his talent, emphasizing that his magic mirrored his inner state and carried influence beyond simple spells. This realization highlighted both his potential and the danger it posed. As a result, she entrusted him with a forbidden text, marking the beginning of a path that would shape his future in ways no ordinary training could achieve. A few days after their arrival, Dale and his master stood outside the Northern Gate Plains, surrounded by the cold stillness of the snow. Covered forest, the winter scenery was quiet, with no signs of life except for the breath of the two figures. Dale, curious, noticed a rabbit moving between the trees. His eyes brightened as he recognized the creature from his past. His master confirmed it was indeed a rabbit, a perfect target for training. Encouraged by his master's words, Dale focused his mind. Recalling old hunting memories with his father, he began casting a spell, magical energy forming a blue glyph in his palm. With a surge of magical energy, Dale released his spell at the rabbit. Lightning swirled around him as he attempted to strike with accuracy and control. The attack cut through the air and the force of his magic burst outward. The rabbit narrowly avoided the strike, dodging the hit while a trail of destruction carved through the snow behind it. His master observed in silence, analyzing the result. Despite the overwhelming force, something was wrong. He quietly murmured Dale's name, concerned by the magic's instability. His master questioned Dale about his understanding of magic's nature. Dale admitted he did not know, seeking guidance. The master explained that magic reflects the caster's mind. It is a mirror of one's inner thoughts, not just energy. He emphasized that magic reveals who the caster truly is. He continued, explaining how even structured spells like Firewall are simply mental constructs used to give shape to magical will. Dale listened closely, absorbing the deeper truth behind spellcasting. The lesson shifted toward the philosophies of magic towers. The red magic tower valued strength and enforced order through dominance. In contrast, the blue magic tower valued harmony and balance, channeling their magic in ways that reflected calmness and unity. The master explained that each magic tower's beliefs shaped their magic system, and that beyond red and blue, green and black towers also existed with their own ideologies. Dale was visibly confused, unsure how to understand the complex philosophies. His master realized the topic might still be too advanced for him. The narrative shifted to necromancy, introducing its basic form, raising a zombie. A corpse began rising under the control of mana. The art involved using mana threads to animate dead flesh. Dale watched as a dead rabbit twitched, moving unnaturally under the influence of necromancy. Dale focused deeply, extending mana threads with precision. Guided by his master's instructions, he connected the strands to the rabbit's head, spine, and knees, the key points for control in necromancy. As the threads took hold, the corpse reacted. A bright glow emerged from its core as the mana activated, bringing the rabbit's lifeless body under Dale's control. The undead creature opened glowing red eyes. Dale's master acknowledged his success and asked if he was ready for the next trial. Dale answered without hesitation. Dale began casting a new spell, Frozen Armor. A magic circle spun above him as blue energy wrapped around his body, forming thick layers of magical ice protection. In an instant, icy spikes formed around the reanimated rabbit, protecting it with a shield of frost. It stood ready, its body completely covered by enchanted ice. His master raised his hand to test the defense. A bolt of magic shot forward, heading directly toward the frozen creature to measure the spell's strength. The bolt struck the rabbit's armor, sending shards of ice flying. Despite the impact, the spell remained intact and successfully deflected the attack. Dale, thrilled, realized he had successfully blocked his master's strike. His confidence grew as he smiled and declared his success. His master praised him, acknowledging Dale's achievement with a rare compliment. The young prodigy clenched his fist proudly, feeling the progress in his growth. Noticing Dale's expression, the master asked if there was something he wanted to say. Dale quickly admitted that he had a request. With a hopeful expression, Dale shared his desire to receive further instruction. He wanted to learn how to better control water, attribute magic. Hearing this, the master smiled slightly, amused by Dale's ambition and eagerness to improve. To Dale's surprise, the master declined his request. Dale was confused, unsure why he had been refused. The master explained that what Dale had used so far was only the basic level of water magic. It was a foundation, not mastery. He continued by saying that water attribute magic, like all forms of magic, required deeper understanding. Its true potential could only be unlocked through advanced learning. Dale's master explained that for most beginners, understanding two types of magic was difficult. To handle two attributes effectively required what was known as a dual mage, which was rarely seen. For someone Dale's age, mastering one attribute was already a challenge. His master found Dale's eagerness admirable but also premature. Despite the warning, Dale felt misunderstood. His ambitions were sincere. He reminded his master that they had only been together briefly, and he was determined to prove himself. The conversation left the master surprised, ending the lesson abruptly. She dismissed him for the day, not expecting his level of determination. That night, the study was silent. Dale walked in alone, carrying stacks of books, unwilling to let the day's outcome define his growth. With determination burning in his eyes, he promised himself that he would prove his potential. There was nothing he couldn't accomplish alone. He pushed himself through magical theory, casting spells late into the night. He believed that if he advanced far enough, his master would have no choice but to teach him more. As the night dragged on, exhaustion caught up. His name echoed faintly, his master calling to him, but he was too tired to respond. The next morning, Dale appeared exhausted. His master asked if he was all right, and Dale admitted he had stayed up preparing something. Despite her concern, the master warned him not to push himself too far. Dale respectfully acknowledged her concern and began casting again. He summoned mana and reactivated the ice armor on the reanimated rabbit. It formed quickly, proving his mastery of the spell with an added variation. He incorporated another spell. The moment it activated, the ice armor violently shattered in a powerful blast. The explosion burst in all directions, ice shards flying with destructive force. It caught even the master by surprise. She stared in shock, realizing that Dale's magic had evolved into an advanced form. An ice explosion embedded within his defensive spell. As the smoke cleared, the undead rabbit appeared through the mist. The magic had not ended. Dale had more planned, and the spell was not finished yet. The undead rabbit pulsed with unstable mana, its body reacting violently. Dark energy surged from its core as it began its final transformation. Suddenly, the creature exploded with a powerful burst, merging dark and ice energy in a devastating combination. The blast spread outward in a brilliant violet light. The sheer force of the combined magic stunned Dale's master. Her wide-eyed expression showed disbelief. This was no ordinary spellcraft from a student. The explosion triggered a magical reaction in the surrounding area. Arcane hexagonal patterns and ice shards expanded into a structured formation. Surrounded by the activated magic array, the master remained still. She quietly processed the magnitude of what had just happened. Dale calmly stepped forward and explained. The spell was a hybrid. He had fused a corpse explosion with an ice explosion by combining water and dark attributes into one unified magic. With both elements in hand, Dale stood proudly, channeling water in one palm and darkness in the other. A confident smile crossed his face. A violent blast broke apart the still quiet of the icy plains. A corpse exploded within the snow, releasing a surge of frost and mana that spread across the terrain. Nearby trees trembled, while fragments were hurled outward in jagged arcs. Kettle watched the aftermath with widened eyes, studying the strange formation of the magic. It wasn't an ordinary spell. The blast had merged with leftover ice armor, increasing the force beyond standard corpse. Based magic, the outcome was deadly. Frozen shards and skeletal pieces flew like knives through the region, cutting anything caught in their path. It was a calculated blend of necromancy and elemental manipulation that astonished even Kettle. Kettle remained still, lost in contemplation. The magic mirrored something only a war-hardened mage one who abandoned normal life for battle might create. The mix of brutality and efficiency stood out sharply. Helmut, The dark-haired knight quietly assessed the mindset of the boy who created it. For someone so young, such a destructive visualization was hard to grasp. It showed a terrifying level of potential. At that moment, a voice interrupted the silence. The boy, Dale, happily rushed toward Helmut. Behind him, several riders approached on horseback. One man greeted them, explaining he had returned from a mission inside Kadion's central dungeon. The man stated that the Black Cavalry had stepped in. Their involvement had been essential to clear the dungeon, which contained more danger than expected. Their organized assault ensured success. The narration emphasized the Black Cavalry's power warriors equipped with aura-charged lances. Recognized as the Saxon dukedom's elite unit, they were respected throughout the continent. At their head stood Sir Helmut, a swordmaster ranked among the continent's top 7 strongest. His mere presence inspired confidence in allies and fear among enemies. As the group got ready to separate, Dale reminded Helmut about their earlier promise to start sword training. Excited to begin, the boy gazed up with anticipation. Helmut gave a faint smile and reassured him. Dale's passion for power and discipline turned the promise into something beyond formality. It became a true commitment. After that, Dale climbed onto a horse and waved farewell, telling Helmut not to stay too long in the cold. The others observed him depart with admiration. Sunlight poured down as Kettle looked toward the younger boy still beside her. With the mission finished, it was time to head back to the estate. Back at the estate, an instructor assessed Dale's fast improvement. He had already grasped foundational circles in both necromancy and water magic, an uncommon pairing for someone his age. Another noblewoman stressed the necessity of continuing his development. The boy's unique talent wasn't only raw strength, it was refined, thoughtful, and highly strategic. Kettle sat facing Lord Noir and Lady Elena, confirming her initial role had been limited to teaching Dale water magic. Even so, she suggested the boy's interests had expanded well beyond the fundamentals. Kettle stated that, as Dale's mentor, she couldn't refuse his desire to explore deeper magical paths. Although the original plan focused on one element, Dale's ambition had naturally grown. Glancing toward the doorway, Kettle quietly added that if Dale truly wished to pursue further, she would support his choice without hesitation. Lady Elena, worried yet composed, politely asked Kettle to keep Dale's training centered on water magic. Her words were gentle, but her intention was unmistakable. Kettle agreed immediately, vowing to look after and guide Dale from then on. She reassured them that the boy's safety and growth would remain her priority. As she stepped away from the table, Kettle halted, troubled by the choice she had made, one that slightly strayed from her earlier promise. Pausing mid-step, Kettle turned back toward Lord Noir and offered a heartfelt apology for breaking their previous agreement. Her face remained calm yet filled with regret. Lady Elena exhaled and eased the atmosphere, proudly recognizing Dale's remarkable abilities. She grasped her husband's hand, overwhelmed by their child's swift advancement. Lord Noir confessed that Dale's strength occasionally unsettled him. Despite his concerns, he reminded Elena that Dale was still their son and deserved unwavering support. With a steady inhale, Lord Noir revealed his sincere wish to pass forward his legacy in necromancy. He intended to guide Dale along the very path he once pursued. He imagined Dale not merely as a spellcaster, but as an individual able to command the dark arts without hesitation or disgrace. He held himself responsible for necromancy's decline and wished Dale would restore it. Burdened by remorse, Noir offered an apology. He desired Dale to inherit both his power and his purpose. Elena stayed quiet, though her steady gaze never shifted. Elena eventually spoke, her tone soft yet unwavering. She accepted that Dale should be raised into a necromancer who could stand with pride regardless of society's judgment. As they held each other, Elena gently asked for her husband's complete devotion to their child's future, urging him to promise he would never falter. Noir answered firmly. He vowed to give everything he possessed to shape Dale into the finest, honoring their shared dream as devoted parents. Dale's first day of specialized necromancy training began under his father. Lord Noir. Disappointment lingered on Noir's face, as he criticized Dale for recklessly raising the dead without true understanding. Noir continued scolding his son, emphasizing how perilous it was to practice necromancy without control or comprehension of the forces he was manipulating. Annoyed, Dale defended himself, arguing that his prior lessons had been incomplete. Noir, unimpressed, immediately brought him to the hidden magic workshop beneath the castle. Within the dim, candlelit room, Noir announced that Dale would not cast a single spell until he completely understood the structure of living organisms. The initial step involved memorization. Dale was ordered to study anatomy, mastering details of bones and muscles across species, an exhausting task demanding total concentration. After reviewing countless medical texts and memorizing every illustration and term, Dale finally met his father's expectations and was allowed to begin practical necromancy. With a serious look, Noir revealed the authentic training manual and declared the beginning of Dale's real instruction. Dale answered with unwavering focus, His first practical assignment was reanimating a goblin corpse. Though startled, Dale stayed attentive. Understanding this tested both his knowledge and skill. Noir explained that unskilled necromancers could only create mindless zombies from strong bodies, whereas gifted ones could turn even weak corpses into powerful undead. Displaying a lifeless undead soldier, Noir challenged Dale to show how he would control it. The atmosphere grew tense as dark energy filled the space. Dale lifted his hand, forming a magical circle around himself. Flickers of uncertainty and fear appeared in his eyes as he tried to concentrate. Sweat streamed down Dale's face. He possessed strength. But this differed. Controlling something unstable, like an undead, required precision rather than raw power. Abruptly, the undead lunged forward, charging at Dale with violent force. The spell had been cast incorrectly, causing the creature to move erratically. It felt as though Dale had released a savage beast. He struggled to restrain it, his magical energy spiraling out of control. The situation quickly worsened. Lord Noir intervened calmly, halting Dale before he completely lost control. He reminded his son that power without direction was dangerous in necromancy. Lord Noir continued teaching, explaining the flaw in Dale's earlier attempt. It limited the corpse's movement. Dale listened carefully as his father prepared to correct it. Noir released a wave of refined necromantic energy. The corpse twisted unnaturally as layers of energy reshaped it, creating a more flexible and agile form. Dale watched in amazement. Noir adjusted the corpse with precise control, altering it beyond its original form while maintaining perfect command. The alteration continued. Noir explained that rib cages protected vital organs in life, but the undead had no such requirement. He dismantled and reshaped the bones. With a surge of energy, the rib cage expanded outward, reforged into curved blades. The undead soldier now resembled a weapon more than a former creature. Noir highlighted the principle: mastering anatomy enables a necromancer to reshape corpses according to intent. Dale absorbed the lesson, a flicker of ambition igniting within him. Noir finished the demonstration. He explained that such flexible manipulation formed the core of black magic, a doctrine exclusive to the traditions of their family lineage. Inspired by what he witnessed, Dale lifted his gaze and asked his father to teach him the mindset of the Noir magic tower. He sought more than technique, desiring its philosophy. Noir gave a faint smile, acknowledging his son's resolve. That instant became a significant shift in the dynamic between mentor and pupil. Dale questioned the essence of necromancy. Noir replied while kneeling, saying that truth resides within death, an idea extending far beyond simple spellcasting. He clarified that to truly comprehend necromancy, one must understand death itself, including the burden and sacrifices tied to the life preceding it. Resting his hand on Dale's shoulder, Noir conveyed their family's creed. Only by accepting the weight of life could they pursue genuine truth. Elsewhere, a warrior stood upon a battlefield engulfed in flames. Firelight glimmered in his cold eyes as he advanced toward a kneeling opponent. The fallen man pleaded for mercy, calling him a hero. His voice quivered as he begged desperately for his life amidst the destruction. Ignoring the pleas, the warrior lifted his sword without hesitation. His face stayed emotionless, his verdict absolute. The blade fell as the begging persisted. A memory of bloodshed and a desperate plea lingered in Dale's thoughts. The vision of a frightened figure pressing their hands together before death etched deeply into his mind. Returning to the present, Lord Noir gently set a hand on Dale's shoulder, worried by his silence. He asked if Dale was all right, noting his pale and shaken state. Dale remained silent at first. His lips tightened, his gaze lowered. The feelings within him were too tangled to express in words. At last, Dale forced himself to answer. His voice quivered as he spoke, yet the weight behind it revealed the truth. Images of a stern warrior resurfaced in Dale's thoughts. That same figure had spoken those words before, cold, rigid, and empty. Dale repeated the statement again, more firmly this time. "I am fine." Still, as he sat alone in the darkness, the magic circle beneath him pulsed softly, reflecting the turmoil inside. As Dale's mystical training progressed each day under the supervision of Duke Saxon, his mastery over dark magic gradually strengthened. The force he commanded started to evolve beyond normal limits for someone his age. Rumors of Duke Saxon instructing his successor in dark magic rapidly circulated throughout the empire. It directly broke his long-standing promise never to teach forbidden arts. This controversy ignited significant outrage within the imperial court. The nobles shifted their focus toward Dale, the center of the issue, and began observing him carefully, viewing him as either a danger or an asset for their personal goals. Several weeks later, within the dungeon's training area, Dale's fighting abilities were challenged. His eyes showed resolve as he engaged a skilled adversary, his wooden blade meeting firm resistance. Though younger, Dale matched the experienced knights. His reflexes were sharpened, and the balance between his physical and magical training was evident as he maintained his position. Even under intense pressure, Dale did not waver. His opponent quickened the tempo, yet Dale answered with a surge of mana that interrupted the incoming attack, gaining a short advantage during the spar. As the match went on, Dale confronted another knight using a wooden sword. Their actions were rapid, and the tension grew stronger with each clash. Dale barely avoided a strong strike by lowering himself and rolling aside. He quickly retaliated, delivering a blow that forced his opponent to retreat. Seeing Dale's progress, the instructor offered a slight nod of approval. Dale's capability, even as a mage, was becoming impossible to ignore. In the last exchange, Dale's opponent suddenly released his weapon mid-motion, ending the spar. The action appeared strange to Dale, who immediately sensed something unusual. The knight complimented Dale's performance, but Dale doubted his honesty, believing the opponent had intentionally held back to test him. Still holding his practice sword, Dale voiced his suspicion. His gaze was sharp. He didn't want empty praise, only genuine improvement. The knight rejected the claim of holding back, stating Dale's combat approach was dangerously realistic, enough to overcome an average fighter easily. Dale tightened his hold, listening carefully. The knight acknowledged Dale's swordsmanship was remarkable, especially considering he was a mage. However, he reminded Dale of the truth. Mages were never isolated. Guard knights would always be present, meaning Dale's abilities, though strong, were still part of a broader system of defense. The knight noticed Dale's roughened hands and advised him to slow down. He questioned Dale's reason for pushing himself so hard despite already being a mage with protection. He showed concern that Dale was overexerting himself, particularly to the extent of risking harm during training matches. But Dale responded with firm determination, explaining that there was a purpose behind his efforts, clearly driven by something deeply personal. Dale stated that, as a duke's son, it wouldn't be appropriate to depend only on guards or defensive magic for safety. He wanted to rely on his own strength. He added that learning directly from one of the continent's 7 great sword masters was a rare opportunity, something no one would ignore. The knight was touched by his response and laughed openly. He praised Dale's attitude, admitting that having a son like him would leave him without regrets. Their moment was interrupted by a voice behind them. Dale's mother had arrived. She smiled warmly at both, noting their cheerful atmosphere. Dale walked toward her and asked why she had come out into the cold. She answered that she wanted to see how hard her son was training. She then stated she had some information to reveal, sparking curiosity in Dale, who wondered what sort of news it might be. As Dale attempted to remember a recent request he had made, a memory resurfaced. He had once asked for a rather unusual birthday present. In a flashback, Dale had confidently declared he wanted a little sister for his birthday, surprising everyone with the odd request. His mother smiled and softly told him that he would now need to take good care of his soon-to-be sibling, confirming her pregnancy. Dale brightened with happiness and promised that he would look after his younger sibling without any hesitation. 10 months later, the scene shifted to the family's room where Dale sat beside his mother and the newborn baby girl. As he looked at his sister's sleeping face, Dale admitted that it still felt unreal to have a little sister, something he had once wished for so innocently. Dale glanced down at his newborn sister and smiled, completely fascinated by her innocence. He softly whispered how adorable she was, overwhelmed by a new feeling of affection. Their mother gently offered Dale the opportunity to hold the baby for the first time. He was surprised by the suggestion and nervously hesitated. Encouraged, Dale finally agreed and carefully took the baby into his arms. To his surprise, it wasn't as difficult or frightening as he had imagined. As he looked at her face, his mother pointed out how much the baby resembled him. Dale was left speechless, unsure how to respond. His mother commented how the baby always cried when others carried her, but not when Dale did. It was clear the newborn felt comfortable with him. Still holding her, Dale gently leaned closer and observed her, forming a bond that was already beginning to grow stronger. Their father asked Dale how it felt to hold his sister. Dale answered honestly, saying she felt light physically but somehow heavy in meaning. He elaborated further, describing a sense of weight not on his arms, but on his heart, as if her presence carried responsibility and care. With a gentle smile, his father told him that what he felt was the weight of life, something he should never forget. Duke Saxon reminded Dale that it was time for his training lesson. Dale quickly handed the baby back and followed, ready for the next challenge. His instructor, a blue-haired elf, stood waiting in the snowy training grounds. She declared that today's session would involve real combat. Dale hesitated briefly, asking if he truly had to fight seriously. The instructor replied firmly, telling him to come at her with full strength. Dale gathered his mana and activated a spell, preparing himself for a direct clash with his master. The instructor immediately launched a counterattack, curious to see how much Dale had progressed in power and precision. Her first evaluation came quickly. His opening strike was too slow. She blocked him with ease, preparing to exploit his weakness in the next move. Dale's instructor raised an ice crystal and criticized his hesitation. She challenged him to stop holding back against her just because she was his teacher. Dale's expression changed. He stood firm, silently preparing for a serious counterattack, no longer treating the match lightly. Without warning, his master released another wave of magic. Dale quickly reacted, clashing with the overwhelming force using his own defensive spell. Though he managed to shield himself just in time, Dale realized how dangerous the attack had been. One moment later, and he could have been injured. His quick response impressed the instructor. She noted how Dale had instantly formed an ice armor, a skill that usually required more preparation. She encouraged him to continue and attack again. Dale calmly prepared his next spell, stating the incantation for a stronger ice-based formula. As he activated his magic, a glowing barrier of ice began to rise around him, forming a massive curved wall of protection. His instructor was surprised. Casting a defensive wall mid-battle was unexpected and required precision and composure under pressure. She observed quietly, beginning to realize this was not merely a defensive maneuver. There was something more behind Dale's tactics. Upon closer inspection, she noticed how the density of the ice had been greatly enhanced by Dale's control over mana. She wondered why he would switch to defense after launching a decent attack. Her mind raced through possible explanations. Then she paused. The air shifted slightly. She sensed something forming within the structure, something hidden behind the icy walls. Inside the wall, Dale activated another formula, one designed for fragmentation. It wasn't just a barrier, it was a setup. With cold focus, he gave a single command: detonate. The spell was designed not to protect, but to trap and explode from within. As realization struck, his instructor's eyes widened in shock. Dale had turned a defensive spell into a magical grenade, flipping the flow of battle instantly. The moment Dale's spell exploded, a surge of radiant frost energy engulfed the area. His instructor stood at the center of the blast, surrounded by blue light and flying shards of enchanted ice. Glowing impact points flared across her body, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Each orb of force destabilized her defenses as the fragmentation magic activated in full force. Dale's experimental spell burst across the snowy hillside, creating an explosive surge of magic and ice. The impact violently shattered the wall of frozen energy, confirming the proper activation of his complex formula. Studying the explosion, Dale realized the technique compressed the ice molecules into a dense state before detonation. Because the ice wall was already strengthened, the compression caused it to act like a magical grenade. His excitement quickly faded. As the smoke cleared, Dale noticed his master, Sephia, wasn't moving. Rushing through the snow, he called out in panic, fearing the power of his magic might have injured her. Sephia suddenly appeared beside him unharmed, casually answering his worried call. Her presence was calm and smooth. As if nothing had occurred, Dale gasped, startled by her sudden appearance. The figure he had seen earlier must have been a magical illusion created to test his reaction under real pressure. Sephia, observing the aftermath of the explosion, acknowledged the power of Dale's magic. She praised his technique, recognizing its unique design and accuracy. Sephia admitted she never expected a basic ice spell could be altered to such a destructive extent. The ability to harm even a high-ranking mage like her was proof of Dale's development. Dale, feeling guilty, explained he never intended to hurt her, but Sephia reassured him she was thankful. It showed he trusted her enough to cast without restraint. She explained that the injury symbolized trust and confidence. Dale's use of his full strength meant he no longer feared holding back during training. Sephia admitted that as his mentor, she felt great pride. Seeing his growth confirmed her guidance and teachings. Dale blushed at the compliment and humbly credited everything to her instruction. His formula had been built upon the foundation she gave him. Sephia smiled quietly, touched by his words. For a moment she couldn't reply later. Sephia stood before an elder. He questioned the wound on her cheek, surprised by her condition. She explained it came from Dale's magic during training. His spell formula had been unexpectedly powerful, sharper than she had expected. The elder acknowledged her devotion, grateful for her efforts. Sephia remained silent, proud of her student's accomplishment. Sephia stood before the Duke at night, expressing how teaching a talented student like Dale brought her personal fulfillment. The Duke, however, had more serious matters to address. He asked Sephia for one final favor, prompting her curious acceptance. The light mood quickly shifted as duty took over the discussion. The Duke revealed that a group of orcs had crossed the mountain pass into their territory. While not an urgent threat, he hinted at a deeper purpose behind the meeting. The Duke declared his plan to send Dale into the field during the orc conflict. The idea immediately shocked Sophia. Sophia protested, insisting Dale was not yet ready for real combat. She feared the danger was beyond what he could manage, but the Duke clarified Dale would not be sent to the front lines. His role was symbolic, defending House Saxon's legacy and learning responsibility as its heir. The Duke firmly stated that as his successor, Dale needed to accept duty. There would be no exception. Even for his own son. Sophia, understanding the seriousness of the request, asked what role she would take in this mission. The Duke revealed his plan to entrust Dale with a powerful artifact, a tool that carried both great potential and great risk. He instructed Sophia to mentor Dale until he mastered the artifact. It was not a common object, but one that could shift the balance of battle. The artifact's nature was perilous, powered by mana or life force. It required great sacrifice from its wielder and could even be deadly if misused. The trio stood before the sealed vault containing House Saxon's artifacts, where generations had preserved relics of legendary strength. Inside the vast hall, the Duke formally informed Dale of his responsibility to prepare for the approaching battle as the house's heir. Dale, though initially surprised, brightened with excitement at the mention of a real battle. The moment he had long awaited had arrived. Sophia and the Duke explained his role in the subjugation force to defeat the orc threat. But before that, the Duke hinted at one final step: preparation beyond just excitement. Before Dale could enter the battlefield, the Duke explained that he must first learn to control the power of darkness that flowed through their bloodline and ancestral legacy tied to demonic energy. Sophia guided Dale into the artifact vault, revealing rows of relics left behind from when their ancestors conquered the Demon King's domain. Dale was stunned at the overwhelming presence of power. The Duke warned Dale not to compare these to ordinary artifacts. Their dangerous mana signatures were proof of their destructive strength, and handling them without mastery could be fatal. As the Duke and Sophia spoke, they noticed Dale had disappeared. Both scanned the room in confusion, unaware he had wandered off on his own. Moments earlier, Dale had quietly slipped away in search of an artifact that suited him. He wandered deeper into the vault, following his instincts. Drawn by whispers, Dale approached a glowing artifact. It seemed to speak directly to him, sensing his hidden anger and offering him power in exchange for vengeance. The artifact's voice grew stronger, urging Dale to choose it. It promised shared revenge and power beyond imagination if only he would pick it up. Dale stood among the artifacts, their dark energy reacting to his inner resentment, but he hesitated. None of them felt truly right. His attention was drawn by a mysterious black cloak. As if it had appeared from nowhere, Dale was attracted to it by a sense of deep familiarity and strength. Examining the cloak, Dale realized it was no ordinary relic. It was the legendary Shadow Cloak, once wielded by a Duke of the Demon King's army. The cloak granted its user the ability to manipulate shadows, making them nearly invincible in battle. Dale's excitement grew as he prepared to test it. Eager and unaware of the risks, Dale wore the cloak immediately, activating its dormant powers with a smile. The Duke and Sophia noticed too late. As the artifact activated, the hall burst with energy. They shouted his name in alarm, but Dale was already engulfed. A surge of dark mana surrounded Dale. The cloak reacted violently, forming a vortex of shadow as the artifact fully awakened. Within the shadows, a voice echoed hungrily, repeating its desire. The entity inside the cloak had awakened. So, it begins. The cloak Dale had worn wasn't bound to simple magic. It housed a shadow creature once used to summon devastating storms of darkness during the Demon Wars. To control such power, Dale had to do more than wear the artifact. He needed to dominate the creature within and force it into submission. As shadows surged, Dale stood firm, facing the monstrous entity. It roared, resisting him, testing whether he was worthy to wield its strength. Outside the storm, a swirling sphere of dark energy formed around Dale. Sophia and the Duke watched, concern increasing. Sophia feared for Dale's sanity. If he couldn't subdue the shadow creature soon, he would be consumed from within by the very artifact meant to aid him. Realizing the danger, the Duke decided they might need to intervene by force if Dale showed no signs of recovery. Just as Sophia prepared to act, a burst of light erupted from the sphere. Dale's silhouette emerged as the energy began to settle. Calm and composed, Dale stepped out of the vortex. His father called out, and Dale responded clearly, unaffected by the ordeal. Sophia rushed to check on him. Dale, now wearing the activated cloak with ease, reassured her he was completely fine. Sophia expressed her relief, surprised he had endured the process. Dale brushed it off, saying it only stung slightly. Internally, Sophia and the Duke wondered how a mere child had not only resisted, but tamed such a powerful artifact. Curious and excited, Dale asked his father if he could try out more artifacts. The Duke, stunned at the request, gave him permission. Dale's innocent question caught both adults off guard. They were left speechless at his eagerness for testing even more dangerous relics. Eventually, The Duke granted him access. Dale ran off happily into the vault, eager to explore the remaining items. Thus began Dale's long exploration of the Saxon family's legendary artifact collection, an adventure that lasted through day and night. At the ducal training field, Helmut observed with astonishment as the young Airedale arrived wearing an unfamiliar garment. The object was instantly identified a notorious magical artifact called the Shadow Cloak, widely regarded as unstable and hazardous. Helmut inquired about Dale's state, aware the cloak was famously challenging to manage. Despite its threatening reputation, Dale calmly reassured him that he felt normal, noticing only a slight tingling sensation after putting it on. Helmut, curious about Dale's answer, remarked on how unusual the cloak's reaction seemed. Perhaps, he suggested aloud, the artifact had remained unused for too long and was responding to fresh contact. Dale explained that as soon as the cloak touched him, it latched on firmly, almost as if it acknowledged him. The creature, like presence radiating from the cloak, produced a sentient reaction resembling a connection. With a subtle grin, Dale wondered if the cloak merely desired companionship. The dark tendrils wrapped gently around him, creating a contrast between the boy's purity and the cloak's sinister aura. Helmut chuckled, cautioning Dale that such compassion might be risky. Still, beneath his firm tone, he was clearly impressed by the boy's nature. Dale, smiling sincerely, expressed gratitude for Helmut's concern. Abruptly, Dale made a request. He asked Helmut to spar with him, not an ordinary match, but one treated as serious combat training. Helmut was briefly taken aback by the proposal, but agreed without delay, motivated by Dale's eagerness and bold confidence. With blade in hand and energy circulating, Helmut readied himself for the duel. Dale stood resolute, vowing to give everything he had and prove he could handle true strength. As the fight commenced, Dale felt the immense pressure of confronting Helmut, one of the 7 sword masters. Even Helmut's mere presence alone felt daunting. Noticing Dale's hesitation, Helmut reassured him he would refrain from using aura techniques. He would rely solely on fundamental sword skills, offering the boy a fair opportunity. Dale grasped the implication Helmut planned to hold back. Even so, Dale sensed the burden of demonstrating his ability in this challenge. Dale recalled a knight's principle to fight with honesty. However, his real goal was not solely victory. He intended to test the Shadow Cloak under real combat conditions. Numerous shadowy tendrils erupted from the cloak, shaping into weapons. Dale moved rapidly, utilizing the summoned forms to initiate a fierce assault. Naming the technique Shadow Blade Rush, Dale launched a synchronized strike. The shadows rushed toward Helmut, serving as the first true test of the artifact's combat power. As the clash escalated, Helmut delivered a powerful counterattack. His sword struck against the flowing shadow energy, scattering the incoming assault through sheer strength. The collision shocked Dale. He had not anticipated Helmut neutralizing the attack using only physical power. It highlighted the swordsman's pure strength and vast experience. Even after the failure, Dale stayed composed. Surrounded by the cloak's tendrils, he studied his opponent carefully. Helmut, meanwhile, laughed loudly, relishing the challenge developing before him. Helmut, now completely engaged, advanced with intense force. His intention was evident. He was prepared to push Dale to his limits. Dale reacted quickly, readying his next action. His gaze sharpened with determination as Helmut's sword approached. Utilizing the Shadow Cloak's agility, Dale dodged and retaliated. Shadows surged upward like tides, attempting to intercept Helmut. While airborne, Helmut was briefly surprised by a concealed attack. Shadow blades burst from beneath him in an unexpected pattern. Despite the abrupt assault, Helmut stayed calm. He praised the maneuver as intelligent and remarkable, particularly from such a young challenger. Dale continued pressing forward, repositioning swiftly through the cloak's power. His movements became smooth, persistent, and increasingly difficult to follow. Helmut delivered a powerful downward strike, aiming to shatter Dale's defense completely. The blow carried enough force to slice through hardened steel effortlessly. Dale responded at the last second. With intense effort, he lifted a barrier of shadows to absorb the strike, his body forced backward by the impact. The earth fractured beneath Dale's stance, yet he remained steady. Helmut, clearly impressed, realized the young heir had stopped a blow capable of breaking ordinary weapons easily. Dale remained prepared, protected by the cloak. He understood the vast difference between standard equipment and the artifact now under his control. As they collided once more, their actions blurred with speed. Dale's assurance grew stronger with each successful clash. The watching knights whispered in astonishment. None among them had endured more than 2 exchanges with Helmut. Yet Dale persisted, displaying a level far beyond their capabilities. On the day of departure, Dale stood beside his mother beneath the night sky. Worried, she offered once more to speak with Duke Saxon. Unwilling to send her son into harm even with her concerns, Dale reassured her that his father and Uncle Helmut would accompany him. He explained that he needed this opportunity even if it involved danger. Gazing up at his mother with determination, Dale shared his resolve someday. He would bear the responsibility of the dukedom. To achieve that, he needed strength gained only through trials. Dale's request was heartfelt. He wanted to become strong enough to defend his loved ones. His words reached his mother, who could only listen with a heavy heart. After a brief pause, she smiled softly and accepted. Her eyes reflected both pride and concern, recognizing the growth within her young son. With her consent given, Dale made ready to leave. His mother offered her blessing, sending him off with hope for his safe return. Seated atop his horse, Dale vowed to come back soon. With his squad assembled behind him, the operation officially commenced. The soldiers advanced in formation, Dale now leading them. Road ahead, this marked his first true battle, and it was his responsibility to guide the knights onward. Resolute, Dale embraced the responsibility. These knights were no longer merely troops, they were under his command. This time, he would fight not as a child, but as a leader. When the order was issued, Dale rallied House Saxon's cavalry. His voice carried confidence, and the knights answered together. The 250 riders surged forward at full pace. Their objective was a group of approximately 1,000 orcs positioned near a ravine. To surprise their opponents, Dale planned to cross the lower Satan River and strike unexpectedly. However, the river's depth created a major challenge for the cavalry. As the troops paused near the riverbank, someone stepped forward, Master Sophia. She calmly began casting a spell, presenting a solution. To Dale's astonishment, Sophia conjured an enormous bridge of ice. Her precise magic and timely arrival allowed the army to continue without interruption. With the route secured, Sophia signaled for them to advance. Her assistance provided Dale's unit with a crucial advantage at the mission's beginning. Before the cavalry departed, Sophia wished the Duke's forces success. Dale's father expressed gratitude for her magic. Acknowledging her essential support, Dale mounted and prepared, glanced toward his mentor. With a bright farewell, he told her he was leaving. Ready to carry out the mission ahead, Sophia quietly watched him ride across the frozen bridge she had created. Her expression grew thoughtful as she murmured how strange it felt to worry so deeply for a student. Standing alone upon the icy bridge, Sophia gazed after the departing figures. Despite her calm appearance, unease lingered within her heart. She softly admitted the unexpected truth. Dale had awakened something within her that few others ever had. His determination and actions weighed heavily on her mind.
At dusk, a makeshift orc camp settled within a forest clearing glowed under scattered firelight. Rough tents circled several flames. Oblivious to hidden threats nearby, the land formed a shallow basin, reducing sight lines and making it perfect for a sudden ambush. Concealed past the ridge, an elite ranger force called the Winter Wardens prepared their assault. Wearing dark cloaks, they silently positioned bows in unison, waiting patiently for the signal to unleash a coordinated strike against unaware orc forces. At the signal, numerous flaming arrows streaked through the air like blazing comets, raining down upon the orc camp with lethal accuracy. The carefully planned ambush had officially commenced. Bursts of fire and concussive force detonated throughout the encampment as arrows landed. Tents ignited instantly, while orcs were thrown into confusion. The unexpected barrage allowed no time for organized response as chaos quickly spread everywhere. A few orcs attempted resistance, but many fell before acting. One massive orc, pierced through the shoulder by an arrow, bellowed fiercely, refusing defeat while rallying a counterattack despite the surrounding disorder. From afar, a commander shouted fresh commands. The cavalry division was to begin the next phase immediately, launching a direct charge to exploit the enemy's disorganized state. Mounted warriors assembled into a wedge formation before charging forward. Their lances tilted ahead as horses surged with synchronized speed, transforming their movement into a devastating, penetrating force. A knight glanced toward young Master Dale, proudly commenting on their velocity and impact. With armor and physical mass combined, they were advancing at speeds exceeding 40 kilometers per h. Dale quietly assessed the collision force, understanding the immense destructive capability of heavily armored cavalry striking a scattered enemy formation. As their lances aligned and magical energy surrounded each weapon, the devastating power of the Kull Lance formation became evident. Every thrust now carried both physical weight and enhanced magical force. Watching from behind, Dale recognized how uneven the battle had become. The cavalry's precision and structure offered little chance for the orcs to mount an effective defense. An officer nearby cautioned Dale against arrogance. This engagement was only a minor clash, while the larger war effort had merely begun. Amid burning wreckage, remaining orcs regrouped, raising shields into defensive lines. Their leaders shouted commands, attempting to restore order among surviving fighters. Combat resumed violently as cavalry slammed into the orc defenses. Though weakened earlier, the orcs resisted with determination, preventing total collapse of their remaining forces. Recognizing the resistance, The Knight Commander ordered withdrawal. The unit would reorganize before launching repeated charges in cycles to gradually shatter the enemy's defensive lines. A radiant magical flare erupted into the sky, casting a vivid blue illumination over the battlefield. The signal cut through darkness, warning allied forces of sudden danger. Fear spread across the front as a knight urgently commanded retreat. The unexpected flare indicated a threat beyond control, prompting immediate withdrawal among the soldiers. During the retreat, orcs paused in confusion at the abrupt change. Their glowing red eyes scanned the battlefield, trying to comprehend why the humans had suddenly fallen back. One knight, failing to escape quickly enough, turned to face the pursuing orcs. His blade clashed fiercely against a powerful incoming strike. Despite resisting, he was ultimately overpowered. A savage spear thrust pierced through his side, breaking his armor as blood sprayed outward and he collapsed from the impact. From a distance, a hooded boy silently watched the knight's fall. He remarked that the result was unfortunate, but made no effort to intervene immediately. Helmut, an experienced knight, stood beside a dark-haired boy and a noblewoman. Remaining composed, he simply acknowledged the fallen knight without visible emotion. The boy, identified as young Dale of House Saxon, questioned their inaction. He noted that a knight belonging to their house had been abandoned to die openly before their enemies. Dale's anger intensified as he observed the injured knight dragging himself painfully. He demanded an explanation for why nobody was stepping forward to defend one of their own. Understanding the urgency, Dale quickly evaluated the circumstances. He realized pursuing on horseback would require too much time, giving the orc the opportunity to attack first. With intense concentration, he started forming a magical equation. Aware that orc's skin was far tougher than average, he adjusted the Ice Bolt spell to enhance both accuracy and penetration. He incorporated trajectory adjustments and heightened the spell's intricacy. His gaze sharpened as mana gathered rapidly around him, displaying complete determination without any sign of doubt. The finished spell, Ice Bolt High Precision variant, manifested through a radiant magic circle. Energy coiled around him powerfully as the spell reached full activation. The projectile shot upward before descending rapidly as a beam of light. It hit the orc perfectly, piercing straight through its chest with exceptional precision. Helmut commented on the technique's strength and accuracy. While others remained stationary, Dale mounted his horse and advanced alone. Helmut deliberately chose not to intervene. The noblewoman surveyed the battlefield with amazement, astonished by Dale's performance. She turned toward Duke Saxon, voicing admiration for the young boy's magical talent. Duke Saxon, composed yet firm, explained that Dale had created a unique spell at such an early age, an achievement considered extremely rare. He highlighted its destructive magnitude as evidence of Dale nearing mastery of his inner realm. Dale, quietly moving across the battlefield, remained unaware of the admiration behind him. His attention stayed fixed forward, mentally preparing himself for the next challenge. As Dale reached the location, a towering orc advanced. Behind it, surviving orcs began reorganizing into combat formation, restoring the threat once more. Dale understood the escalating danger. Two issues confronted him. First, his body had momentarily stiffened in fear earlier, exposing his lack of experience. Second, his earlier spell had been overly lengthy and complicated for rapid use. With time running short, Dale required a quicker casting method to respond efficiently. He immediately started optimizing the formula, simplifying it much like reducing complex mathematical expressions. With urgency, he compressed its structure while maintaining its effectiveness. The orcs advanced closer as Dale refined his spell. A new, shorter, and more efficient formula formed in his mind. He called it Ice 98 Magnum, though he hesitated briefly. Although still somewhat lengthy, he accepted its imperfections for now, maintaining composure and focus. He prepared to unleash it without further delay. Dale's eyes shone brightly as mana surged outward. A fresh magic circle appeared beneath him, sharp and icy. He spoke the incantation, Ice Bullet. The luminous projectile shot forward through the air toward the approaching orc. The fallen knight gasped, shocked by the immense power used to protect him. The icy strike landed precisely, destroying the orc instantly. Frost expanded outward in swirling patterns as the immediate danger was eliminated. The knight remained seated, stunned, staring directly at Dale. He questioned why someone of Dale's rank would endanger himself for an ordinary soldier. Dale dismounted and walked forward calmly. His expression stayed steady as he responded with composed confidence. He quietly replied, "Don't worry," standing beside the knight. His actions conveyed more than status or authority. He chose to safeguard his comrade. Dale remained resolute, eyes shining with resolve. In a calm tone, he declared that House Saxon never forsakes a faithful blade. His statement carried profound meaning. The knight, still kneeling, gazed upward in shock behind him. Additional orcs advanced, their roars reverberating throughout the cavern. As the orcs rushed forward, Dale's expression grew stern. He lifted his glowing hand, silently preparing another spell with lethal focus. Dark power swirled outward as Dale activated a different spell, Shadow Blade. Black tendrils erupted forth, surging toward the incoming enemies. The shadow blades carved through the orcs' front ranks with deadly accuracy and strength. Violet energy dispersed behind them, slicing through everything caught within their reach. With unsettling composure, Dale directed the shadows to devour his foes. The orcs, now shaking in fear, stared helplessly as the approaching magic drew closer. Dark tendrils coiled tightly around the orcs, pulling them into a consuming void. Their cries ended quickly as the spell engulfed them, one after another. Without mercy, the remaining orcs attempted to flee in terror. However, the conjured shadows showed no compassion, swiftly striking down any survivors and silencing them within seconds. With all enemies eliminated, Dale grinned toward the knight and joked, questioning why he remained to him. The conflict had already reached its conclusion. To conclude matters, Dale casually cast Ice Bullet again. The final attack ensured that every remaining threat had been completely eradicated. Looking back, Dale calmly announced the battle finished. The knight observed him silently, still too shocked to form any response. Trying to rise, the knight discovered he lacked strength in his legs. Dale offered a sheepish grin, realizing the aftermath of battle had affected him more severely than expected. Helping support the knight, Dale smiled as they returned safely together. A sense of relief settled over them, following the intense and exhausting confrontation. Dale entrusted the situation to Sir Helmet. The knight commander accepted the instruction while the cavalry remained assembled behind them, awaiting further direction. Sir Helmet lifted his blade and inspired the troops forward. The soldiers advanced in unison, shouting loudly, "For House Saxon and for young Master Dale." Shortly afterward, at Saxon's encampment, the conflict had ended, and peace settled across the frozen landscape beneath torchlight. Dale was called by the noblewoman observing earlier. She acknowledged the victory over the orcs before becoming serious. Seated across from Dale, she explained she had summoned him for a personal inquiry rather than a formal report. Her expression sharpened as she questioned why Dale had advanced alone into hostile territory. Concern filled her voice as she pressed him about acting so carelessly, despite his significance.
Dale stood before Duke Saxon, his father, after returning from the battlefield. The Duke questioned why Dale had rushed alone into enemy lines, his tone sharp and disapproving. The flames nearby flickered, reflecting the tension in the room. In response, Dale calmly stated that he acted because the Knights of House Saxon were his future responsibility. He believed it was his duty to protect them, regardless of the risk. Duke Saxon dismissed Dale's reasoning as insufficient, challenging his son's logic and revealing that the motive behind the boy's actions lacked the strategic mindset expected of a leader. Dale's inner thoughts revealed his confusion. He couldn't understand why his father, once known for caring deeply, now seemed so cold and indifferent to a knight's death. When Dale questioned why his father didn't step in to save the knight, Duke Saxon explained that knights were trained to risk their lives and that such sacrifices were an accepted part of war. The Duke emphasized that those on the battlefield must not expect rescue. Hoping to be saved, he said, weakens a knight's ability to survive and act under pressure. Duke Saxon challenged Dale again, asking how many knights with such hopeful mindsets had actually survived. Dale was left speechless, realizing the harsh truth in his father's words. Saxon explained that only when the knights had exhausted their strength would he personally step in. Until then, they must learn to survive on their own. Dale silently accepted this harsh truth. Despite remembering it from a past life, he had briefly forgotten the cost of leadership in a land shaped by conflict. Still, Duke Saxon acknowledged Dale's independent choice. He praised his son's bravery, telling him never to lose that spirit despite the earlier criticism. Dale accepted the praise quietly while the two prepared to return to the castle. The difficult lesson had left a mark on him, blending honor and pragmatism. Outside, sunlight broke through the forest as Duke Saxon led Dale back. Their relationship strengthened after the trial of fire and command. News of the young heir charging into a horde of orcs spread quickly. The story became the Empire's newest and most exaggerated gossip. Rumors claimed Dale had slain 1,000 orcs alone to save a single knight. Though exaggerated, the tale captured attention across the land. Though Dale found the attention embarrassing, the event inspired pride and renewed energy throughout the Saxon duchy, strengthening its unity and resolve. A few days later at the Saxon training grounds, Dale arrived to find the knights warmly greeting him. Their tone showed deep respect as they recognized his courage and growing reputation. Although overwhelmed, Dale smiled and modestly told them that such formality wasn't needed. The gesture showed his humility, despite his rising status. One of the senior knights encouraged Dale to stand proud. It was clear the knights were now looking up to him as more than just a noble heir. They saw a true leader. A commanding voice rallied the trainees, urging them to become stronger for the future of young Master Dale. The group responded together, filled with motivation. Dale quietly observed their enthusiasm and felt both surprised and grateful. Their passion reflected the impact his actions had left on the knights of the duchy. Just then, a knight informed Dale that guests from House Orhart had arrived. Dale turned and thanked Eve, a close companion, for the message as he prepared to receive the visitors. Dale sensed the importance of the moment. House Orhart's arrival was not an ordinary visit, it carried political and emotional weight. He recalled the legacy of House Orhart, once led by the famous divine sword Bartle. This house had been a major force in the fallen Teutonia kingdom. When the Empire waged its unification war, Bartle perished, and House Orhart was destroyed. Helmet's sudden change in expression hinted at painful memories tied to the fallen house. Dale and Helmet entered the royal audience chamber with the Duke, sensing tension in the air. The meeting ahead promised to be difficult. Duke Saxon, seated on his throne, greeted Dale and praised his discipline. His tone remained formal as he acknowledged the young heir's training. With the guests now present, the Duke instructed Dale to receive them respectfully. The responsibility of representing the house now rested on the boy's shoulders. Two figures approached swiftly: Vanessa Orhart and her elder escort. Their arrival without guards or ceremony was quietly impressive. Vanessa stepped forward confidently and introduced herself with dignity, expressing honor in greeting Duke Saxon. Duke Saxon calmly replied with a formal welcome. As the two houses faced each other, the tension of old histories and uncertain alliances filled the hall. The Orhart patriarch introduced his daughter, Charlotte Orhart. Her fierce expression contrasted with the calm tone of her introduction. Surprising the others in the hall, Charlotte responded coldly, addressing her mother but without warmth. Dale was taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning behind her distant tone and intense glare. Suddenly, Charlotte questioned her father, demanding to know why he bowed before the Saxons. Her defiance caused an immediate stir in the court, with tension rising. Duke Saxon responded sternly to Charlotte's outburst, clearly displeased by her attitude. He emphasized the hardship her family had endured to reach this moment of peace. To ease the situation, Dale was asked to escort Lady Charlotte around the castle. He agreed politely, hoping to calm the uncomfortable mood. As Dale reached out his hand to guide her, Charlotte refused sharply, her face twisted with anger and pain. She warned him not to come closer. Charlotte lashed out with sudden force, yelling not to touch her. Her aggressive response shocked Dale and caused a disturbance in the audience hall. Dale stepped back, confused by her emotional outburst. The tension visibly affected everyone, from the nobles to Duke Saxon, who observed silently. Charlotte's gaze was intense, yet her inner conflict was clear. She turned and stormed out of the hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The Orhart patriarch called after his daughter, urging her to apologize. His voice carried both urgency and embarrassment. But Charlotte didn't stop. Dale looked on in confusion while her father scolded her for her actions. Still, Charlotte walked away in frustration, ignoring all calls to return. The Orharts were left to explain her behavior. Her father asked for forgiveness from the Saxons, expressing that her emotions had become unstable recently. Duchess Saxon asked for clarification. The Orharts revealed that a new overseer, Count Brandenburg, had recently taken control of their lands. Count Brandenburg, a feared imperial enforcer known as the Red King, was infamous across the empire for his cruelty and strength. His reputation as the empire's holy knight made him a terrifying presence. The weight of his authority had clearly affected Charlotte and her family deeply. The Orhart patriarch revealed the horrifying reason behind Charlotte's trauma. Count Brandenburg, now stationed in their lands, was rumored to seek strong heirs by violating any talented swordsman or woman. Charlotte had narrowly escaped his grasp. Though safe for now, the mental scars were deep, and the weight of fear remained. Her father's voice trembled as he recounted how powerless he felt to stop it. Acknowledging his weakness as a fallen noble, he pleaded with House Saxon to accept Charlotte as a maid. It was a desperate attempt to protect her from ever being near that man again. Charlotte found herself at the training grounds. Her steps were quick and filled with frustration. Dale watched from a distance, unsure of her intentions. She ignored his concern and headed straight for the combat area. When Dale asked where she was going, she answered coldly that she didn't care. Dale noticed her hand, likely still hurting from earlier. When he asked if it was all right, Charlotte dismissed the question. Dale could only watch, silently wondering what pain still troubled her. Without warning, Charlotte charged forward, her sword cutting through the air. Her sudden movement caught Dale off guard. She stopped in front of him and demanded a duel. Her tone was firm, leaving no space for argument. The urge to fight wasn't born of rivalry but emotional release. As she formally challenged him to draw his sword, Dale stood confused. A nervous smile appeared on his face as he realized she wasn't asking, she was insisting. She was acting purely on impulse, not logic. In a snow-covered training field, a white-haired girl confronts the boy known across the empire for his power. She demands a duel, standing firm with her blade raised. The boy, calm and composed, refuses without giving a reason. He smirks faintly, showing no interest, even after hearing her mention the rumors about his legendary feat of saving a knight by slaying 1,000 orcs alone. Memories flash back of that fierce battle as he cut through the enemy. Protecting a helpless knight, the scene earned him silent respect. But he simply brushes off the praise with a modest expression. The girl declares she will defeat the undefeated prodigy of the dukedom. Her goal is to prove her strength to the world and surpass even the strongest. She vows to protect her house from a looming threat, Count Brandenburg. Her tone reveals a personal mission tied to family pride. The boy instantly recognizes the name. His expression darkens as he recalls the traitorous knight who once stabbed him in the back under imperial command. He quietly admits they share the same enemy. While she might make a good ally, he decides she needs to understand her limits first. With swift steps, he approaches the training ground, blade drawn. The girl watches in confusion, unaware of his intent to test her resolve with sharp clarity. He declares she is still a child, unfit for war. His stance becomes serious as he prepares to face her fully. She answers fiercely, already committed to fighting. Her grip tightens and her energy begins to rise, glowing with focused power. She lunges forward, sword arcing in a trail of bright energy. Their blades clash violently as he counters without hesitation. The duel intensifies. Her relentless assault creates shockwaves in the snow as their skills collide with equal force. Blades strike rapidly. The girl parries and retaliates with clean, fluid movements. Her form shows trained precision. The boy notices her aura usage, though faint. It's there. She pushes her limits to match his pace. She channels aura like a seasoned knight, surpassing ordinary human boundaries. Their duel becomes more than a test. It's a clash between futures destined to fight the same enemy. Iris, eyes glowing with determination, leaps into the air and unleashes a powerful slash from above. Her blade cuts through the wind, enhanced by visible aura. With sharp precision, she closes the distance, her attacks heavy and refined. Dale responds in time, deflecting the incoming force before it lands cleanly. Her strikes continue, faster and sharper. Dale observes silently. He now understands. She's not just emotional. She's a knight forged through purpose and pride. Iris smirks as their blades clash again. She believes she now holds the advantage, reading his movements with growing confidence. Memories surface. As a child, Iris was raised with her mother's tales of her father, the Divine Sword. Though she never met him, she inherited his mission. Bearing the duty of his legacy, she charges with renewed strength, shouting her identity, the daughter of the Divine Sword. But in the very next clash, her sword is thrown high into the sky. She stares in disbelief as it falls far from her reach. Her hands tremble. She questions her defeat, confused why all her effort isn't enough. Dale gives her the answer calmly. He tells her the truth. She's not her father. Her pride is admirable, but it isn't strength enough to protect her house from Count Brandenburg. Dale's words hit harder than any strike. Iris stares at him, shaken. He reveals how the Holy Sword's power remains 10 times greater than hers. Desperate, she asks what she must do. She remembers her training, how she never stopped even as her kingdom collapsed. Yet despite her relentless resolve, her blade continues to be stopped again and again by Dale, the boy who should be far beneath her legend. Iris rushes forward, pouring all her energy into a final assault. Her sword arcs through the air, screaming with raw aura, but Dale moves with ease. His footwork, his stance, they show no hesitation. He's not just fast, he's precise. With a calm but decisive motion, Dale parries her strike. The duel ends not in noise, but in undeniable difference. Experience versus pride. Charlotte, worn from defeat but not broken, asks Dale what more she must do. Dale, with calm resolve, draws his sword and offers his name and house in protection. He solemnly swears, as Dale of House Saxon, to shield House Orhart until Charlotte becomes strong enough to challenge Count Brandenburg herself. Moved by the gesture, Charlotte quietly asks why. Dale answers simply because her sword has value. Charlotte is hesitant but touched. Dale requests one thing in return, that she become a sword for House Saxon. Tears forming in her eyes, Charlotte agrees. She kneels, lifting her blade in oath, and swears upon her honor as a knight thou young. Their promise is made with conviction. That day, it became more than just an agreement. It became a vow sealed by resolve. In the Duke's office, news of Charlotte's decision spreads. By her own request, she joins House Saxon as a retainer. The Duke is surprised by her acceptance. He questions what bond now exists between Dale and Charlotte. Dale answers clearly he vowed to protect her, not out of pity, but by the name and honor of House Saxon. The Duke presses further, warning against invoking their name recklessly. Dale stands firm and calls Charlotte the Divine Sword's heir. He speaks with conviction, recognizing her potential. To him, their oath is not about nobility, but survival forged to create a new divine sword for their duchy. The Duke is satisfied as Dale watches his father closely. He quietly notes the victory. Charlotte Orhart now stands with them. With Charlotte under their roof, Dale knows they've struck a blow against Brandenburg. Her lineage gives them strength and hope. Meanwhile, far away in Malberg, the capital of Old Teutonia, Brandenburg receives the news with rage. Furious, he smashes the table beneath him. His anger confirms one truth: House Saxon has made its first real move in the coming war. In a grand chamber, Count Brandenburg erupts in rage after learning that House Saxon acted before him. His voice echoes as he slams the desk in frustration. He scolds his subordinates for their failure. Enraged, they couldn't capture a single girl. Their excuse that assassins were killed en route only fuels his fury. They suspect Charlotte Orhart eliminated the attackers herself. Brandenburg, now furious, clenches his fist, realizing her strength is growing beyond expectation. As anger simmers, Brandenburg recalls his past glory with a sinister grin. His memories are filled with bloodshed and dominance. He looks down at the holy sword Durandal resting in his grasp, reminiscing about victories it delivered to him during battle. With twisted affection, he addresses the blade. To him, Durandal is both a weapon and companion for reclaiming power and crushing House Saxon. Driven by obsession, Brandenburg speaks to his deceased fiancée's portrait, vowing to create the perfect heir in her honor. He commands his men to hire the Thieves' Guild and dispatch forces into Duke Saxon's territory with no budget limit. His final order is chilling. He wants Charlotte Orhart captured alive, no matter the cost, revealing a dangerous fixation on controlling her future.
7 days had passed since Charlotte pledged loyalty to the ducal house. The grand corridors of the estate no longer seemed unfamiliar. Her routine now started before sunrise. Adapting to her role, she endured strict maid training. Her once soft hands became firm through constant practice and discipline. Along with her responsibilities came sparring with Dale. The young successor, sword training turned habitual, their blades colliding beneath the cold winter glow. At their instructor's signal, the match commenced. Dale moved first, his posture composed and deliberate. Charlotte answered his approach with accuracy, the clash of steel ringing crisply throughout the courtyard. Their actions blurred as each strike met another counter, neither giving ground as the intensity heightened. The instructor watched silently, a hint of astonishment appearing in his gaze at their intensity. He wondered if they were truly children. Their speed resembled that of trained knights. Though still unrefined, their instincts and concentration revealed maturity beyond their age. Dale's abrupt change caught Charlotte unprepared. His sword sliced through the air with precise strength. She responded swiftly, deflecting the strike while repositioning her stance. The instructor stepped in, commending their exchange and noting Charlotte's remarkable improvement. However, Charlotte sought no praise. Her eyes sharpened as she questioned what she still lacked. The instructor clarified that a rapier's essence was rooted not in thrusting, but in movement. As she recalled Dale's earlier steps, realization struck: precision stemmed from balance and mastery from control. Helmut's firm voice allowed no argument. Charlotte's fundamentals required complete reconstruction. Though surprised, she listened as he highlighted her unstable footing and flawed stance. Resolute, she accepted the criticism, promising to refine her skills under his strict instruction. Time moved forward as Dale focused on advanced mana training with another mentor. Creating mana circles demanded intense focus and years of dedication. Still, Dale's advancement was exceptional. His control already matched experienced mages. Testing new techniques, Dale aimed to improve his ice bullet spell. He strengthened its internal structure and extended a larger channel to boost speed. The outcome was a formidable armor-piercing ice bullet. Destroying its target with accuracy, his instructor observed with amazement, recognizing her student's rapid development. Dale attributed his progress to her teaching, though she knew his power stemmed from determination. From the battlefield to Charlotte's sparring, his actions always aligned with purpose. Despite his calm nature, his mentor's warmth occasionally caught him unprepared. Her praise carried affection and a sudden embrace that left him momentarily stunned. As morning light spread across the yard, Dale quietly reflected her trust, both surprised and motivated him. As daylight settled, Dale thought about his mentor's unexpected embrace, uncertain of its meaning. He quickly set it aside, reminding himself that his training remained the priority. Gathering mana, he commanded the air ice surged outward, forming a solid barrier under his control. With steady breathing, he prepared another spell. His magic circle shining brighter than before, the ice bullet expanded, transforming into a larger, high-pressure form filled with intense energy. Upon release, the projectile pierced the frozen barrier, scattering fragments like glittering shards. The echo of the impact faded into the forest stillness as footsteps approached from behind. Charlotte emerged, intrigued by the glow that had lit up the sky. Dale turned, surprised to see her there, both realizing they had been training separately in secret. Charlotte admitted her earlier harshness and lowered her head in apology. Dale accepted without hesitation, his usual calm softening into a faint smile. Their misunderstanding dissolved, replaced with mutual respect and quiet companionship. They walked beneath snow-covered branches, their breaths forming gentle clouds in the cold air. Dale spoke about finding comfort in the crisp atmosphere and steady practice rhythm. Charlotte listened, smiling softly, realizing that for the first time,
their paths aligned with the same purpose. Beneath the shelter of an ancient winter tree, Dale and Charlotte stood side by side. Snow drifted softly around them, marking the gentle flow of passing time. From a manor window, their parents observed quietly, speaking in low voices about the years gone by and the connection gradually forming between their children. Sharing knowing smiles, the mother resolved it was her role to guide her son toward his fate, even if affection was not meant to be part of it. Days afterward, near the borders of the duchy, Dale's mother distributed food and medicine to the needy. Her kindness extended even into the bleakest places. Dale and Charlotte assisted her, handing out supplies to the impoverished, discovering humility through both gratitude and hardship. A young child rushed toward them, gasping with fear, calling for help as danger approached. The boy begged desperately, explaining his mother was in danger, pushing Dale to act immediately. He sprinted through tight alleyways, his senses heightened by unease. Doubt quickly became certainty. Someone was behind this disturbance. Dale noticed figures hidden in darkness, members of the Thieves' Guild. They surrounded Charlotte, revealing she was their real objective while pretending to disregard him. Dale stepped ahead, his gaze unwavering, refusing to leave her behind. The leader issued threats. Displaying a blade with a vicious smile, Dale spoke firmly, declaring his promise to safeguard the daughter of Orhart. The criminals laughed, ridiculing his noble resolve, unaware they had provoked the duchy's rising prodigy. Encircled by foes, Dale positioned himself before Charlotte as the leader taunted them. The atmosphere tightened, sharp as an unsheathed weapon. Despite Charlotte's concern, Dale comforted her calmly, his eyes reflecting confidence. He had anticipated the chance to test his abilities in real battle. The enemies advanced, unaware they had already entered the effective range of Dale's experimental spell. A violent surge of energy erupted, spiraling outward. The thieves stumbled as dark winds wrapped around them. Dale concentrated, controlling his elemental aura precisely. Panic spread among the enemies as they realized his power was far from ordinary. The leader shouted commands, but Dale's composed expression showed mastery over an invisible, lethal force. Darkness warped along the ground, forming spectral blades that struck with frightening speed. His technique, shadow creation, brought forth shadow entities that attacked independently, trapping the thieves in suffering. Cries rang out as the summoned shadows overwhelmed them, leaving fear in their wake. The conjured being towered above them, craving life force. Its empty gaze locked onto the remaining enemies. The gang leader shouted desperate orders, but his men hesitated, trapped between terror and disbelief. Amid the confusion, Dale adjusted his stance, knowing hesitation could prove deadly. The leader's aura flared emerald, channeling destructive power through his weapons. Certain of victory, he executed his dual-blade technique, convinced no defense could withstand it. Dale responded with double barrel, combining shadow and force. 2 blasts of dark energy fired forward, shattering the incoming attack. The fight escalated as the enemy released another surge, forcing Dale to react with precision. He gathered mana into his weapon, forming a spell beneath him before unleashing a decisive strike. The attack broke through the leader's defense, sending him stumbling backward as Charlotte watched in stunned silence. The injured man stood once more, driven by rage and desperation. Though his body shook from the damage, Dale watched calmly, realizing the man's aura shield had prolonged his endurance. As the enemy lunged, shadows erupted again, consuming him before he could deliver another strike. The summoned entity raged uncontrollably, its hunger intensifying as the last foes were defeated. Dale turned towards Charlotte, ensuring her safety while restraining the creature with his magic. They stood together among the fallen, their bond strengthened through survival and trust. One surviving thief pleaded for mercy, offering information in exchange for his life. Dale listened briefly, then rejected the plea with firm resolve, ending the conflict without hesitation. As silence returned to the alleyway, his expression remained composed, another lesson learned in the unforgiving world of power and nobility. Dale and Charlotte move along a rain-drenched street, their uniforms bearing the Saxon emblem. Around them remain traces of battle-fallen warriors and quiet reminders of overwhelming force. Charlotte pauses, her gaze lingering on the aftermath. Dale continues forward, composed yet weighed down by responsibility. As they stand before the fallen, Dale explains this is the real face of House Saxon, feared widely, yet powerful enough to defend those who stand with it. Charlotte confesses her fear, gripping her pendant tightly, though her shaking gradually subsides. She remembers how Dale once risked everything to protect her, and gratitude begins to replace fear. Lowering herself before him, she forms a silent promise. If his house becomes her shield, she will one day become the blade that fights for him. Her resolve becomes clear, she expresses. Thanks to Dale for helping her understand what lies ahead. Dale observes quietly, seeing strength where uncertainty once existed. The narration reveals part of Dale's motive for accepting Charlotte, guilt tied to a comrade lost long ago. Memories return of that fallen knight, Bardal, whose death still weighs heavily on Dale. Charlotte's decision to become his blade reflects that lost devotion. Their clasped hands represent a connection that carries deeper meaning than Dale yet understands. Elsewhere, within Count Brandenburg's estate, the Count strikes his desk in anger over a summons. He reads the message requiring him to appear before the Saxon Duchy to answer for previous actions. The Noir Duke's order signals judgment one that will soon draw both Dale and Charlotte into the approaching conflict. Inside his shadowed study, Count Brandenburg studies the Duke's summons, its seal weighing heavily upon his thoughts. He realizes that even his status as the Holy Swordsman cannot excuse him from the Duke's authority. Days afterward, he reaches the Saxon ducal castle, welcomed by cold stares and imposing silence. The Duke greets him from his throne, his presence enforcing quiet throughout the chamber. The Count bows rigidly, sensing the tension as murmurs spread among the nobles. The Duke addresses recent turmoil, the abduction incident that shook the Empire, linked back to the Count's territory. The Count lifts his golden blade, defiance burning, as he declares his innocence. The Duke answers with dark energy, shadow power spreading across the hall. The Count's stance weakens as the overwhelming force surrounds him, shaking even nearby knights. Cries resound as dark flames engulf the guards, the Duke's power crushing all resistance. The Count watches in shock as even St. Maclean's knights fall without resistance. The Duke's spell, Tempest of Nile, unleashes pure devastation, darkening the air with its presence. The Count drops to his knees, trembling, his sword slipping away as the Duke's voice pierces the silence. The Duke issues a cold warning: one more mistake will bring no mercy. As the Count lowers his head in defeat, he understands the Duke's authority now surpasses all. Both in power and fear, the Duke's aura forces the Count to kneel, his pride breaking under immense pressure. From the throne, the Duke speaks of peace yet warns that any harm toward his children will be met with destruction. The Count bows his head, trembling as he vows obedience, knowing his life now depends on the Duke's will. The Duke's voice softens slightly, offering rest after the confrontation. The Count declines respectfully, stating urgent matters require his return. With a faint smile, the Duke permits his departure, hiding distrust behind polite words. The narration reveals the Duke's display of power was intentional, a warning to the Empire's loyal factions. Dale observes, realizing his father's actions will stir unrest among noble houses. This moment becomes the spark that will soon consume the Empire in conflict, born from pride and fear. In another chamber, news of the Duke's display spreads quickly. The Duke inspects the remains of those who attacked Dale, evidence of the boy's deadly strength. His companion, astonished, realizes Dale's abilities surpass normal human limits. The bodies remain shattered, proof of a ruthless battle. The elf instructor, Sophia, begins questioning her own teachings after witnessing Dale's harsh power. The Duke praises Dale's potential and offers Sophia the role of chief advisor, tying her future to his rise. The Duke formally invites Sophia not only as teacher but as part of House Saxon itself. He explains Dale's reliance on her, urging her to guide his strength with discipline and balance. Accepting the responsibility, Sophia vows to understand Dale's perspective, realizing shaping his mind is as important as refining his power. Time moves forward, and Dale's 10th birthday celebration fills the grand hall with nobles and envoys. Unlike earlier years, imperial representatives attend, their presence signaling growing political interest in the Saxon heir. Among them stands Marquis Uris, his smile sharp with intent, showing that Dale's rising reputation has drawn the Empire's attention. A magnificent feast takes place deep within the northern lands arranged by House Saxon. Visitors admire the extravagant spread of food decor and sophistication rarely seen so distant from the imperial capital. Aristocrats raise glasses, applauding the grace of the residents. Their remarks show amazement that such luxury thrives within this distant duchy. It is a calculated assembly, not merely entertainment. Young Dale watches quietly. He perceives the burden hidden beneath noble laughter. This is not simple enjoyment. It is strategy cloaked in splendor. The imperial faction's attendance at the feast is deliberate. Dale observes their entrance as a silent warning, not simple etiquette. They bring intent from the Emperor's court, a caution against any defiant aspirations regarding succession. Before Dale stands the envoy Marquis Uris, a formidable and perilous noble tied to the Red Tower. Marquis Uris addresses Dale, his tone courteous, yet his presence exudes overwhelming pressure. He presents himself with formal precision. Dale identifies him instantly Lord Crimson. Leader of the Red Tower, the man represents fire, discipline, and relentless ambition. Dale remembers disturbing visions of arcane trials. In his youth, he had been among their experimental subjects. Uris speaks further with veiled superiority, labeling Dale the gifted heir of House Saxon. He mentions Dale's accomplishments, whispers of him alone defeating orcs to defend his family's soldiers. With a self-satisfied parting, Uris departs, leaving Dale uneasy yet outwardly calm. Afterward, Dale strolls through a silent garden, pondering the emptiness of the celebration. Occasions like these have always seemed hollow. He longs to be near Charlotte, a servant he secretly cherishes, though outwardly she belongs in service elsewhere. Understanding the risk of being noticed with her, he turns aside only to hear a sharp cry shatter the night. Dale rushes toward the sound of distress. Within the garden, a red-haired noble grips a frightened Mage Charlotte. He mocks her pleas, ignoring her claim of serving House Saxon. The aggressor tightens his hold, declaring a mere maid cannot claim the Duke's protection. His expression is vicious as he disregards her struggle. Dale arrives just in time to see the assault. His pulse quickens, anger surging as Charlotte is held helpless beneath the man. Drawing a weapon, the attacker threatens her further, using the ongoing celebration as a shield for his actions. He defends his behavior with warped reasoning, believing such acts acceptable during festivities. Dale intervenes, voice steady and eyes cold, stopping the attack with firm authority. Charlotte breathes out his name, recognizing her savior. The attacker falters, caught off guard. Pretending courtesy, he attempts to regain composure, questioning Dale's presence. Dale answers calmly yet firmly, challenging the man's authority and intentions. The assailant, Petro, provokes Dale, doubting his strength and readiness to interfere. He ridicules Dale's naivety, offering to teach him through cruel implication. Dale remains composed, beginning to weave magic energy gathering at his hands. He assures Charlotte of her safety. Dale considers quietly most nobles assume those beneath them will never resist. He unleashes a forceful spell, sending Petro crashing away from Charlotte standing firm. Dale states his position plainly. He refuses to submit to anyone who endangers what he defends. Though knocked aside, Petro burns with fury. His rage deepens as he understands the consequences of challenging a direct noble successor like Dale. Yet refusing to concede, Petro insists on submission from Dale, expecting the youthful aristocrat to bow down. Dale remains resolute. He commands Petro to kneel and apologize to the servant, Miss Eve, leaving no space for refusal. Petro attempts to reclaim authority, arguing Eve stands beneath their rank. Dale calmly repeats her worth as part of House Saxon. Petro seethes inwardly, offended by Dale's resistance. He proclaims his role as an envoy of the Emperor himself. Dale responds immediately, asking whether the Emperor supports mistreatment of women serving noble families, redirecting the burden of fault back onto Petro. Dale issues one last warning. Now attracting attention from nobles nearby, he orders Petro once more to kneel. The onlookers whisper. Marquis Uris observes, entertained, fascinated by the rising tension. A senior noble asks for clarification. Dale recounts Petro's attack on House Saxon's maid without pause. Another aristocrat accuses Dale of insolence, yet Dale remains unwavering. He still has not permitted Petro to stand. Dale reminds them that imperial representatives are meant to uphold the crown, not bring dishonor upon it. He highlights Petro's actions as disgraceful, insisting they damage the very reputation they were assigned to preserve. Dale proclaims Petro's behavior intolerable. His tone remains steady, and all attention is now fixed upon him. Uris laughs softly, easing the strain, praising Dale's wit and recognizing the accuracy of his statements. He addresses Petro directly, declaring that one chosen by the Emperor must never lower himself so disgracefully. Marquis Uris conjures flames within his palm, his face composed yet lethal as he prepares to discipline the culprit. Petro trembles in terror, scrambling backward desperately, while Uris advances without pause. Uris releases his spell, pronouncing Petro unworthy. The man cries out, pleading for mercy as flames swallow the area. The fire devours Petro brutally, his screams resounding while the nobles remain silent observers. Uris applauds Dale's bravery, asserting that removing corruption preserves the Empire's honor. He commends Dale's promising future and departs with a final comment, while Dale stands steady and resolute. Once the imperial incident faded, quiet settled over House Saxon. The Emperor's envoys departed, leaving lingering strain hidden beneath an appearance of calm. Inside the estate, morning light spread across marble corridors, marking a return to delicate tranquility. Within his room, young Dale slowly awoke at his maid's soft summons, the remnants of yesterday's turmoil still lightly weighing on his thoughts. Eve, the maid, wondered if he wished to speak. Her voice wavered between obligation and worry. Dale expressed gratitude, concealing the discomfort swirling beneath his composed demeanor. He noticed her hesitation yet remained silent. Recollections from two lives merged within him. Thankfulness felt unfamiliar, something distant to the man who had once fallen in war. Now reborn as Saxon's successor, Dale decided to make his second life meaningful. He swore to wield his strength and insight to erode the empire that had betrayed him. If his efforts could accelerate its downfall, he would act without doubt. In his father's office, Duke Saxon observed Dale's increasing calmness. The Duke's remarks challenged his son's newfound determination, questioning his unexpected awareness. Dale held his father's stare, cautious yet unwavering, protecting the secret of his reincarnation. His thoughts wandered to his former existence, the Empire's betrayal of its champion. He recalled their fear, their brutality, and the cost House Saxon endured for its loyalty. Resolute, Dale pledged that while darkness persisted within Imperial lands, he would not rest until vengeance was achieved. Whispers spread across the Empire, labeling House Saxon as the Clan of Darkness. The Duke described how fear transformed allies into accusers, distorting loyalty into doubt. Dale calmly concluded that, like the Forsaken hero, their house too would be eliminated as an internal danger. The Duke listened, astonished by his son's understanding of political manipulation. Dale explained his reasoning, suggesting the Empire relied on war and deceit to diminish competitors. Seeing wisdom beyond his years, the Duke questioned what path House Saxon should pursue next. Dale declared that peace with the Empire could not exist. His gaze blazed with determination as he uttered the forbidden idea to overthrow the Empire. The Duke's anger flared, yet beneath it lingered reluctant comprehension of his son's purpose. Dale clarified his plan, a strategy unfolding over 10 years. He described resistance factions emerging throughout the continent and the Empire's increasing instability. Even nobles had begun fearing the Crown's oppression as unrest spread across the land. Dale assured that, eventually, they would gain the strength needed to defend their territory. He suggested supporting resistance forces while secretly building alliances. As evening fell, father and son spoke of their shared destiny. The first ember of rebellion quietly ignited within House Saxon. Lauder eased the tension as the Duke commended his son's intelligence. Dale's perception impressed even his doubtful father. Recognizing his son's growth, the Duke proclaimed Dale no longer a child, but the true heir of House Saxon. The acknowledgement filled the space with solemn pride, the first genuine recognition between father and son. Dale met his father's eyes, his thoughts already focused on what lay ahead. He requested permission to prove himself through the Tower trial, a proposal that startled the Duke. The trial was no simple test. It examined one's magic, strength, and resolve where failure meant death. The Duke detailed the Tower trial's nature, a confrontation with guardians ranking mages by power. Only the most powerful could rise to become a Tower Master. Thou perilous, Dale stood firm, declaring he would soon reach the third circle and prove his ability. The Duke hesitated, aware that even prodigies required years to reach such levels. Yet Dale's resolve burned beyond logic. He aimed to demonstrate his worth to secure House Saxon's future. If successful, his triumph would strengthen both his and his father's position among all nobles. At last, the Duke agreed, impressed by his son's determination. He allowed Dale to undertake the Tower trial, placing faith in his judgment. Dale bowed respectfully, promising to return victorious, the rightful heir of House Saxon stepping toward destiny. Days later, Dale and his father arrived at the necropolis, the city of the dead where the Tower trial awaited. Massive gates slowly parted, revealing the ancient stronghold filled with dark legacy guards, and mages stood ready to greet them, marking the start of a long-anticipated challenge. Before the Noir Duke, attendants bowed deeply, acknowledging his formidable reputation. Beside him, Dale struggled to steady his breathing, fatigue catching up after days of preparation. Despite his exhaustion, he straightened himself, determined to face the trial that would shape his fate. The Duke of Saxon enters, drawing attention as murmurs spread among the crowd. Beside him walks his son Dale, the youthful heir known as a gifted magician. Onlookers whisper about Dale's abilities, uncertain if the fragile boy standing before them truly reflects the legend of an extraordinary genius. Among the audience, envy rises. A noble scoffs, ridiculing tales of Dale's sword skills, dismissing the stories of brilliance as exaggerated flattery. Velik, the Academy's leading graduate, proclaims his assured triumph in the upcoming Tower trial, receiving approval from those around him. The Duke and Dale advance toward the towering structure, the emblem of magical dominance within the Empire. At the gateway, they are welcomed by Eris, the composed and perceptive elder of the Tower, acting as the Duke's envoy in his absence. The Duke appoints Eris to assist Dale during the approaching trial, placing trust in her guidance over the boy's development. Dale acknowledges the decision with respect, stating his willingness to train under her direction. Eris escorts him inward, noting that 59 Academy graduates will join the same demanding examination. Within the vast arena, contestants gather beneath radiant sigils, the atmosphere dense with arcane energy. Eris addresses them, outlining the Tower trial's regulations and presenting herself as the supervisor. She begins detailing the system of the challenge, displaying a small enchanted pendant before the participants. Dale observes the pendant closely, listening as Eris explains the one-on-one elimination matches that determine progression. Each pendant contains a single protective spell and a life point, signifying victory or defeat when triggered. As the explanation concludes, Dale's eyes sharpen beneath his calm demeanor. A concealed strength awakens. The so-called Prodigy stands ready to validate his legend. As the trial commences, Competitors regard Dale with both envy and unease. His presence radiates faint power, the clear sign of a third circle mage at a remarkably young age. Quiet tactics spread among them. Some conclude that removing him early offers their best chance to endure. At Eris's signal, the arena bursts into turmoil. Magic circles ignite, and the long-awaited tower trial begins in earnest. Surges of violet energy crash across the chamber as mages unleash spells. Bursts of mana light up the battlefield. Dale advances steadily through the chaos, forming barriers and deflecting attacks with refined precision. A reckless opponent releases dark energy, yet Dale reacts instantly. The surge of his own force overwhelms the strike entirely. A towering shadow rises behind Dale, a spectral knight summoned through necromancy, swings a blade with immense power. Rivals hesitate, stunned by the flawless blend of summoning and elemental manipulation. A surge of water magic follows, freezing foes in place as their life points disappear from their pendants. The audience gasps. Dale's mastery of water and dark magic breaks known boundaries, marking him as a dual-element wielder. Those who doubted him now confront his summoned undead, trapped and defeated by relentless accuracy. His voice echoes through the chaos, claiming dominance as his undead forces stand triumphant. Our remaining fighter shouts, summoning ice armor to shield allies. Yet the defense fractures under Dale's relentless power. Cries of unfair play rise. Yet the rules clearly allow necromancy, and Dale's control remains within limits. With a concluding strike, silence falls. The Prodigy stands untouched, proving that skill and strength silence doubt more effectively than words. Eris observes intently as Dale's undead forces maintain formation, dark mana illuminating the arena. Velik, struggling to remain composed, orders his companions to break through the summoned army. The group advances, coordinating their attacks, attempting to overpower Dale with sheer numbers. Dale calmly watches the approaching mages, understanding that brute strength alone will not secure victory. He channels energy into his blade, merging dark mana with elemental force, creating a weapon that radiates lethal precision. With a single motion, he advances, slicing through enemies with a fluid strike that shatters both magic and defense. One adversary lunges with a sword, but Dale swiftly responds. Twisting to evade the strike, dark energy gathers in his hand, pulsing with deadly intent as he delivers a decisive blow. The foe collapses as the spell erupts, while Dale remains steady, eyes fixed on the next opponent. The crowd gasps as Dale's blade cuts through another undead soldier effortlessly. Spectators recognize the reality. His weapon is no ordinary blade, but enhanced through his own magical craft. The sword glimmers faintly, a mark of a mage who commands both creation and destruction. Dale continues his assault, dismantling the remaining undead with unwavering precision. His movements blur between blade and magic, each strike slicing through both light and darkness. As the final opponent falls, Velik watches in shock. The frail noble has defeated all challengers, standing alone beneath the fading glow of the tower trial. The battle continues as Dale's sword skills captivate the audience, his movements seamless and exact. One after another, opponents collapse, unable to rival his speed or control. The final challenger falters, shaking as Dale's eyes meet his. Fear overwhelms him, and surrender leaves his lips before another attack lands. Dale delivers the concluding strike, finishing the battle with unmatched composure. The arena grows silent as the outcome is announced. He stands alone, victorious, achieving the highest score. Lifting his blade slightly, Dale gazes forward with steady resolve, silently declaring that this victory is only the beginning of his ascent. The trial's second stage opened in eerie stillness. Before the single challenger stood a terrifying guardian of flesh golem, throbbing with power and fury. Previously, groups had united to conquer this challenge. Yet now only Dale stood. He had defeated all rivals before reaching this stage. As the beast charged, the boy lifted his hand calmly. The tower's limit on magic had vanished. Every form of sorcery now responded to him. The monster's roar resounded as Dale summoned violet energy, his form cloaked in dark magic. Although artifacts were banned, his natural strength surged past common boundaries. This stage became ideal to refine his next magic circle. The flesh golem advanced once more, but Dale countered with a focused blast, breaking its defense and pushing it backward. The creature faltered as shadows twisted from Dale's palms, energy warped violently. Shaping the spell he called Accelerated Decay. Spectators gasped, the boy's method controlled life force itself, unnatural yet exact. Rather than destroying the golem instantly, Dale corrupted it with spreading decay. He remembered strategies from his former life's battles, naming this method biochemical warfare. The corruption consumed the creature's body, leaving nothing but silence behind. Dale cleared the stage, achieving a record no one had ever matched. Elsewhere, other contestants prepared to recover from the earlier chaos, unaware of his rising strength. That evening, under the moon's glow, Dale stood alone by the fountain, calm, calculating, and prepared for the next stage. After the trial, Dale encountered Sophia, his mentor, who praised his achievement. Her composed words carried the authority of both teacher and mage. Dale modestly credited her lessons, earning a rare expression of pride from her. For once, the distance between them felt lighter. When he invited her to join him on a date, Sophia paused, caught between shock and disbelief. Dale eagerly mentioned a city festival, drawing her focus away from confusion. Though unsure, Sophia agreed, uncertain of his meaning yet intrigued by his sincerity. As they walked together, she realized he likely misunderstood what a date meant, yet his honesty softened her gaze. The streets filled with light and joy as fireworks illuminated the night sky. Dale stayed composed, insisting he felt no exhaustion after the intense trial. They wandered through the crowd in quiet companionship, watching the night unfold above beneath the moonlight. Sophia commented on its beauty. Dale quietly agreed, deepening the silence between them. The quiet was not uncomfortable, it carried warmth and familiarity, built from countless lessons and trust. Dale understood he felt at ease with her because she had always trusted him. In the days that followed, Dale trained to exceed his limits, reflecting on Sophia's guidance about confronting one's inner self. He pushed his mana beyond its natural limit, his body shaking from the pressure. As his power steadied, the third magic circle formed, marking the moment he truly grasped Sophia's teachings. 3 radiant circles, blue, violet, and red, appeared before Dale, each pulsing with uncontrolled mana. The strength of his third circle had reached its height. As energy surged, a dark shard appeared in his hand, its presence drawing him into an endless void. When his eyes opened, he stood within a frozen forest of light, his inner realm, silent and empty. Dale realized this space reflected his soul, a vacant world awaiting purpose. Within the frozen silence, visions of Sophia appeared, her voice guiding him toward understanding. He realized then that she was the light shaping his world, the anchor within his emptiness. Returning to that festival night, Dale's heart no longer wavered. Standing before Sophia, he confessed simply that he liked her. The words carried no fear or doubt. Sophia paused, surprised by the sudden honesty in his voice. Then, smiling gently, Sophia embraced him. The warmth of her magic aligned with his heartbeat. She confessed she felt the same, recognizing the bond that had formed between them. Beneath the moonlight, they shared a silent understanding before the dawn of the next trial. Days later, the 11th tier trial began. Dale entered the arena, composed yet alert. Opposite him stood Albert Rosenheim, an experienced third circle mage exuding confidence. Dale bowed respectfully, prepared to face the duel not as a boy seeking approval, but as a mage ready to prove his strength. The 11th trial started, allowing full use of artifacts and mage tactics. The arena glowed with arcane symbols as the duel unfolded. Dale stood firm, his mana steady and prepared. The life necklace's protection no longer applied. This was a real battle. With steady resolve, he focused his power, ready to demonstrate his mastery as Albert released his first dark spell. Albert fired several dark arrows, his confidence unshaken as violet energy filled the space. The assault descended in waves, cutting through the arena's glowing barriers. Dale watched the incoming magic without fear, ready to respond. His eyes narrowed, his hand raised, determined to counter with precision rather than panic. An experienced mage lifts a radiant orb, its violet energy trembling through the air as he prepares his final spell. The blast rips across the arena, dark light engulfing everything as the young fighter barely evades the strike. Smoke drifts upward from the ground, and within it stands Dale, eyes burning with focus, his posture firm despite the devastation. The noble audience murmurs quietly, stunned that a child continues to endure against a master-level sorcerer. The mage chants once more, conjuring skeletal warriors from violet flames. Creeping along the ground, Dale tightens his gaze. Steadying his breathing, the dead stand before him, yet his will refuses to break. Bolts of dark mana descend from above, forcing Dale to dash across the fractured surface. Each impact erupts behind him, rattling the arena as the mage pushes his assault. The spectators watch in silence, realizing the boy's movements are not random, they are calculated survival. The opponent releases another spell, death explosion, filling the battlefield with deadly violet energy. The surge crashes forward, consuming everything ahead, leaving the mage grinning in triumph. Yet, as the smoke fades, the figure he struck has vanished, only a faint distortion lingers. Perplexed, the mage searches the arena, his confidence beginning to falter. A voice suddenly echoes behind him, cold and sharp, questioning if exploiting a child brings him pride. He turns, eyes widening. The boy he believed defeated now stands unharmed, his power quietly rising. The arena grows still as the mage scans his surroundings, fear building when he cannot sense Dale anywhere. A chilling voice sounds from behind him, mocking his shaken composure. Shadows gather around Dale like drifting mist. As darkness spreads, Dale activates his skill wraith transformation, his aura becoming ghost-like and dense with lethal intent. The mage's magic surges uncontrollably, summoning chaotic spirits that howl with hunger. Dale smiles faintly and releases his wraith, a terrifying entity that lunges at its target. Cries resound as the creature consumes the mage's mana, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground. The boy observes quietly as his opponent collapses, completely drained of strength. He commands the wraith to withdraw, its form dissolving into dark vapor. As silence settles, the announcer proclaims Dale the winner of the opening round. Dale turns to the remaining challengers, asking who will face him next. One after another, they concede. Unwilling to share the same fate, the tower's battles end quickly, Dale claiming victory in every match without effort. Days pass as he refines his 3 magic circles, confronting powerful guardians at each level. Upon reaching the 20th floor, a new opponent appears, a towering knight clad in crimson armor. The headless knight, guardian of the upper tower, unsheathes his blade. Dale prepares himself, sensing a battle unlike any before. The Crimson Knight advances, declaring Dale unworthy of ascending further. Shadows swirl across the ground as the knight raises his weapon, his presence heavier than any prior foe. Dale steadies himself, his eyes glowing faint blue as his power gathers for the impending clash. The knight suddenly kneels, lowering his sword before Dale. The crowd gasps in shock. A cold stillness fills the arena as icy radiance surrounds both figures. The knight complies without hesitation, driving his own blade into his chest under Dale's command. The armored body falls with a hollow sound, lifeless yet strangely serene. Dale watches quietly, recognizing the knight's absolute loyalty even in death. He exhales softly, admitting inwardly that his strength may have exceeded expectations. The audience whispers in awe, realizing the boy has surpassed even the tower elders. Dale turns away, deciding his climb should end here. Though capable of advancing further, he knows the next stage conceals something beyond human understanding. Light fills the chamber as Dale leaves the tower, completing the final trial. Outside, nobles and mages bow in respect. The young prodigy has united the northern lands under his name. Standing beneath the bright sky, Dale looks upward, his journey far from finished but his legend firmly established. Snow covered the northern empire as warriors gathered beneath the Saxon banner. The battlefield expanded endlessly, filled with the clash of blades and cries of soldiers struggling to survive. At the front lines, a young knight surged ahead, dark armor reflecting beneath the winter sun. His actions were exact, refined beyond his age, and his eyes blazed with determination. With every blow, foes collapsed before him. His troops advanced with renewed strength, shouting his name and their house's legacy. Saxon's honor, shaped through his courage, the triumph was overwhelming. At merely 10 years old, Dale Saxon had commanded the extermination force against the Orc army. His leadership inspired both awe and disbelief. Despite his age, none challenged his authority. His strategies were impeccable, his determination untouched by the brutality of battle. He stood among defeated enemies, his sword stained with triumph, marking the emergence of a prodigy destined to unify the North within Saxon castle. The Duke examined the reports. 145 orcs defeated, a knight declared. As Dale stood quietly beside him, when asked about casualties, Dale reported only slight injuries. No magic had been employed, only planning and discipline. The Duke's expression softened slightly. The boy had depended not on magic, but on skill, a mark of true leadership. Recognition followed. Excellent work, Dale. The Duke praised, his voice composed yet proud. The chamber filled with approving nods. Dale credited his success to his mentor, Sir Helmut, who had taught him warfare and leadership beyond his years. Even experienced knights acknowledged his development to them. The boy was no longer a child but the heir of a revived legacy. Training resumed shortly afterward. Dale sparred intensely, his blade becoming quicker and sharper with each exchange. An attack came from his opponent, a swift motion, yet Dale deflected it, countering with precision and composed focus. Perspiration formed on his forehead as he steadied his weapon. Within those youthful eyes burned the resolve of a future duke, unbreakable, disciplined, and bound for greatness. On the practice field, Charlotte stood ready with her rapier, her emerald gaze fixed on Dale. Her posture was precise, her movements refined through endless training. Though she accepted his superiority, she pressed forward, determined to close the distance between them. Dale, calm and collected, responded with controlled precision. Despite her pride, Charlotte could not conceal her admiration for Dale's improvement. His progress was unmatched both as a mage and a swordsman. Dale encouraged her, his tone steady and supportive. He trusted her strength and reminded her of her progress. Charlotte blushed at his words, irritation blending with embarrassment. She disliked being seen as inferior, even when his praise was sincere. Yet deep within, she understood his recognition held meaning, proof that she too was growing stronger under his influence. Their sparring continued, laughter and rivalry mixing beneath the clear sky. Dale's calm demeanor contrasted with Charlotte's fiery nature. Their playful dispute about who was the child revealed their youth, yet also the maturity shaped by constant practice. As the sun climbed higher, Dale was summoned away. His mentor awaited the next lesson to refine his tactical thinking. Inside the study, Dale sat opposite Sir Helmet as the veteran knight instructed him on battlefield strategy. Maps and markers covered the table. They examined flanking tactics and cavalry assaults, envisioning troops moving like chess pieces across icy plains. Every lesson Helmet delivered etched itself into Dale's mind, shaping him into a future leader whose intellect rivaled seasoned commanders. Their discussion intensified as Helmet praised Dale's sharp reasoning. The young prodigy's understanding of strategy surpassed his years. Helmet then asked about Charlotte's improvement, sincerely impressed by her determination to match Dale's relentless growth. As the two trained nearby, teacher and student understood one truth: the next generation of Saxon would shine with unmatched brilliance. Charlotte's blade shimmered with green mana, her command of the sword already clear at her young age. Her movements carried the promise of a future knight. Dale watched her progress, noticing how her base resembled his own. Yet, he identified a weakness, a constraint connected to her path of cultivation. While mages develop mana through inner concentration, knights like Charlotte molded aura through constant discipline, forming systems through shared technique and resolve. Dale considered these ideas quietly. Each lesson felt like a step shaping him for something beyond. Charlotte's training grew harsher, her aura cutting through the air with sharp precision as she faced Dale once more. Their clash rang across the courtyard, a display of strength and intent between two prodigies driving each other toward mastery. Far beyond their practice, the black cavalry of the north surged across lands like thunder, emblems of Saxon's unstoppable strength. Helmet's elite force, the Knight Crown Knights, represented absolute power, overwhelming foes with crushing force. Charlotte's style, however, moved with elegance and speed, her attacks swift and exact, marking her as a promising swordswoman. Despite her talent, Helmet anticipated her ceiling. The famed first sword, her father's title, remained unattainable for her. The art of the Sword of Blossom, a refined yet lethal technique, had been lost to history, disappearing with the fall of the Night Kingdom. Only faint rumors of its grace and might remained, leaving those aware of it wondering if it might ever resurface. Dale reflected on the forgotten art, his gaze fixed upon the chessboard as Helmet's training became more demanding. Each day merged battle and study. Dale commanded troops in real conflicts while absorbing ancient strategies. His reputation spread across the north, a youthful commander whose intellect surpassed any blade, destined to exceed even the finest knights. The Duke received concerning news: a border dispute had arisen over a copper mine near Saxon territory. A nearby baron had submitted a claim, raising tensions into a territorial conflict that could not be overlooked. Though the Duke viewed the issue as trivial, refusal would portray Saxon as weak among rival nobles. Count Brandenburg's alliance with the baron intensified the provocation, turning the dispute into a calculated political move. They proposed deploying the Knight Order of St. Magdalene, demanding a portion of the mine's revenue. Dale understood the scheme's purpose: retaliation for past disgrace, and resolved to confront their challenge with equal resolve. Dale stood with assurance, having unraveled Count Brandenburg's scheme and clearly grasped the provocation. The Count exploited a calculated loophole to advance a concealed ambition. A memory surfaced showing the Count's enduring resentment, dating back to his disgrace at Duke Noir's hands. Still, he could not risk open confrontation, triggering war between noble houses. To avoid that danger, he stirred conflict across contested territory, hoping to lure the Saxon family into battle without direct accountability. Dale's recognition of this tactic showed his sharpening strategic mind. Dale volunteered to personally lead the knights into combat, eager to demonstrate his preparedness. He felt the burden of family duty and wished to respond decisively. Yet his father firmly denied the proposal. He stressed that battling humans differed greatly from hunting monsters. War required far more than raw power alone. Instead, the Duke chose to confront the issue himself. He assured Baron Greenbelt that the mines would remain under his protection. Though Dale accepted the decision, disappointment lingered in his gaze. He longed to contribute and validate his abilities. Frustrated, Dale reassured himself of his competence. He struggled to understand why his father withheld trust from him. A knight comforted Dale, encouraging him not to lose heart. Surely the Duke's actions were guided by deeper reasoning. To cheer him up, the knight revealed a surprise. He invited Dale to learn a strategic game that mirrored real combat. Dale grew curious as the game closely resembled chess. It appeared to replicate battlefield tactics and leadership choices. The knight explained that mastering this game could benefit Dale immensely. It would sharpen his thinking for genuine military situations. Eagerly, the knight proposed they play together and explore strategies in depth. But before beginning, Dale conceived an idea. He hurried off suddenly, leaving the knight puzzled. Dale intended to prove something important. Returning to his father, Dale suggested a wager. If he defeated the Duke in the game, he wished to earn permission to join the battle. Dale asserted confidently that warfare relied not only on strength but also on strategy. His aim was evident, proving readiness through intellect. The Duke stayed silent, attentively observing the boy's determination. Although an aide tried to step in, the Duke allowed the challenge uninterrupted. The Duke set a condition: victory in the match would grant Dale permission to enter the war. Dale agreed instantly. The Duke cautioned that defeat would end any talk of joining combat. Both fully understood the gravity of the agreement. The match commenced. The room grew tense as they competed in a silent yet intense environment. The knight observed in astonishment. Despite his youth, Dale made calculated moves, displaying composure beyond his years. After an extended match, Dale emerged victorious. His strategy surpassed the Duke's, even though the Duke played seriously. The knight praised Dale's effective use of positioning and resources. Amazed by the boy's dominant performance, having won 2 of 3 rounds, Dale looked toward his father, anticipating the promised reward. The Duke questioned where Dale had learned the game. Dale falsely claimed he had studied an old rulebook years before. Privately, Dale knew this explanation was untrue. Revealing reality would invite suspicion about his unusual insight. Keeping his promise, the Duke entrusted Dale with full command of the knights for the upcoming battle. The Duke reminded Dale of the weight he now bore. The family's reputation would hinge entirely upon the final result. He questioned Dale once more, asking if he could manage the responsibility completely by himself. With firm resolve, Dale confirmed his readiness, promising to demonstrate his worth through the approaching trial. The Duke granted his consent. He anticipated his son would display the strength he had developed and come back triumphant from the battlefield. At the same time, within House Brandenburg's fortress, whispers began circulating. News reached Count Brandenburg that House Saxon's heir would personally command forces in the conflict. The Count doubted the report's validity. His son seemed unconcerned, yet tried to assure him that there was nothing to worry about. Philip, the Count's eldest son, scornfully rejected the rumors. He ridiculed Dale, calling him merely a 10-year-old boy driven to prove himself. Philip requested approval to defeat Dale using their knights. He considered the task beneath his true skill. In reaction, Count Brandenburg slapped him harshly. He was enraged by his son's arrogance and failure to recognize Dale's true ability. Count Brandenburg erupted in anger. He reminded Philip that Dale was no ordinary child, but someone Philip would never surpass. With disdain, the Count labeled Philip inferior to the boy he insulted. His dissatisfaction with his son's weakness was unmistakable. Even so, he permitted Philip to command troops. Though his confidence was clearly limited, Philip accepted anxiously, still unsettled. The Count explained that Philip's position was only ceremonial. Real authority over the forces would belong to Sir Milvus, guaranteeing leadership remained in capable hands. Philip was shocked by this ruling. His father had removed his genuine authority. Sir Milvus guided Philip away, leaving the Count irritated. He longed to confront Saxon directly but felt restricted by his opponent's youth. Seething, Count Brandenburg recognized that the Duke had orchestrated everything brilliantly. He angrily cursed Duke Saxon's tactics aloud. Elsewhere, Dale enjoyed a proud moment with his knights, his confidence strengthened, encouraged by those supporting him. Within Baron Greenbelt's lands, calm briefly returned. Still, the movement of troops showed the conflict was not yet finished. Dale reached Baron Greenbelt's fortress, welcomed with full ceremonial respect by soldiers and retainers. Despite his youth, he carried himself with steady composure. Baron Greenbelt greeted him kindly, expressing gratitude for his arrival. Meanwhile, nearby knights quietly questioned Dale's age and physical strength. Despite their doubts, the Baron voiced confidence in Dale, stating his presence reassured the entire region. Dale responded with thanks, keeping a composed and professional attitude. Privately, the Baron felt uneasy. Assigning such duty to a 10-year-old seemed careless, even with skilled knights beside Dale. With a courteous smile, he invited Dale to a banquet. Yet Dale refused immediately, emphasizing that no time could be wasted. Taken aback, the Baron sought an explanation. Dale's serious tone suggested urgent concerns he refused to postpone. Suddenly, Dale unsheathed his sword and aimed it toward the Baron. Dale announced his intention to personally examine the troops. He wanted direct understanding of their present state. Calm yet firm, Dale posed a critical question among the soldiers. Who possessed the greatest strength? His command had truly begun. Baron Greenbelt is held at knife point, shaking under intense pressure. Dale, exuding authority despite his youth. His question is direct, but filled with an unspoken challenge. Dale coolly asks who the strongest man is among the knight's subordinates. He isn't looking for casual replies, he wants proof of power. One knight steps forward boldly and answers, "It's me, young master." Dale, unmoved, receives his claim with quiet focus around them. Tension rises. The red-haired knight arrogantly brags about his strength. He insists no one nearby is capable of defeating him. He turns to ridicule, belittling Dale by accusing him of depending on noble status. His tone drips with scorn, dismissing the boy as an unworthy fighter. With a patronizing stare, he vows to put Dale in his place. Dale stays silent yet attentive, his piercing gaze showing no fear, only readiness. Dale calmly lowers the blade that had previously threatened Baron Greenbelt. The observing knight is taken aback by Dale's calm composure and surprising confidence. He addresses those present, pointing out their skepticism about his strength. He steps forward alone, showing no hesitation even before armed knights. Dale admits their disbelief comes from his age, reminding them he was sent into battle without warning. He starts to prove that youth is no barrier to his ability. Dale voices his own doubts about the knight's skill, questioning their competence. He suggests settling matters not with words, but through a duel. With a sly smile, Dale points out the irony. The knight who claimed to be the strongest is clearly drunk, weakening his own credibility. Dale smirks, satisfied. He declares that the knight's behavior is enough proof. There's no need to challenge him. The red-haired knight reacts bitterly to the insult, his pride wounded. His anger rises as Dale questions his courage. Sword drawn, the knight accepts Dale's silent challenge. He rushes forward, determined to silence the young master's provocation. Their blades meet beneath the moonlight. Dale doesn't flinch. The knight hesitates mid-strike, startled by Dale's calm stance and overwhelming presence. Harbuck, the red-haired knight, declares his name with pride, swearing to uphold the honor of the Baron's sword. His voice trembles faintly. Dale, young yet steady, stares back calmly. His confident smirk shows that he does not see Harbuck as a threat, only a loud obstacle surrounded by watchers. Harbuck and Dale face off. The training field grows silent as tension builds. One is a seasoned knight, the other a 10-year-old prodigy. Harbuck mocks Dale, asking if he's heard of his renowned swordsmanship. He laughs loudly, projecting false bravado while preparing his stance. Dale replies without hesitation, acknowledging the knight's sword with feigned interest. Internally, he wonders where such confidence comes from in a man who seemed barely sober moments earlier. Harbuck, ignoring Dale's response, charges forward with full force. With sword raised, he shouts and begins the duel without restraint. The clash starts with Harbuck lunging forward. His strike is aggressive but lacks accuracy. The impact of his foot hitting the ground echoes across the field. Dale remains composed and sidesteps the attack. Their swords collide midair, a sudden burst of force flashing between them. The young boy counters smoothly, his sword infused with dark energy. A shadowy aura begins to swirl around him, contrasting Harbuck's brute force with eerie control. Harbuck roars and swings repeatedly. Despite the intensity, Dale blocks every strike effortlessly. His small frame slips through the assault, his expression unchanged. Dale's sword glows with energy, yet it shows no visible aura. Harbuck is confused. The boy's strength shouldn't be possible without it. Harbuck reflects briefly. He notes that only a few elite knights can wield aura blades, yet Dale seems to surpass their level effortlessly. Still clinging to pride, Harbuck tells himself he should give his best in return. He charges again, this time with greater focus. But Dale is already ahead of him. With dark energy surging, he summons a mysterious force that spreads like smoke from the ground beneath him. Harbuck stops in shock. The black tendrils twist around him, distorting space, confused and overwhelmed. He shouts, unsure what this ominous power even is. Harbuck is caught off guard by the black energy surging around him. It disrupts his senses and his confident expression fades into panic. He swings his sword wildly to push back the oppressive force, but it keeps closing in, surrounding him from all sides. Frustrated, Harbuck grits his teeth. He realizes Dale's assault shows no signs of stopping, and the magical interference from the artifact is clouding his ability to focus and counterattack properly. Dale calmly stands in place, deflecting Harbuck's desperate strikes with minimal effort. His left hand channels the artifact's power into a violet barrier. Watching the situation unfold, Dale quietly evaluates Harbuck's abilities. Despite all the noise and aggression, he decides that the knight's technique is lacking for someone of his rank. His eyes narrow faintly as something draws his focus mid-fight. His expression changes slightly. With one last surge of power, Harbuck is defeated. He falls to the ground in pain, groaning while clutching his side. Dale observes silently, his sword still prepared. The nearby soldiers hurry to Harbuck's side, calling his name in alarm. They are shocked that the proud knight was defeated so quickly. Dale blinks in surprise. He quietly questions whether Harbuck was truly beaten that easily or if it's some sort of staged act. Baron Greenbelt panics, raising his voice toward Dale. He accuses the boy of disabling a crucial knight just before an important battle, his face filled with concern. Dale listens without reaction, allowing the man to finish. His sword remains lowered and his composure stays steady, despite the Baron's scolding. With cold precision, Dale calls the Baron by name. His voice is sharp, a warning that Greenbelt may not fully understand the reality of his situation. Dale states that with such poor skills, Greenbelt's forces would only become a burden in the upcoming battle, not a support. He questions whether the Baron intended to hide behind the Saxon house and let them bear all the responsibility alone. The Baron stammers. In confusion, Dale stares at Harbuck, asking if this is truly the man they call their strongest. Harbuck lowers his head, ashamed and silent. Dale addresses the soldiers firmly. He reminds them that the Saxon house has always stood at the front as the shield for allied families. He shifts his gaze toward Harbuck and Baron Greenbelt, stating clearly that loyalty to the cause does not give them the right to ignore their duties. With strong conviction, Dale declares that until the next battle, the Knights of the Saxon Duchy will act as the blade protecting Greenbelt's men. Standing tall before the gathered troops, Dale gives them a choice. His voice is calm yet firm. He presents them with a clear path: either follow his command in the coming battles, or lose the land they claim to defend due to their inaction and weakness. Moved by his strength and presence, the knights begin to kneel, one after another, acknowledging his authority as a leader. Dale accepts their response, a united declaration of loyalty from the once uncertain knights. As the scene transitions into night, the view shifts to a noble estate beneath the moonlight, signaling a return to the political center of power. Inside, the Duke calmly reassures another that there is nothing to fear. His words reflect confidence in what has occurred. The Duke continues, explaining that Dale holds far greater potential than even they had expected. His expression is serious, yet hopeful. The Duke states that once Dale matures, he will witness things that even experienced nobles cannot understand. His belief in his future is unwavering. His gaze turns toward the balcony as he smiles faintly. The Duke already seems certain that Dale's role in the world will grow far beyond what anyone can foresee. Elsewhere, Dale sits alone in his room, struggling with doubt. He recalls the praise given to him and wonders if he truly lives up to it. His thoughts spiral. He calls himself a frog in a well, someone who lived blindly within a small world. Yet, as those thoughts fade, determination fills his eyes with a new goal forming in his heart. He decides to move forward. The next day rises bright over the castle grounds. Knights are already training hard beneath the clear sky, pushing their limits through harsh drills. Harbuck, soaked in sweat, struggles as he drags a massive boulder tied to his back. His breathing grows heavier with each step, his legs shaking from the strain. Eventually, he collapses from exhaustion, pleading for rest. But a commanding voice shouts that it's too early to stop. The training has only just started. Dale watches from a shaded throne, calmly observing the knights' hardship. He mocks their weakness, calling them unworthy of knighthood. As Harbuck groans, Dale dismisses his injury, ordering Baron Greenbelt to personally supervise all training from stamina to swordsmanship. Dale then instructs the Baron to begin peace negotiations with their enemies, not to surrender, but to uncover the enemy's battle timeline, a strategic move hidden within diplomacy. At the disputed border between two baronies, a large negotiation tent stood surrounded by alert guards. The atmosphere was strained, as both factions understood the importance of the outcome. Inside the tent, delegates from one side had already arrived. Among them was the young noble Dale, seated calmly beside his imposing knight escort. Dale understood the urgency, with enemy movements increasing. He calculated that they had only a few weeks before conflict escalated into full-scale war. The Knight Order of St. Magdalene was currently engaged in a cross-continental campaign. Dale knew their logistical issues made them prone to reckless, preemptive attacks, especially to capture supply-rich lands like theirs. Baron Parker, a rival noble, commanded elite knight forces that had yet to reveal their full strength. Intelligence suggested that his faction was seeking a chance to gain early advantage by launching surprise strikes. At that moment, Lord Philip, one of Baron Parker's commanders, entered the tent with his entourage. The negotiation was about to begin, but it was already clear this was more than diplomacy. Dale smirked faintly. He had anticipated these two. They were the usual front used by the opposing side to display dominance. Yet Dale saw through the FI immediately. Philip, armored and composed, stood confidently. However, Dale recognized him not as a strategist, but merely a figurehead placed to speak loudly while others pulled the strings. Behind Philip stood Sir Milas, a calm presence with calculating eyes. Dale instantly identified him as the real mind behind the operation, the one directing the true decisions behind the scenes. Dale greeted Philip with a calm expression, observing the arrogant smile that met him in return. Philip laughed dismissively, already underestimating his young opponent. Philip mocked the very idea of negotiation, implying that Dale's request came from fear rather than strategy. Unmoved by the mocking tone, Dale remained silent, watching Philip closely. His lack of response only heightened the tension, drawing attention to what and who truly mattered in the room. Philip continued, demanding to know Dale's reason for proposing negotiations. He clearly expected to dominate the room and control the discussion from the beginning. Dale calmly cut him off, clarifying that his question was not intended for Philip. The room shifted slightly. With sharp precision, Dale addressed Sir Milas directly, dismissing Philip as a puppet. He acknowledged Milas as the true commander and proper target of negotiation. Dale directly addressed Sir Milvas, revealing his identity as the Pure Sword. A known holy swordsman, the revelation caused a clear reaction in both Milvas and Philip. Philip, confused and shaken, questioned Dale's words, unsure how the young noble knew such sensitive information. But Dale remained composed, pressing forward without hesitation. He explained his reasoning bluntly. No army would be entrusted to someone so incompetent unless their true commander was someone like Milvas. Milvas, attempting to steady the atmosphere, warned Philip not to be influenced. But Dale's words had already disturbed Philip, exposing cracks in their alliance's leadership structure. Dale's remarks weren't just speculation, they showed deep insight. He revealed the hidden contempt that Count Brandenburg, Philip's father, held for him, calling Philip a disgrace. That fact had been carefully concealed, known only to a few within their ranks. Milvas silently wondered how Dale, an outsider, had discovered such a humiliating truth. Enraged and humiliated, Milvas declared the negotiation finished. He stood abruptly, his pride too wounded to continue the discussion. Milvas supported Philip's departure, stating there was no longer any reason to stay. But Dale interrupted the moment with a sharp observation. He questioned why Milvas, a subordinate, was giving Philip orders and why Philip obeyed so quickly without resistance. Dale pointed out that Philip, by accepting commands from a lower-ranked man, appeared like a servant rather than a noble heir. He pushed further, mocking Philip's actions. According to Dale, the man who was meant to be the Count's heir was nothing more than a puppet on strings. Philip burned with anger, the insult striking deep. He repeated Dale's words in disbelief, his voice tight. Milvas, alarmed by Philip's response, tried to step in again. Dale remained seated calmly while Philip yelled in frustration. His composure only heightened the imbalance of power between them. With a steady tone, Dale said that even he was no longer certain who was truly in control. Was Philip simply acting under a holy swordsman's will? Or worse, Dale added, was he just a puppet controlled by Milvas? The accusation struck true. Philip looked ready to erupt, while Milvas desperately tried to hold him back. Dale's strategy had always been psychological warfare, breaking the enemy's structure by attacking their chain of command before the battle even started. With a smirk, Dale admitted that negotiations were never his true goal. His presence and words were designed to create confusion. Dale then ordered his knight Sir Bale to step outside. The knight acknowledged the order respectfully, leaving without hesitation, showing the level of trust and discipline under Dale's command. Dale suggested continuing the discussion privately. The tone had changed. This was no longer a public display but a direct confrontation between equals. Dale proposed that the two of them talk, not as representatives under ducal banners, but as the highest-ranking commanders personally responsible for the outcome of the conflict. Philip clenched his fist. The proposal challenged his pride but also appealed to his hidden need to prove himself, especially after being repeatedly undermined by his own men. In a sudden burst, Philip agreed. He shouted for Sir Milvas to leave the tent, using the moment to reassert his authority. Milvas tried to resist, clearly sensing a trap, but Philip insisted. He demanded obedience, claiming his rank as the highest commander and taking full responsibility for what followed. Cornered by his superior's demand, Milvas reluctantly agreed to leave. Though visibly uneasy, he had no choice but to step back and trust Philip's decision in that moment. With Milvas gone, Dale calmly thanked Philip for his cooperation. Despite his earlier manipulation, Dale's tone was respectful, reinforcing that the real game was just beginning. He reminded Philip that the meeting had always been presented as a negotiation. The return to diplomacy was subtle but strategic. Dale had created the chaos and now he offered order. Philip, now carrying the full burden, asked if Dale had anything meaningful to offer. Dale confidently confirmed, signaling he was about to present terms that could change the course of battle. Dale proposed an unexpected condition. If the Knight Order of St. Magdalena withdrew from the battlefield, House Saxon would fully support their retreat. It was a direct offer. No deception, just logistics and opportunity. By appealing to logic instead of pride, Dale reframed the war as a solvable issue of survival and supply. Philip, caught off guard, could only reply with a stunned what. His expression showed confusion, suggesting that Dale's strategy had completely thrown him off balance. Philip slammed the table, shouting in disbelief at Dale's proposal. He questioned whether Dale truly believed such terms qualified as negotiation, but Dale answered calmly, confirming his intent. He acknowledged the harshness of his earlier remarks and even offered a courteous apology. Without raising his voice, Dale outlined the consequences of rejecting the offer. He warned that the opposing army would be crushed, knights would be captured, and reputations would be destroyed, especially that of the famed holy swordsman. Dale pressed further, making it clear that this was Philip's last chance to withdraw with dignity. The threat was wrapped in diplomacy. Philip laughed bitterly, finally understanding what Sir Milvus had warned him about. Dale had planned the entire meeting as a trap. Philip accused Dale of mocking them from the beginning, his face twisted with anger. Meanwhile, Dale observed quietly. His hands folded in a gesture of control, offering no denial. Philip declared that the discussion was finished, calling it Dale's final chance. He stood up, signaling the end of talks, though his voice showed uncertainty. Yet even now, Dale remained calm. He asked whether Philip truly feared nothing, not even the disgrace he would face when their forces failed. Dale made it clear that the blame would not fall on Milvus, the real commander, but instead on Philip, the incompetent heir who had foolishly taken the spotlight for himself. Dale's smile sharpened as he predicted that Philip would be remembered not as a noble but as a failure. Still trying to regain control, Philip snapped back, insisting Dale wouldn't stay so confident for long. His threat lacked strength, empty compared to the storm of logic Dale had laid before him. Philip swore to prove his worth before everyone, but Dale responded with a sly smirk, urging him to hold onto that confidence, for it would soon break. The negotiations had fully collapsed. Dale had succeeded in destabilizing the enemy without even drawing a sword. Back at Greenbelt Barony, the opposing side began preparing. The tension from the failed meeting quickly turned into battlefield movements. Scouts reported the situation. The Knights of House Saxon, under Dale's leadership, had begun mobilizing. War was now unavoidable. Milvus reflected on Dale's sharp gaze and commanding presence. Despite being only 10 years old, Dale possessed the composure of a seasoned strategist. He realized that Dale was no ordinary child. He carried the weight of House Saxon and posed a real threat if allowed to grow further. Determined to stop Dale from reaching his full potential, Milvus gripped his sword and proposed a decisive action to eliminate the young commander before he could rise any higher. With Milvus leading the front, enemy knights launched their charge, confident they would crush the arrogant boy who had mocked them during negotiations. From the walls, Dale's forces watched the enemy's movement. Alerted to their advance, Dale remained composed, acknowledging the report with approval. Standing tall in full armor, Dale rallied his troops. With a shout to the sworders of House Saxon, he called them to battle, to shed blood in honor of their name. As turmoil exploded across the battlefield, armored warriors collided fiercely beneath an open sky. Weapons clanged loudly and shields shattered under immense pressure. The front lines were overrun by the unexpected assault. Troops cried out and staggered, failing to endure the sheer force of the attack. Blood spread across the ground as ranks collapsed. Sir Milvus commanded the 1st Cavalry Battalion. With a sharp order, he signaled the advance, his voice cutting through chaos as his steed charged straight into battle. Sir Milvus analyzed the battlefield tactics. He pinpointed the Night Crow Knight Order of House Saxon as the vital enemy unit that must be eliminated for victory. To prevent ambushes, Sir Milvus chose that Lord Philip would avoid the front line, instead remaining at the formation's core to maintain balance and control. Baron Hender's forces were directed to secure the left flank, intending to restrain the rival Greenbeard Knight Order. At the same time, Count Vendentrup's elites would attack from the right, weakening the Night Crow. Sir Milvus urged his mount forward, commanding his soldiers to exploit the moment for a final strike. His warriors answered with resolve, crashing into enemy lines. A knight attempted to halt the advance, shouting warnings of peril, but his voice vanished within the uproar. A young fighter responded, gripping a spear, charging boldly toward opponents. A devastating collision followed as the young knight pierced through an enemy soldier, knocking him down violently. Another opponent froze, realizing the overwhelming force approaching rapidly. The opposing commander attempted resistance, but their ranks began to falter. Dale, the youthful prince of House Saxon, suddenly appeared at the front line atop his horse. His presence inspired the weary troops with renewed courage. Recognizing Dale instantly, their spirits rose as he commanded them firmly to hold their ground. Under his guidance, the soldiers regained discipline and launched another assault. Shouting loyalty to House Saxon, they advanced forward with relentless determination. Sir Milvas observed the sudden counterattack, noting how enemy units reorganized under Dale's command. He acknowledged the daring nature of their tactic. Recognizing Dale's capability, Milvas saw him as a dangerous opponent. However, this outcome aligned with his intentions, as he had anticipated Dale's involvement. Smiling confidently, Sir Milvas led the Knight Order of St. Magdalene. His troops advanced again, invoking Count Brandenburg's name as they prepared for another fierce engagement. A commander shouted orders to block any enemy from reaching their lord. He commanded all forces to charge, activating every soldier for a massive retaliation. The ground trembled as troops rushed ahead. Their weapons collided against House Saxon's advancing army, forming a storm of steel and disorder. Sir Milvas commanded his cavalry again, proclaiming the battle would conclude with Dale's downfall. He urged his knights to honor their training and strike decisively. Sir Milvas leapt into the air, attacking with deadly accuracy. His actions were swift and merciless as he struck down foes during their advance. The ferocity of the assault persisted as he pushed onward, encountering minimal opposition. His confidence strengthened as he foresaw a swift and certain triumph. Suddenly, a dark figure dropped in front of him with incredible speed. The strike came fast and clean, catching Sir Milvas off guard and forcing him to respond. Milvas looked ahead, watching as enemy forces were scattered before him, but a strange feeling crept into his mind. Something didn't feel right. He noticed that the elite troops of the Night Crow Knight Order were retreating far too easily. Their resistance lacked the strength they were known for. Suspecting a hidden strategy, Milvas wondered why the Night Crow Knights were not showing their feared power, especially their control over battlefield momentum. A messenger rushed in, reporting chaos on the left wing. Baron Parker's forces were being overwhelmed and could not hold against the attack. Milvas was shocked to hear that the left wing was collapsing. The enemy had somehow turned the tide in that area without warning. To his surprise, the Greenbelt Knights were using aura techniques. The sudden use of aura-based attacks gave them a strong advantage. Lord Philip received confirmation that Saxon's aura knights had broken through Baron Parker's defensive line. Confused, Philip questioned how enemy aura knights had managed to reach that deep into their formation unnoticed. With pressure rising, Philip feared he would be blamed if the battle was lost. But a message from Sir Milvas arrived, telling him to merge the central and left cavalry. Lord Philip silenced his troops and redirected all rear cavalry toward him. He declared his plan to strike the right wing and kill Dale before collapse came. Before he could act, a soldier urgently reported that Dale was approaching with the entire rear cavalry, going against Philip's orders. Philip was furious. He had clearly ordered Dale to defend the left wing. Seeing his plan fall apart, he blamed Dale for disobedience and called him useless. Milvas reviewed the battlefield in his mind. His right wing was succeeding, pushing the enemy back while the left flank remained vulnerable. He believed reinforcing the left was the best move, but Dale had instead targeted the enemy commander without coordination. By ignoring orders, Dale created an uneven movement, putting the left wing at risk. Milvas realized that soon the center and left would be surrounded. One officer suggested retreat, but Milvas hesitated. Despite the danger, he still believed the battle could be turned around. He looked across the battlefield and saw Dale still pushing forward with firm resolve. Dale's presence showed that the battle was not yet lost. Milvas acknowledged Dale's strength. Even with little experience, Dale stood firm under pressure. Milvas raised his sword and called the 1st Cavalry Battalion. Milvas declared that only one path remained. His knights stood ready, waiting for orders. Their weapons already drawn, with swords raised, they pledged themselves in the name of Saint Magdalena. They called for divine protection, asking for blessing and strength. They offered prayers to the sister goddesses and waited for Milvas's command, united and ready to act together. Milvas's eyes shone with determination. His decision was final, and the chance to retreat had passed. He ordered a full assault to break through enemy lines and take the commander's head. The army answered his command. With cavalry charging behind him, Milvas led the charge at full speed, his knights racing across the battlefield with raised swords. Sir Milvas led his knights forward with fierce resolve, rallying them into combat. The unit, armored and equipped, followed him through the dust of the battlefield without hesitation. The soldiers moved in formation, their footsteps trembling the ground. Their expressions were grim, ready for the clash ahead, trusting Milvas to lead them to victory. In the distance, Dale stood atop a wooden platform, calm and unreadable, observing the approaching forces with measured eyes. The enemy was drawing near, and the confrontation was inevitable. Dale lifted his hand and began shaping a magic circle in the air. His composed expression contrasted sharply with the energy swirling around his fingertips, marking him as more than just a noble. Sir Milvas recognized the spell forming from afar and realized too late that this was no ordinary mage. Dale was ready for battle with precise magical intent. Without delay, Dale released a concentrated ice spell into the enemy's path. The swirling projectile cut through the air, freezing everything around it, and aimed directly at the advancing knights. Milvas watched in disbelief as the young noble prepared a second spell with even greater power. The realization that Dale had mastered multiple castings struck him heavily. Dale directed mana into the ground, focusing with unwavering control. The magic built quickly, forming a defense far beyond the ability of any ordinary mage. A massive wall of ice burst before the knights, stopping their momentum. Its jagged surface reflected the shocked expressions of the soldiers, who hadn't expected to be halted so suddenly. Milvas and his men stared at the frozen barrier that now blocked their path. The formation broke as hesitation spread, and the initial charge came to a stop. Taking the opportunity, Dale gave the command to attack. His voice rang out clearly, signaling the Black Dukedom forces to begin their counterstrike. Dale's soldiers surged forward from behind the ice wall. Armed and united, they charged with one purpose: to protect their young master from any threat. Chaos erupted as the two forces clashed. One of Dale's knights struck with overwhelming force, sending an enemy back with brutal accuracy. Sir Milvas, shielding his face, realized he had been outplayed. His earlier confidence had blinded him to Dale's true strength and strategy. With the front lines breaking and morale falling, Milvas admitted defeat within himself. His gamble had failed, and the enemy had taken full control of the field. Sir Milvas, angered by the ice barrier, charged forward alone. Determined to reach Dale, his blade crackled with energy as he pushed through the chaos. With power surging from his sword, he leaped into the air, hoping to strike through magic and steel alike. But his reckless jump left him exposed. Dale, calm and prepared, responded with precision. Their eyes met as the boy raised his hand, ready to stop the approaching threat himself. As the sun began to set, Dale and his troops stood victorious. Bodies covered the field, and the exhausted knights struggled to hold formation. Sir Milvas stared at the young noble, realizing he had greatly underestimated him. Dale's control over magic and the confidence behind his command left no room for doubt, surrounded by loyal knights. Dale reflected on the earlier battle. The arrogance of the enemy's plans had revealed their weakness. Misjudging a boy who commanded with purpose, Dale admitted that his choice to join this war came from his own will. Though young, his actions had reshaped the battlefield through strategy and foresight. News arrived that enemy lines had collapsed. Baron Gerbert was captured, and the left-wing commander was defeated. The trap had worked perfectly. Sir Milvas realized the entire assault had been a setup. Dale had lured them from the beginning, masking brilliance as innocence to draw them into his grasp. Dale addressed the remaining soldiers, declaring that those who surrendered could buy their lives with gold. It was a cold yet traditional offer of mercy. One knight, filled with pride, rejected the proposal outright. He would rather die than beg, even if the situation was hopeless. Unmoved, Dale prepared to deliver punishment. As soon as the enemy charged, he reacted with swift force, cutting them down without hesitation. Sir Milvas stood silent when asked about surrender. His hesitation spoke louder than any words could. His soldiers, confused, looked to him for direction. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees. Dale watched closely, reading the intent behind the act. It wasn't surrender. It was something else. Sir Milvas, defeated but proud, realized he had to survive. Not for himself, but to warn others. Dale was not just a prodigy, he was a threat to empires. Sir Milvas fell to his knees and ordered his remaining men to do the same. Facing defeat, he attempted to follow the imperial protocol for surrender. Dale observed in silence as Milvas recited the formal request for prisoner rights, a last effort to appeal to order amidst the chaos. Dale questioned Milvas' motives, noting how easily the commander knelt to save his life. But before pressing further, Milvas interrupted firmly. Trying to preserve his pride, Dale denied the plea for mercy. His tone turned cold, declaring no one present would leave the battlefield alive. The order to execute the prisoners shocked even Dale's own knights. His declaration defied imperial custom, where ransom and release were expected. Despite the shock, Dale's soldiers obeyed. His authority was absolute, and his convictions shook the battlefield with finality. The execution began. One by one, the knights of the opposing side were cut down swiftly by Dale's forces. Sir Milvas, consumed by rage, resisted, refusing to accept defeat. he shouted defiantly, rising in anger to confront Dale directly. But his final act of defiance was futile. He was quickly disarmed and forced to his knees, unable to match the strength before him. Dale approached Milvus quietly, his eyes sharp with old pain. He spoke the knight's name, forcing him to remember. Milvus stared blankly, unsure of what Dale meant, but Dale smiled darkly, reminding him of a night long ago of betrayal and death. Dale recalled the exact moment of his fall. Milvus had stood and watched as his master ended Dale's life with a blade from behind. Dale asked again, demanding to know if Milvus remembered. The knight's shocked face gave him the answer he needed. Shaking with fear, Milvus accused Dale of returning from the dead, calling him a monster revived by dark power. Dale confirmed it with a cold smile. He admitted that only now, after delivering justice, did he feel any trace of relief. The battlefield fell into turmoil as the frontline knights were eliminated one after another. A deadly strike broke through a soldier's armor, spreading panic throughout the formation. The Black Cavalry, fast and unyielding, ripped through the left flank, dispersing the remaining troops. Soldiers struggled desperately to regroup while facing constant and overwhelming pressure. Philip, stunned from an earlier strike, regained consciousness too late. The enemy had already crushed their right wing, and every elite knight, including Sir Milvus, had been defeated. Philip was troubled by the memory of a boy with dark eyes and a chilling smile. That vision, once forgotten, returned during the crisis, overtaking his concentration. Shaking himself back to awareness, he faced urgent demands from his subordinates for direction. Torn but resolute, he remained standing despite the inevitable defeat ahead. Gathering the remaining knights, Philip unsheathed his blade and declared a final stand. Even as their lines crumbled, he commanded them to continue fighting without retreat. Fearful voices nearby urged withdrawal, warning that resistance would achieve nothing. Philip rejected them, standing firmly by his decision as the highest-ranking officer. With fear evident in his gaze, he ordered a charge, leading what became a suicidal assault. Disorder followed, and he was soon separated from his soldiers. Understanding the battle was lost, Philip was consumed by regret. He mourned that his end would arrive not with dignity, but in terror and confusion. As evening fell, enemy troops encircled the captured survivors. Their presence marked the complete collapse of the Knight Order's resistance. Dale stood at the center of the opposing ranks. His subordinate confirmed that events had unfolded exactly as Dale had anticipated. Philip, now captured, struggled uselessly, forced onto his knees. His pride crumbled under Dale's quiet yet piercing remark about his refusal to surrender. Dale addressed Philip with cutting words, pointing out the contradiction between his claims of strength and his behavior throughout the battle. Philip, attempting to defend himself, argued that survival was his responsibility as commander. Dale, unmoved, dismissed that reasoning with calm certainty. Cornered, Philip shouted, turning his fear into defiance. He demanded a duel, placing the fate of the battlefield on a final desperate one. On one fight, despite protests from his aide, Dale accepted the challenge. Calm and steady, he allowed Sir Philip to grasp onto his last fragment of pride. Philip, determined to reverse his fate, agreed eagerly. He stepped forward with clear arrogance, convinced that the duel offered him a chance at redemption, seeing what he thought was an opening. Philip attacked instantly. His face twisted with desperate hope as he struck with all his strength. Philip smirked, confident in Dale's acceptance. He believed the duel would restore his honor through a quick and decisive victory. He rushed forward recklessly, underestimating Dale's preparedness. His blade descended, expecting no resistance in return. Yet Dale remained still. At the perfect moment, he deflected the force effortlessly. Philip's attack failed, and confusion replaced his confidence. Dale countered with exact and overwhelming strength. Philip, unprepared, fell in agony before the eyes of his remaining soldiers. Defeated and disgraced, Philip released his weapon. He begged for mercy, his pride entirely destroyed before the triumphant enemy. Dale watched without emotion. He understood that Philip had chosen survival over honor, and the once proud commander now pleaded in humiliation. As Dale returned home, horns echoed in celebration. The people gathered to greet the young victor with cheers and admiration. Reports spread about Dale's tactical genius. His scheme to surround and destroy the enemy had worked, overpowering even the seasoned knights of the Order. However, not every reaction was celebratory. Some questioned the price of victory, quietly expressing concern over the large number of casualties. In a distant place, a senior priest of the church observed Dale's rise with concern. He doubted whether divine guidance truly justified such widespread bloodshed. Although Dale currently turned his blade against foes, the priest worried that someday, that same blade might be directed toward allies without hesitation. Back within the palace, Dale's name was called. Unmoved by praise or doubt, he stood resolute, a boy who had already altered the outcome of a battlefield. Dale reunited with lies. the young girl who welcomed him with genuine happiness. Her eyes shone brightly as she rushed ahead, hugging him tightly. At that moment, Dale smiled warmly, a rare change from his battlefield composure. Their connection was clear as they shared a quiet and heartfelt reunion. Sir Helmet stepped forward to formally recognize Dale's first triumph. Dale answered with composed respect, never allowing pride to surface despite the acknowledgement. Upon entering the royal hall, Dale stood before the high nobles. With confidence, he prepared to deliver his report in full ceremonial manner. Standing before the ducal throne, Dale announced the successful completion of his campaign. His voice remained steady as he accepted full responsibility for the results. His father praised his command. Others present acknowledged that the youngest son of House Saxon had guided troops to victory with discipline and precision. Dale's mother greeted him warmly upon his return. Her soft expression revealed deep relief that her son had come back without injury. She told him to rest. Recognizing the burden of leadership, Dale, still holding Lisa's hand, responded with a rare and peaceful smile. He reflected silently, realizing months had passed since he last stood inside the castle. Surrounded by loved ones, he felt a sense of belonging once again far from Saxon. An injured officer delivered grim updates. The remaining members of the St. Magdalena Order had returned shattered and wounded. Only a single subordinate had survived. He reported that every commanding knight had fallen, including Sir Milvus, and Philip had been captured by the enemy. The envoy delivered a ransom demand issued by House Saxon. His voice trembled as he reported the complete defeat to his superior. Enraged, the noble commander scolded the returning troops. His fury erupted over the humiliating loss and what he saw as cowardice in their survival. Confronted with anger and threats of death, the survivor begged for forgiveness. Fear consumed him as he admitted his failure. The count ordered the deserters imprisoned in the dungeon. He refused ransom discussions, vowing to punish them instead of granting mercy. The war's aftermath sent shockwaves across the continent. Nobles reacted with fear and anger as news of defeat spread. The event became known as the Black and White Turning Point. Tales of Dale's ruthless battlefield choices, showing no mercy to enemy soldiers, circulated widely. His merciless conduct earned him a new title, the Black Young Master. Amid this growing notoriety, Dale reached his 11th birthday. He was summoned to the ducal hall for an important declaration from his father. To mark the event, Dale's father granted him the title of Viscount within Saxon territory, giving him authority equal to that of a noble envoy. With this title, Dale was officially acknowledged as an independent leader, no longer bound by his youth or status as a mere heir. Thanking his father, Dale immediately took initiative. He requested permission to act independently as a representative of their house, signaling the beginning of a new move. In the public eye, Dale was seen as a brutal commander who left no prisoners behind. The church began whispering discontent over the massacre of their faithful knights. Aware of the looming tension with the church, Dale proposed a pilgrimage to the temple of the goddess Sistina to take responsibility for the bloodshed attributed to him. He vowed to face the consequences personally, determined to bear the weight of the battlefield's infamy on his own terms. Dale stood before his father, asking for approval to journey toward the papal state of Sistina. He proposed a sacred pilgrimage as a way to personally observe the aftermath caused by the empire's expanding dominance. Though youthful, Dale's face showed assurance and determination. His claim to bear the burden of the empire's reach was not purely spiritual. It was calculated. The Duke, an experienced and shrewd ruler, stayed quiet. His stare was piercing, clearly measuring Dale's genuine purpose. Doubt lingered across his face, uncertain why Dale would abandon fear, a powerful political tool for unpredictable advantage. The Duke eventually asked about Dale's motives, detecting a hidden intention behind the courteous request. Dale, remaining composed, admitted he indeed held another objective. He did not falter under his father's gaze, revealing only what was necessary to guide the exchange. Dale disclosed his strategy to offer something irresistible to the papacy. He also stated his aim to secure the Forbidden Grimoires, a potent archive of magical writings capable of altering the balance of power. Days prior, Dale had awakened in his chamber to a haunting sensation, a voice echoing within the darkness, questioning if he still remembered. A skeletal being wrapped in unsettling magic hovered before him. It was no illusion. It was a fragment of death itself. The voice demanded recognition of a shared history. Dale answered coldly, confirming his memory of that death painful and vivid. It became a vow, a promise never to forget. The whisper, memento mori, sealed his resolve. Dale jolted awake in terror, his breathing rapid and cold sweat covering his skin. The nightmare had carved a lasting mark rooted in dread and memory. Still unsettled, he clutched his chest, realizing the experience was more than a dream. It was a return to a place he understood well, the abyss of the mind. He remembered this abyss from his earlier magical training, the horrifying void he faced when he forcibly opened his consciousness to reach the third circle. It was a forbidden act that exposed the suffering within one's psyche. Though the knowledge granted him power, Dale now endured the mental cost, loneliness, and recurring visions that plagued his rest. He tightened his fist in irritation, recognizing the irony. The same world that granted him strength also shattered his peace. He judged himself unworthy, still lacking mastery, to gain control over his mind. Dale understood he required greater magical power. Just as a warrior wields a blade, a mage's authority came from their grimoire, the key to channeling energy and asserting dominance. Meanwhile, within a distant forest clearing, a small caravan slowly advanced along the woodland trail leading away from a hidden estate. Among the travelers were young aristocrats, lightly guarded, unaware of the threat approaching. The area, once protected, had fallen into disorder. A group of armed outlaws appeared. Blocking the road with no better path in a life of hardship, they had turned to ambush. Without hesitation, they struck, arrows flying toward the carriage. Bandits encircled the carriage and demanded payment. Acting boldly since patrols had diminished, a mounted leader stepped forward and demanded to know the travelers' purpose, treating them as careless outsiders entering noble lands without respect. The escort and the cloaked figures remained calm. The hooded group chose to cooperate, presenting a prepared amount to settle the demand. The bandits accepted, believing the travelers were merely wealthy yet defenseless nobles. The bandit leader ridiculed the situation, claiming that those from the forest knew how to recognize opportunity when it appeared. The bandits examined the payment more closely, their expressions changing when they realized the sum was larger than expected. Greed replaced caution, and they began to view the travelers as a recurring source of profit. Satisfied, the bandits allowed the carriage to continue and even suggested the travelers return again, hinting at future extortion. The cloaked passengers gave no indication of their true identity or purpose. The carriage rolled onward, wheels turning as the bandits watched it depart, some grinning as though the encounter confirmed their dominance over the road. They believed the matter had ended. Suddenly, a command halted the carriage from ahead, breaking the bandits' satisfaction. A new presence on the road forced both sides to stop. Shifting the balance of the situation, a man known as a baron confronted the bandits and demanded proper respect for his procession. The bandits' earlier confidence weakened as they realized they had obstructed someone holding authority. Two hooded figures, Dale and his assistant, halted the carriage and insisted a toll must be paid, asserting authority under Baron Parker's name. They noted they had already paid such a toll moments earlier. The companion emphasized the illegality of repeated taxation, questioning the right of different groups to collect tolls within the same territory. Their reasoning was sharp, exposing the corruption behind the orchestrated blockade. The soldiers denied any awareness of the prior incident and insisted this was their first encounter. They presented themselves as loyal agents of imperial law, disguising their deception with authority. The bandits proudly introduced their leader as Baron Parker, calling him the hero who turned the tides. The claim was dramatic, yet caused Dale to smirk. Laughter rang out from the carriage. Dale, seeing through the exaggeration, mocked the title, stating it was far from the reality he remembered. His tone was assured, revealing he knew more than they assumed. The Baron's expression tightened in shock as Dale's identity became evident. The mocking smile of the young noble suggested that events were about to shift, and not in the Baron's favor. Recognition spread through the opposing ranks. The guards realized with dread that the cloaked youth was none other than Dale, heir to the dukedom. Despite the revelation, the bandits still believed they could overpower the small party, rallying behind their advantage in numbers. They foolishly convinced themselves victory remained possible. As archers prepared their shots, Dale calmly issued the order to strike back. His escort acknowledged it. The confrontation would end here. The Baron, now revealed and desperate, shouted his final command, "Fire!" The archers loosed their arrows, and numerous lethal projectiles surged through the air toward Dale's group. The attackers believed sheer numbers would determine the result. Dale remained steady behind his escort, unfazed. In one smooth motion, the black cloak guard stepped forward, deflecting the arrows with precise, magic-infused movements, drawing upon dark energy. The escort accepted the command and readied himself to retaliate. His calm yet deadly focus unsettled the enemies, who began to realize they had underestimated the pair. With a surge of dark magic, the escort dashed forward at unnatural speed, catching the enemy unprepared. His movement left behind a trail of energy that sent shockwaves through the air. Before the soldier could respond, his arm was severed cleanly by the violet arc of the escort's blade. Pain and terror overcame the defenders as they understood the battle had shifted. The escort advanced without pause, descending upon the panicked men like a shadow. His strikes were exact and efficient, each blow eliminating a threat without hesitation. Facing defeat, Baron Parker dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. His pride crumbled beneath the weight of fear. He begged Dale, his voice trembling in desperation, he swore unwavering loyalty, ready to abandon dignity just to live. The once arrogant noble now shook before the young master he had ridiculed. Dale answered with a smile, not of kindness, but of certainty. The mercy requested had never been guaranteed. With a single question, he destroyed any remaining hope. Why would I do that? Dale encountered many corrupt nobles and rogue knights along his path, yet continued forward without hesitation. Each challenge served as a reminder of the Empire's decline. Traversing forests and rivers, he crossed the central continent, steadily advancing toward his destination with unwavering determination. Weeks later, while gliding quietly along a calm river, his escort announced their arrival. Dale gazed ahead, his eyes fixed on the horizon. In the distance, the towering city of Pucel came into view, the papal state of Sistina, a place honored across nations as the city of the Holy See. But Dale did not see holiness. What others regarded as sacred, he viewed with doubt and criticism. To him, it was not divine but hypocritical. They believed he arrived in devotion, seeking blessings through pilgrimage. Yet Dale's gaze held something far deeper, not reverence but judgment. He did not come to kneel before a holy throne. He came to challenge it. Dale and his companion arrive at the entrance of a towering cathedral. Guarded by armored knights, the massive structure radiates solemn presence. Inside, Dale walks with a calm yet vigilant expression, his sharp blue eyes surveying the cathedral. His companion follows quietly behind. They reach the altar where a lone figure sits atop an ornate throne. Dale bows in greeting, offering formal respect to the man known as Cardinal Nikolai Makia. Dale studies the cardinal, recognizing him as a high-circle white mage and one of the Empire's central figures. He briefly reflects on the man's influence, knowing this meeting is vital to his mission. Cardinal Nikolai speaks of the recent battle, referencing the immense bloodshed at St. Mulligan Fortress. He expresses sorrow for the losses but shifts focus to the outcome of a decisive clash called the Black and White Turning Point. Dale admits his misjudgment caused the conflict to escalate beyond necessity. Aware of the devastation brought under his command, he shows remorse. To make amends, Dale explains he has begun a pilgrimage with his companion, hiding his identity as the Duke's heir. Nikolai considers Dale's words carefully, recalling the boy's reputation. He is surprised by Dale's conduct but finds the reasoning acceptable, viewing the pilgrimage as a possible path to redemption. The cardinal smiles with calm understanding. He assures Dale that redemption is attainable, as the goddess's mercy extends even to those burdened by sin. Dale silently accepts his words, bearing the weight of his actions. Dale questions the cardinal's earlier claim that no sin lies beyond redemption. He challenges him directly, suggesting that such belief may have justified betraying the goddess's own nation to the Empire. Dale recalls the events leading to the annexation of the theocratic state. 12 cardinals, under imperial pressure, allegedly forced the previous pope to accept submission. Unmoved by the cardinal's earlier dismissal, Dale confronts him about his presence during those crucial moments. He accuses the church of failing to defend its own, resulting in the pope's death. Dale's companion joins the dispute, pointing out the cardinal's presence during the assassination. He emphasizes that the pope resisted until his final breath, refusing to yield to the empire. The annexation was no peaceful surrender. A flashback reveals the pope's death, violently carried out under imperial command. His lifeless body lies in a pool of blood as soldiers stand without remorse. The brutal betrayal contradicts the church's public claims. Dale stands firm, his voice rising with intensity. He demands whether the goddess has forgiven the act of betraying her sacred nation. His piercing glare fills the chamber, placing Cardinal Nikolai under judgment. The cardinal unleashes magical power. His calm demeanor fades as energy surges, illuminating the throne room with golden sparks. He accuses Dale of hypocrisy, questioning the sincerity of his repentance. He shouts that Dale speaks forbidden truths and challenges divine mercy. In his anger, he rejects the notion that someone questioning the church's secrets could still seek forgiveness. Despite the threats, Dale remains resolute. He boldly declares that striking him, merely a representative of the Duke, will not silence the truth. His unwavering stance shows that justice will not bend to fear. Dale steps forward, stating that the Duke did not come to expose the church's sins. He claims that instead of pursuing scandal, they seek compensation for their silence. Internally, Dale admits this is deception. In reality, the Duke is unaware of Dale's confrontation with the Cardinal. This claim is meant to provoke and unsettle him while gaining leverage. The Cardinal's expression hardens, magical energy still surrounds him, but uncertainty begins to appear. Dale's defiance and knowledge have shaken him. Dale asks directly what the Cardinal desires in return. But before hearing a response, he presents his own demand with a confident smile and steady voice. Dale reveals his objective: access to the hidden archive beneath the cathedral, known as the Library of Hell. This forbidden vault holds the church's most dangerous texts, concealed from both public and faithful. He names his target, the Book of Black Goat, a grimoire said to contain the darkest sorcery. It rests at the lowest level, sealed away due to its immense danger. With a lantern in hand, Dale begins his descent alone. He accepts the rule only one person may enter, and the church will not interfere in whatever occurs within. The cardinal, remaining wary, establishes strict conditions. Dale may take only a single grimoire and must not remove anything else from the archive. Finally, Dale is commanded to vow eternal silence regarding what he discovers. As heir to Duke Knox, he agrees to the condition and solemnly swears under the name of his house to seal their agreement. The cardinal extends his hand toward Dale. As they clasp hands, a radiant magic circle forms between them, initiating a sacred pact. Alamuna's figure, symbolizing holy authority, appears above them, confirming the contract. The spell Geeses activates, creating a magical oath that binds both Dale and the cardinal to its terms without exception. Dale declares the condition clearly. Both their lives are at stake. Any violation would destroy them equally. Narration confirms the pact was sealed through Geese, a contract spell honored in the White Magic Tower. Dale walks alone with a lantern down the dim staircase. He reflects on the unbreakable oath. If he betrays it, his heart will be destroyed instantly by the contract's curse. Reaching the bottom, he halts before a massive door etched with runes known as the Gate of Hell. It marks the entrance to the Library of Hell, the forbidden archive beneath the cathedral. Above the doorway, a warning is inscribed, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Dale reads it without hesitation, fully aware of the danger. He pushes open the heavy door, descending deeper into the hidden archive. The air becomes heavier and the surroundings feel darker. Dale senses the shift immediately. Standing still briefly, Dale surveys the vast chamber ahead. It extends far beyond a normal library, resembling more a dungeon shaped from fear and secrecy. He moves deeper among ancient bookshelves. The forbidden tomes stored here are known to bring disaster. This is no place for ordinary study. Every step forward risks unleashing something irreversible. Dale reflects on the importance of a grimoire to a mage, just as a knight values their sword. Even if the path is dangerous, obtaining the right grimoire is essential for his growth and purpose. As he advances further, Dale notices a group of armored figures approaching. Their movement is strange, stiff, and unnatural. His instincts sharpen as he wonders whether these soldiers are the library's guardians. Their lifeless faces suggest something more sinister. He concludes they are not living beings, but corpses revived through necromancy to guard the forbidden knowledge. The undead soldiers rush toward Dale without hesitation. Calmly, he responds with his dark magic. His aura ignites as shadows coil around him in preparation for battle. Dale releases his attack, eliminating several enemies in a single strike. He knows this place offers no allies. Every action he takes must be swift and deadly. Charging his next spell, he casts Shadow Bullet, unleashing multiple projectiles of dark energy. The barrage pierces through the advancing corpses, knocking them down one after another as he moves ahead. Dale stands over the fallen bodies, composed and confident. It feels liberating to fight without restraint. There is no need for pretense in this cursed place. Drawing a dagger, he prepares for the ritual. He speaks his name aloud and declares his right as the chosen successor of Duke Saken and the rightful heir to the Book of Black Goat. With solemn words, Dale summons the entity of the book, commanding it to accept the contract and bind its dark power to him forever. His blood drips onto the ritual floor. The entities bound within the Book of Black Goat sense his immense mana. They recognize the offering as that of a powerful mage and begin calling out to him. Multiple voices from the abyss compete to claim Dale as their contractor. One dominant presence rises above the rest, declaring that it alone is meant to bond with him. The atmosphere grows ominous as the killing intent becomes almost tangible. Dale stands unmoving amid a field of shadowy spears and blood-soaked ground. He can feel the overwhelming bloodlust surrounding him, a place where violence has long reigned. Observing the corpse-covered ground, Dale concludes that he has entered a realm within the grimoire itself, a manifestation of the book's chaotic power. The environment pulses with dark energy. A towering demonic entity steps forward and commands Dale to form a contract. It promises absolute loyalty in exchange for a bond, offering to destroy all who oppose him. The being tempts him further, describing rivers of blood and total destruction of his enemies. It speaks of a brutal pact, one sealed in carnage. Dale listens in silence, ready to decide. Dale stood within the crimson haze, unfazed by the grotesque entity beside him. The being offered absolute loyalty, promising destruction against all who opposed Dale. Dale turned away from the creature's monstrous devotion, uninterested in hollow promises of violence. His focus was not on slaughter, but on control, of the book, of the power of himself. Before him stretched the chaotic landscape of a blood-soaked realm. Dale realized he had entered the mind world of the grimoire, the Book of Massacre. The Book of Massacre, forged from pure blood magic, had manifested within this mental domain. It was known for wielding mass-killing energy, capable of surpassing any known dark art. Dale stepped forward through the crimson water. With unwavering confidence, he rejected its offer. Dale was not here to follow. He came to dominate. The creature's rage erupted. It lunged at Dale, screaming in fury at the refusal. But Dale, swift and determined, struck first, overpowering it with strength and will. The demon taunted him, asking if he believed he could escape alive. Dale met the challenge with a smirk. He understood what this world was, merely a space inside a book. Power surged around Dale as he broke free from the creature's hold. Magic ripped through the illusion as he began to override the book's authority. With certainty, Dale declared the truth. This world was not his boundary. His world was different. It was one where he ruled, not the book. The shadow realm twisted violently. Dale's presence reshaped the environment, his own power clashing against the book's domain. The enemy, an ancient entity born from forbidden blood magic, hesitated. This world once devoured sorcerers, yet Dale's control reversed the tide. It resembled a domain shaped by a high-circle warlock, but now it bent unnaturally. Dale's power intensified, pushing back the will of the grimoire. The creature stood stunned, unable to comprehend how a young boy's mental world now consumed its own. The creature roared and charged, enraged by Dale's defiance. Magic flared, but Dale remained composed, his stance firm and expression steady. The strike was swift, but Dale's control was sharper. The blade meant to kill him stopped midair by sheer force of will. The air cracked with pressure as Dale resisted effortlessly. It screamed in shock, its dominance broken. Dale's world, rooted in discipline and purpose, overpowered the chaotic blood realm it once ruled. Dale returned from the mind world, silent and composed. The grimoire's aura faded behind him. Without a word, the shattered remnant of the enemy knelt defeated at his feet. He turned, sensing another presence. From the shadows emerged a girl, her voice playful yet her gaze sharp. She greeted him with familiarity, noting his return. Facing her directly, Dale asked plainly why she had called him. The battle had ended. Now another purpose awaited. Dale faced the avatar of a girl long deceased. She smiled gently, but her presence stirred unease. The air heavy with sorrow, she had waited centuries, alone within the void of the grimoire. Loneliness clung to her as she invited Dale to play. Her voice was innocent, yet the malice of the black goat's power twisted beneath her words, desperate for connection or release. Before him stood the avatar of the Book of Black Goat, not a real child, but a cursed remnant left behind by Duke Frederick, who had sacrificed his daughter in pursuit of death's secrets. Though the form resembled a child, Dale knew what it truly was. A vessel of forbidden knowledge hidden beneath innocence. He saw through it without pity or fear. Still, Dale chose to act. He formed a contract, not with the girl, but with the will within the grimoire. He accepted the pact with the daughter of Black Goat in return. She asked to witness Dale's world. He agreed. With that, a new bond was forged. Power and sorrow intertwined as they shifted realms together. The scene shifted to a snowy expanse, Dale's own spiritual domain. Cold yet serene, it stood in stark contrast to the grimoire's corrupted worlds. The girl marveled at it, running joyfully through the snow. Her facade flickered with a rare trace of warmth, captivated by Dale's purity. From afar, Cardinal Nikolai and his entourage watched in shock. Recognition appeared in his eyes. He witnessed something impossible. Cardinal Nikolai's thoughts raced. He had not expected Dale, a mere child, to gain control of the Black Goat's grimoire. Dale confronted the Cardinal, questioning his sudden arrival. Nikolai hesitated, citing doctrine that those who form contracts with dark entities must bear the consequences alone. Smiling faintly, Dale saw through the excuse. The Cardinal's uneasy presence revealed his fear of Dale's rising strength. Whatever reassurance they had sought from afar was clearly no longer enough. The wind roared as Dale claimed the domain as his own, a place of darkness, not suited for a mage of light like Nikolai. Nikolai attempted to explain, but Dale's companion cut in. With childlike malice, she asked if she could consume the intruders. Her tone was light, but her eyes shone with hunger. Dale answered dryly, warning her about stomach pain if she acted recklessly amused. She agreed. Her loyalty was not to destruction, but to Dale, her contractor. Under pressure, Nikolai invoked sacred rites. Calling upon divine authority, he spoke the names of the gods, seeking protection and judgment. A radiant angel descended in response to the Cardinal's plea, spreading divine presence across the snowy field. The priests and soldiers dropped to their knees in reverence. They murmured prayers, asking their goddess for mercy and strength, unaware that even divine beings could fail within Dale's domain. Emerging from divine light, the angels were commanded to eliminate Dale, whom they branded a servant of evil. Their radiant weapons gleamed with holy purpose, delivering judgment upon him. Dale stayed composed, calculating his response. He acknowledged their power and prepared for the encounter. These foes were different, blessed, coordinated, and relentless in intent. The angels moved with speed, surrounding Dale from every direction. Steel and light clashed as they launched their first assault, testing the limits of Dale's defense. Dale responded instantly with a surge of dark magic. His spell, Shadow Bullet, fired upward, distorting the air and forcing the angels to scatter mid-air. Thou avoided Dale's attack earned praise from Nikolai. The cardinal mocked him, insisting that a mere child could never wield the grimoire's true potential. Nikolai shouted in reverence as the celestial figure above radiated divine power. The angels advanced again, strengthened by their unwavering faith in divine justice. Behind Dale, the girl flinched. The divine pressure affected her directly, her form bound to the grimoire itself. Disturbed, she burst into fury. Her scream echoed through the sky, releasing cursed tendrils toward the angels. Their counterattack followed instantly, cutting through her assault with holy blades. As her strength faltered briefly, an angel descended with judgment. Sword raised, divine wrath crashed downward, aiming to strike the so-called fallen one where she stood. One of the angels was struck mid-air, blood bursting from his chest as his expression twisted in shock. The girl's curse spread outward like ink across snow. Her tendrils had pierced one, sending him crashing to the ground. Cardinal Nikolai staggered, whispering prayers, but then his soldiers began repeating the same phrase. Praise him, eyes vacant, movements unnatural. Horror grew as he realized it wasn't prayer, it was possession. The corrupted soldiers, overtaken by a spreading curse, chanted without end as madness overtook them. Their bodies warped, wings torn apart, and minds completely erased. One by one, angelic knights collapsed under the tendrils of darkness. Their armor broke apart, screams silenced beneath the weight of unnatural force. The battlefield became a stage of chaos governed by fear. Amid the devastation, the girl smiled coldly. With a knight crushed beneath her foot, she reveled in her return to destruction. Her words hinted at long-suppressed hunger, a desire finally released. A broken corpse landed beside Nikolai, blood trailing behind it. His hand trembled as the weight of death closed in around him. What stood before him was not a child, but something older, darker, a vessel for a god that consumed the righteous. Dale was no longer just a genius. He embodied something unholy. Struggling to breathe, Nikolai faced the truth. Dale stood silently, untouched by judgment or guilt. He was a child of the devil, and the devil no longer needed to hide. Dale confronted the defeated cardinal, repeating the words from the contract, removing all responsibility for what had occurred. Now, only one question remained. What was Nikolai's worth? Nikolai begged for his life, casting aside pride. He wished to survive, not for redemption, but out of fear. Dale, unmoved, demanded something in return. The cardinal froze. Dale's question lingered. Survival came at a cost, and Dale now determined the price. Kneeling in the snow, Nikolai offered riches, power, and influence in desperation. He promised the authority of the church itself if it meant preserving his life beneath Dale's mercy. His pleas became frantic. Unable to understand Dale's silence, he begged for an answer, willing to surrender everything. The balance of power had completely shifted. Dale replied calmly, amused by the desperation. Instead of answering, he pressed the cardinal again, forcing him to reveal how far he was willing to submit. Nikolai reached out as Dale stepped closer, but Dale's demand was absolute. He wanted everything, not in pieces, but entirely. Ownership, not negotiation. With fear carved into his face, Nikolai understood there was no escape. Dale declared the need to alter their contract, binding the cardinal through complete obedience. In that instant, the game was over. No amount of pleading could change the outcome. Dale held full control. His gaze made it clear. This was a contract sealed in domination. Not agreement. The girl appeared again beside Dale, calling out in a cheerful tone. She skipped toward him, her earlier rage replaced by playful satisfaction. She praised Dale and his world, expressing her enjoyment. The violence had ended, but her twisted affection remained. Unsettling yet genuine. With a smile, she promised to wait for him. Her loyalty was now tied to his world, a realm she admired, ruled by someone she could follow. She asked whether he feared her, her grin sharp and curious. Despite her overwhelming strength and twisted form, Dale answered calmly, without hesitation or fear in his voice. But inwardly Dale understood the truth. Her presence was too dangerous even for him. This was not a tool to use freely, but a force that required total restraint. He decided to seal her power within, to summon her only at the edge of ruin. She would remain a hidden blade, his final answer in moments of absolute danger. As they prepared to part, she asked to play again someday. Her tone shifted, less chaotic, more sincere. It was a rare glimpse of something softer beneath her power. Dale gave his word. They would meet again, not out of duty, but from the strange bond they now shared. And with those final words, she vanished. Dale returned to the physical world, leaving behind the snowy realm shaped by will and magic back in the world of men. The chaos ended, the disturbance in hell was over, and the sinner was publicly absolved. Dale's name was cleared, not by apology, but by power. A grand ceremony confirmed the church's submission. Cardinal Nikolai now stood beside the very boy he once feared, a symbol of atonement shaped through silence and control. Now returning to the ducal lands, Dale walked openly, no longer merely a noble son. He was feared. The unquestioned master of a darkness no one dared challenge. Months passed since the events involving the church in a snow-covered training ground. A young warrior named Charlotte wielded a massive cursed blade with perfect balance and control of dark aura. Opposite her stood a seasoned instructor. With a calm voice, he began the session. Charlotte responded without hesitation. As the duel started, Charlotte moved with calculated strength. Her sword glowed ominously, yet her actions were disciplined. She had mastered the aura's weight without losing control. The training concluded, and admiration spread among the observing knights. Her command over the cursed aura at such a young age was unprecedented and undeniable. The instructor praised her openly. She had reached the completed level of aura blade mastery, something even experienced warriors struggled to attain. Dale stepped forward, addressing her formally. As the heir of House Saxon, he asked her directly, would she accept a sacred vow, not only as a warrior, but as his knight? Charlotte stood firm and composed. She understood the weight of the request. Her loyalty, her blade, her honor, all were about to be pledged with purpose. With solemn determination, she drove her sword into the ground and declared her oath. Her voice was steady, her resolve unwavering. Kneeling before Dale, Charlotte offered her life in service. The blade between them sealed more than an agreement. It marked the beginning of a loyal bond between knight and master. Kneeling before Dale, Charlotte took her final vow. She swore not only to serve but to uphold justice, to protect the weak and stand firmly against evil without wavering. Her oath rang with clarity. Dale accepted it without hesitation. Confirming her place at his side with formal grace, he named her Dame Charlotte. Recognition filled her eyes, and a bond was sealed, forged not only by honor, but by trust and shared conviction. Later, they walked side by side. Dale confirmed her decision, asking if she was certain. Charlotte nodded. She praised the great sword of House Saxon, not for its power, but for what it represented. That blade, she said, shaped Dale into the person he had become. Her determination was her own, despite her earlier training. She had chosen the heavy sword willingly. It reflected her loyalty, not just to a master, but to the ideals he embodied. Dale quietly reflected on her growth. Adapting to such a weapon should have taken years. He realized he had underestimated Charlotte's natural talent and determination. He turned to urgent matters, reports of a massive orc warband near the Demon King's territory. A powerful enemy was advancing, and war was unavoidable. Dale would join the campaign himself. But this time, he wanted Charlotte there as well, not as a student, but as his sworn knight. Dale formally asked her not just as a fighter, but as his true knight. Charlotte accepted without hesitation. She declared herself his sword, a blade that would strike only for him. Her expression showed neither fear nor doubt. Her resolve was personal, shaped by conviction, not duty. Dale observed her declaration with quiet confidence. Her words were not ceremonial. They marked the formation of a trusted bond that would follow him into the coming war. At the War Council, reports surfaced of major movement from the northern frontier. A massive orc warband had been seen advancing south from the Demon King's domain. Tension rose as speculation spread. The council feared a new wave of barbarian invasions. Old peace treaties meant nothing before the coming storm. Though many believed the demon races had disappeared, they had only relocated. Their return now marked the beginning of another dark era, one history would remember as the barbarian invasions. The head of House Saxon declared that all major forces would be mobilized. Lords, knights, and mages alike were being prepared for an unprecedented war. The conflict would be immense. Not a skirmish or rebellion. This was full-scale warfare, and Dale, still young, would take his place among the elite. Turning to Dale, his father spoke plainly. It was time he learned necromancy not as theory, but as a weapon, one he would wield on the battlefield. In the silence of Duke of North's hidden workshop, Dale faced the mystical shelves. That afternoon, guided by the Saxon family leader, Dale's father, he began his initial lesson in employing necromancy during actual combat. The Duke challenged Dale's thinking by asking him to explain the difference between undead knights and soldiers. The lesson intended to test how Dale understood structure, authority, and purpose within magical ranks. The Duke clarified that the distinction was not merely fighting strength, but the acknowledgement of one's function. Not everyone with power could be a knight. When Dale inquired about aura blades, the Duke expanded further. Aura skill was one element, yet it was the formal title and oath that marked the difference. They studied the corpse of a fallen knight placed on a table. The man had recently died in battle and was ready for transformation, a subject suitable for Dale's first applied necromancy. This deceased fighter had once been an aura knight of the Saxon lineage, one who pledged loyalty even past death, a vow now completed in the Duke's sight. Shadows of dark energy swirled as the Duke cast his spell. The body began to move, responding to the necromantic bond, its spirit linked to purpose once again. He showed that the stronger a knight was in life, the more formidable they became in undeath. Before Dale stood a freshly risen Death Knight, silent, armored, and awaiting orders. Dale pondered the lesson, reminded that even in undeath, knights keep their pride and dignity. The Duke, face unreadable, told Dale to follow him deeper into the underground mansion. This was beyond the planned lesson. It was something private. With quiet curiosity, Dale complied. The Duke hinted at a secret below, something requiring Dale's presence alone. The stone staircase twisted downward, cold and steep. Father and son moved in silence, their descent only marked by echoing steps within ancient walls. Dale silently wondered how far they were going. The path felt endless, carved deep into forgotten soil, untouched by sunlight or time. The Duke started speaking, asking Dale if he knew about Duke Saxon's founder, the immortal Duke Frederick. Dale did. The very grimoire tied to his heart belonged to him. Dale admitted he knew just fragments, stories from books and old tales. His father then depicted Frederick not as human, but as a monster chasing truth. Frederick had once sacrificed his own child to transcend death. What Dale would witness was born of that obsession, an ancient, unresolved obligation. They paused at a glowing threshold. Only those with Saxon blood could pass. Beyond it lay remnants of the old era's darkness, the truth Dale was destined to face. As Dale stepped through the barrier, he froze at the sight. Rows of armored corpses stood erect, motionless. These were the Death Order, undead warriors designed to operate without mana. Forged during the Age of Black Flame, they embodied the peak of necromantic military craft. The head of House Saxon announced his purpose. Like his forebears, he carried on the immortal Duke's legacy. The cultivation of the Death Order continued, with Dale as successor. Dale's breath caught in that moment. He grasped the structure, secrecy, and burden House Saxon carried. His education was never only for knowledge, it was for succession. He recalled when he considered his father's rules cruel. Now he understood they were safeguards, maintaining a hidden army at the cost of complete isolation. The secrecy, the strain, the obsession with mastering darkness, it had all been to protect this army. Yet what disturbed Dale most was the contradiction between might and reality. Standing before the Death Order, the Duke called it their darkness, a crime committed for safety. He asked if Dale was ready to bear it. Dale stepped forward, gripping his crest without doubt. He stated he had always been prepared, ready to accept the duty and the price. With determination blazing in his tone, Dale claimed his destiny. He would control this cursed inheritance, not for fame, but to survive and ultimately destroy the empire that betrayed him. As the dark energy flowed through his palm, Dale flinched from its force but held control. His spell activated, binding the corpse with purified mana. A Death Knight emerged from the earth, shrouded in violet energy. Its shape solidified under Dale's command, standing upright alongside him and the Duke, fully restored. The knight instinctively gripped its weapon and displayed mastery. It was completely battle-ready, an achievement exceeding expectations for Dale's first summoning attempt. The Duke studied Dale's performance closely and remarked on the exceptionally high level of refined mana in his casting, a rarity even among trained necromancers. Despite the success, Dale acknowledged the knight still depended on mana support. It wasn't yet independent like the Death Order soldiers, a skill level he hadn't attained. The Duke comforted him. Complete control would develop with practice. For now, Dale's attention needed to remain on battlefield necromancy, crucial for the conflicts awaiting him. Suddenly, aggressive undead creatures stormed into the chamber. The exercise was no longer hypothetical. Dale would now use what he had learned under real danger. The assailants snarled and charged at him, their motions wild yet lethal. They attempted to overwhelm him through sheer numbers and speed. In response, Dale's Death Knight engaged them mid. Charged, the creature met each blow directly, proving its loyalty and power as Dale's first genuine summoned warrior. Dale's Death Knight stood among the fallen foes, its blade heavy with triumph. Dale stayed composed, quietly observing the outcome of his initial real battle command. The Duke observed with approval. What Dale displayed was not ordinary necromantic handling. It was tactical battlefield control Death Knights varied. Yet this one acted like a disciplined fighter. He considered the uncommon truth. Necromancers usually directed from safety. Yet the accuracy and skill Dale's Death Knight exhibited surpassed even the living elite of the Night Crow Knights. Far from the training arena, another person had noticed. The instructor lingered beneath clear skies, recalling Dale's unusual talent with quiet admiration. As Dale neared, she sensed a subtle change. His presence stirred feelings she hadn't anticipated, forming a rare bond beneath the surface of discipline. Though Dale maintained emotional distance, she saw how he avoided her eyes. Through minor gestures, she perceived what he would not voice aloud. She detected his emotional duality, icy control paired with hidden warmth. He yearned for connection but had long embraced solitude as his destiny. The surrounding environment shifted with her magic. Dale's elemental mastery advanced rapidly, a signal of his growing versatility beyond mere necromancy. When she complimented him, he responded politely, yet behind his words, his thoughts remained silent. For Dale, every victory marked progress toward a promise. As they crossed the snowy field, Dale's pace slowed. His teacher noticed his distracted gaze and asked gently if something was troubling him. Dale turned toward her, pausing. He questioned whether she would still value him after seeing the darkness he carried, the part linked to his family's cursed past. He admitted that if he fully embraced that darkness, he feared she would view him with disapproval, not as a pupil, but as someone unworthy of her confidence. Without a word, she reached out and softly touched Dale's cheek. Catching him off guard, her touch was delicate, filled with silent reassurance. She cupped his face carefully, as if showing that nothing he feared could drive her away. Dale froze, unsure how to react. Her eyes gleamed with feeling. In that instant, words were unnecessary. She understood his suffering and, without hesitation, chose to remain by his side. Sephia, an elf with a timeless face, silently stood next to the young boy called Dale. Although centuries divided their lifespans, the moment they shared felt suspended in stillness. Despite herself, Sephia began to question the depth of her feelings. She had once regarded Dale only as a pupil, yet worry and attachment had slowly settled into her heart. As news of Dale's overwhelming victory spread across the Empire, people admired his brilliance. Dale's frightening strength on the battlefield earned him the name God of Massacre. His potential had altered the balance of nations, yet Sephia feared what such power might take from his soul. Though she recognized Dale's importance in history, Sephia's heart resisted the thought of him becoming nothing more than a tool of destruction. With quiet determination, she vowed to stay by his side until he discovered clarity within himself. One day, when her guidance became only a memory, Sephia hoped Dale would still remember her words. Her confession startled Dale, awakening a realization he could not yet grasp. Composing herself, Sephia guided the moment back to their routine. With reddened cheeks, she smiled and signaled the start of their next lesson. During practice, a sudden embrace caught Sephia off guard. Dale, honest and unwavering, revealed a truth he had long kept silent. His words were simple, yet their meaning was deep. He asked her to wait not as a teacher, but as someone he deeply cherished. Sephia gave a soft nod, restraining her emotions. As he walked away into the falling snow, the promise lingered in her heart, a vow engraved into memory and soul. Soon after they parted, the peace shattered. The northern regions called for unity against the rising barbarian threat, summoning the Empire's warriors. Banners covered the Duke's estate as noble houses gathered their forces. Among them stood Wilhelm of Gale, boldly declaring his army's readiness, knights, infantry, and his steadfast loyalty, all beneath the looming shadow of the coming war. Inside the grand hall, Valderbergs of Cannes stood among the nobles, offering loyalty and presenting his son. The atmosphere was heavy with formal pledges, all directed toward the young Duke seated in calm authority. Under Duke Saxon's command, nobles of many ranks assembled to pledge their loyalty. Some, like Wilhelm, pushed forward their heirs, filled with ambition and eager to distinguish themselves. Their words echoed with rehearsed conviction, seeking to impress Dale, the black young master. Not all gestures came from military intent. Many families presented daughters to gain the Duke's favor through marriage and alliance. Beth, Wilhelm's son, eagerly approached Dale, hiding ambition beneath respectful speech. Girls surrounded Dale, offering praise and flattery, trying to gain the young Duke's attention. A new figure stepped forward. Yonez, son of Baron Kenneth, addressed Dale directly with a bold challenge. The hall fell silent. Surprised by his daring, Yonez praised Dale's reputation and combat achievements but insisted on witnessing his strength. Personally, shock spread across the room as others reacted to Jonas's words. Dale remained calm, despite the rising tension around him. Dale spoke to Jonas with composed authority, confirming his identity and clarifying the challenge. With a steady tone, Dale listed the achievements others attributed to him, a legacy built on dominance and violence. Jonas faltered in his speech, realizing he might have gone too far. Dale's reputation as the Empire's strongest prodigy was not just a title, it carried weight and consequence. Despite the awkward tension, Dale accepted Jonas's ambition and redirected it. He assigned him to lead a unit of 100 men as a test. The assignment was not punishment, but a deliberate choice. Dale intended to judge Jonas not by words, but through responsibility and leadership. Amid murmurs, Jonas stepped back. Dale quietly observed, recognizing the moment as a necessary test of judgment for one claiming strength. Assessing the potential before him, Dale saw Jonas's ambition as something that could be molded. Without hesitation, the crowd cleared the hall, creating a battleground that would determine the standing of the young nobles present. Sitting silently, Duke Noir allowed the match to begin. With war approaching, testing their strength now served a greater purpose. Taking his stance with sword drawn, Jonas acknowledged the seriousness of what lay ahead. At Dale's command, it became clear that restraint would not be accepted. From the instant Dale's aura began to rise, the air grew heavy with pressure. Rather than relying only on reputation, he insisted on facing his opponent at full strength. Obedience came quickly as Jonas accepted the order. There was no room for hesitation. He had to answer with everything he possessed. Charging ahead, Jonas activated his aura blade, surrounding himself in swirling shadows. Though unrefined in execution, the power he wielded demanded recognition. Instead of reacting impulsively, Dale studied his opponent's technique with calm focus. In response, energy burst beneath his feet as Dale released his own power. Darkness coiled around his form, signaling his readiness to fully engage. Swords collided with explosive force, the duel bursting into rapid movement. Dale deflected the initial strike with ease. Maintaining perfect control, Jonas countered with relentless speed, his aura expanding outward. Without slowing for even a moment, both fighters pressed on. This was more than a duel, it was a trial of acknowledgement. Blocking with precision, Dale moved effortlessly through every clash. His presence carried the composure of someone far beyond his years. Driven by resolve, Jonas ignored the difference in their status. Though born without privilege, his actions reflected discipline and determination. Leaping into a final attack, he carried the weight of his beliefs. No matter the result, this battle would define him. Jonas rushed forward, his blade driven by the desperation to overcome privilege with sheer resolve. As they clashed in midair, Dale maintained sharp defense, calmly waiting for the perfect moment. Noticing an opening in Jonas's stance, Dale shifted swiftly, preparing to deliver a precise counter before his opponent could react. Dale advanced without hesitation, unsheathing his blade as violet energy throbbed around him. He had been challenged before nobles and knights, and he meant to erase all doubts surrounding his lineage. His opponent rushed forward with a sharp, trained strike, eyes locked in focus. Dale's gaze tightened not in fear, but in calculation, tracking every movement with cold precision. Both blades met in a blur of metal and force. Dale's stance held firm while the opposing knight relied on raw strength to overwhelm him. A burst of shadow magic exploded from Dale's position, hurling his opponent backward. Violet flames twisted violently, devouring the space between them. With agile movement, Dale hovered midair, directing his mana with unsettling mastery. He landed with precision, extending his hand as more dark energy surged outward. His opponent steadied himself, realizing Dale's power surpassed any ordinary trainee. As the enemy charged again, Dale remained still, holding his ground without lifting his weapon. Unshaken, Dale calmly watched while gathering a dense mass of magical energy in his left hand. He assessed the knight's skill, identifying him as a capable captain-tier fighter. Instead of retreating, Dale issued a silent provocation, his stillness alone radiating confidence. Enraged, the opponent launched a direct overhead strike, shouting in defiance. Dale answered instantly, blocking with flawless precision. They traded fierce blows, swords colliding rapidly. Dale's accuracy cut cleanly through his opponent's rhythm. Spectators observed from the edges, whispering among them. Nobles murmured in awe at Dale's composure and strength, rare qualities for someone so young. Locked blade against blade, Dale's opponent voiced disbelief at the boy's skill. Every strike was deflected with ease. Without adjusting his stance, Dale summoned dark energy again, releasing a massive wave that hurled his opponent backward. The impact shook the chamber, and his challenger crashed onto the ground. Dale remained motionless, untouched, his silence now embodying total dominance. Jonas, breathing heavily, realized he was being toyed with. Every move the dark-haired boy made was deliberate, meant to provoke and display superiority. Through clenched teeth, Yonez grasped the intention the boy's display was not solely for victory. It was a calculated performance for the Northern Lord and his watching heirs driven by pride. Yonez pushed himself up and surged forward in a desperate counterattack, refusing to become just another stepping stone. Thoughts raced through Yonez's mind. He needed speed. More than ever before, his grip tightened, and his body strained beyond its limits. Despite his effort, a harsh truth lingered. No matter how hard he tried, something remained beyond reach. The gap was far too great. He ran across shattered ground in his memory, recalling every moment of training. The boy's talent wasn't just rare, it defied fairness itself. Dropping to his knees in exhaustion, Yonez drove his sword into the ground to steady himself. He had nothing left to give. He muttered a confession he never thought he'd speak. There was no path forward for him. He did not know how to reach that level. The words slipped out as he lowered his head. He admitted defeat. The duel had ended, and silence filled the halldale. The dark-haired prodigy reflected on the strange sensation of time during the battle. He believed it was connected to the Book of Black Coat. Every movement had felt natural, as though he was aligning with the shadow blade itself. It reacted like a part of his will. Through the duel with Yonez, Dale sensed improvement. Still, he intended to leave an impression by refusing to end things quietly. He cast Shadow Bullet without hesitation. The spell launched instantly, sending Yonez backward once more. Stepping ahead, Dale declared an open challenge, announcing himself as undefeated and unbreakable. Encircled by stunned nobles and knights, Dale's voice pierced the silence, daring anyone to step forward and challenge his name. At the center of the hall, Dale stood unmoved as knights knelt before him. Their gestures reflected fear more than respect. Without delay, voices rose in loyalty. The soldiers pledged themselves to the boy who had just demonstrated his dominance. Remembering his father's teachings, Dale understood the moment clearly. Fear, as always, had secured obedience where respect failed. Inside the estate, nobles gathered cheerfully, raising glasses in celebration. The duel's result faded into background chatter. Away from the gathering, Yonez walked alone in silence. His steps were heavy, his thoughts consumed by defeat. When a subordinate commented on his expression, Yonez did not hide the truth. No amount of effort seemed enough to surpass the boy who had humbled him. Frustration burst forth as Yonez slammed the top of his drink. Doubt clouded his thoughts, and denial clashed with awareness. Though he mocked the idea of status being earned, Dale's quiet presence behind him made the notion feel empty. Laughing loudly, Yonez clashed mugs with his companions, using noise to drown his unease. The bravado was thin but familiar. Under the cold night sky, soldiers gathered around a fire, seeking comfort in drink and camaraderie. The mood lightened as laughter spread. Sarcasm returned to Yonez's voice as he mocked the nobles scrambling to gain favor from a mere child. Their laughter echoed through the forest rank. To them was illusion on the battlefield. Everyone bled the same. Grinning, Yonez made a crude remark about Dale's manhood. The others laughed, unaware of the presence behind them. Without warning, Dale appeared behind the captain, his eyes calm yet cold. His silence struck harder than any reply. Turning rigidly, Yonez froze. The fire crackled between them. Yet no one dared to speak. With a casual gesture, Yonez placed his hand on Dale's head, hiding tension beneath a playful motion. Instead of reacting, Dale assigned him a task: pouring drinks, a simple but humbling duty around the fire. The mood grew tense. Yonez broke the silence by questioning the fairness of the world itself. Dale's calm voice shifted the discussion toward deeper thoughts. He challenged the idea of control over one's life. Though hesitant, Yonez could not deny it. He lowered his head, admitting how little anyone truly decides. Rather than pressing further, Dale offered reassurance. He advised not to bear the burden of fate alone. Laughter burst from Yonez, not mocking, but filled with bitter acceptance of a truth he had long avoided. From that moment, he stopped pretending. He admitted that despite years of effort, the outcome never changed. Moved by his honesty, Dale met his gaze. He showed genuine respect, addressing Yonez by name. Breaking the silence, Dale made an unexpected proposal, an invitation to join House Saxon's banner. Startled by the offer, Yonez froze, eyes wide, unsure if he heard correctly. No one spoke afterward, only the wind replied as Yonez whispered in disbelief. Dale sat quietly by the fire as a purple-haired man offered him a place within House Saxon. The man assured him of proper training before the approaching battle, even promising the elite guidance of the Night Crow Knights, a privilege few could imagine. As understanding settled in, Dale recalled the harshness of his previous life. The purple-haired man calmly explained his reasoning. He needed allies, and Dale, by chance, was in the right place at the right moment. He admitted it wasn't personal, simply how the world functioned. Opportunities didn't come from fairness, only from usefulness and timing. Despite the blunt truth, Dale felt something change. Around this man, even the cruel structure of the world seemed to lose its heavy weight. Soon after, the scene shifted to Duke Saxon's grand castle, where a strategy meeting was taking place. A detailed report described the demons advancing through the northern region, threatening to break through Saxon's borders from a weakened front. Despite the threat, enemy troops were rapidly draining their supplies and stamina. A calculated strategy unfolded, a delaying defense, forcing the enemy to exhaust themselves in small skirmishes before reaching the main river. The goal was clear: weaken the invading forces, then deliver a decisive strike once they crossed into more vulnerable territory. With confidence, the commander ordered the lords to prepare the field army. The moment had come to carry out the second phase of their plan. As the room emptied, Dale was called aside for a private order. A special assignment awaited him, separate from the others. He was entrusted with leading the mobile strike force of the Night Crow Knights, a vital role during the upcoming large-scale battle. To his surprise, Surya, the chief advisor of House Saxon, would personally assist him, breaking protocol to support the decisive battle ahead. Confused by the situation, Dale questioned why someone like Sephia would enter battle. To him, fighting barbarians went far beyond a simple political matter. After receiving confirmation from his father, he learned that Sophia's involvement wasn't forced, it was her own decision. Crediting Dale's earlier victory at the Black and White turning point, the Duke expressed strong confidence in his ability to succeed once again. Without hesitation, Dale accepted the command but voiced a specific request regarding the composition of his unit. He requested the inclusion of a certain young phantom swordsman, someone he clearly respected on the battlefield. Clad in dark armor beneath the open sky, the blonde knight silently prepared for the mission ahead with calm resolve, admiring the quiet strength of his companion. Dale acknowledged the knight's presence as truly reliable. Together, they shared a moment of light-hearted confidence, speaking without fear despite the dangers awaiting them. Laughter between warriors masked the heavy burden both carried as they stood armored before the coming storm. From across the training ground, the knight's figure stood against Dale's solemn expression. A promise was unexpectedly suggested, not one of heroism, but a simple agreement to survive rather than accepting noble sacrifice. Dale challenged the idea by asking the knight to live instead. Instead of glorifying death, he declared that true duty meant never betraying the trust of one's lord. With sincerity in his voice, Dale admitted he wished for her safety above everything else. Eyes widening beneath the helmet, the phantom swordsman felt her resolve strengthen as Dale's belief in her left a lasting impact. Time passed, and the clash of armor signaled movement. With strategy set, Duke Saxon's main army began its march southward to confront the orc threat. Away from the main force, Dale led the elite mobile unit with Sir Bale, Sephia, and the Knight Charlotte at his side. No longer simply a mentor, Sephia now rode as Dale's equal, not guiding from behind but fighting beside him. Moonlight shimmered across the surface of the Upper Saxon River as dawn approached. The strike force camped quietly, ready for their mission. Sephia stepped silently through the rows of tents, her eyes fixed on the restless night beyond. Noticing her, Dale greeted her calmly under the pale sky, recognizing her presence as more than coincidence. From a distance, Sephia asked why he remained awake, her voice gentle despite the cold night. He spoke to her, seriously wanting to understand why she had chosen to follow the Duke's command into danger. She answered with quiet resolve, calling it her purpose, a life's mission, and reminded him of her vow to never leave his side. Suddenly, ominous howls shattered the stillness of dawn. Both warriors turned as a sinister wind carried a warning. Without hesitation, Sephia gave the order to mobilize, her voice firm and unshaken by urgency. On the nearby ridge, orcs appeared first. Catching Dale off guard with their preemptive strike, the battle had begun. Soldiers rushed into formation as Dale moved toward his knights with determination. Sir Bale ran in breathless, urging Dale to issue their first commands without delay. Focused and sharp-eyed, Dale faced the moment. He was no longer just a young heir, he was now a commander about to enter war. A wave of orcs surged across the river, their desperate assault revealing intense pressure from behind their lines. Instead of retreating, Dale split his forces. He ordered Sir Bale to lead a cavalry charge before the orcs could establish a foothold. Without hesitation, Dale committed the remaining battalions to flank the enemy, choosing to strike their exposed rear and break their momentum. Enemy forces pushed forward as defenders rushed to hold the line, trying to stop the orcs from reaching land. Under Dale's command, archers reacted swiftly, raising their bows in unison as the enemy advanced. A storm of arrows streaked across the night sky, piercing the charging orcs before they could secure footing on solid ground. While the front line resisted, Dale's cavalry unit sped through the forest toward the target zone. Focused and steady, Dale urged his horse forward, determined to support Sir Bale before it was too late. Unseen by the riders, shadowy figures appeared ahead, hidden in darkness and ready to intercept the strike force. Saki confidently unwrapped a snack bar, her expression lively as she took a bold bite, showing no hesitation in front of her classmate. Students nearby reacted with surprise while she kept chewing happily, unaware or unconcerned about the attention she was drawing. The boy beside her froze, unsure how to react, awkwardly avoiding eye contact as she turned and silently offered him some. She casually noted that Chloe sometimes occupied a nearby seat, catching him off guard with her sudden topic change. Questioning assigned seating, she claimed the academy followed a first-come, first-served rule, placing her own reasoning above convention. Her focus shifted again, this time toward a screen. Intrigued, she admired its content as he watched, confused by her pace. Suddenly, she walked away, only to return moments later as an announcement echoed for assembly. They sat down once more. He appeared uncertain while she seemed completely at ease. He reminded her about training, but she dismissed it, calling her resting mental training. Before he left, she insisted on being called Ryozo, stating it was a custom in her homeland. He questioned her reasoning, pointing out inconsistencies. She brushed it aside and wished him good luck with training. Her snoring echoed through the room as he sighed beside her. Another student entered, stretching while carrying a sword strapped across her back. She complained about the noise and questioned why Saki had been reassigned to their class. Rachel leaned back curiously while Abel looked uneasy, quietly processing the news of Saki's class transfer. Rachel nudged her, teasing that Abel seemed disappointed. Abel deflected, uncertain how to respond. Rachel suggested class transfers only occur when there's an opening, planting doubt about Saki's intentions. Rachel remembered the class lacked one student this term and questioned how Saki secured the spot first. She mocked Saki's previous laziness, surprised she moved faster than everyone else. Abel tried redirecting the discussion, denying disappointment and questioning why Saki's transfer mattered. Rachel mentioned Saki had cleared a dungeon with Gioma, hinting there might be more behind it. She joked about Saki liking him, suggesting Abel had already claimed Gioma. Abel reacted explosively in confusion, while Rachel casually pointed out how sensitive Abel became whenever Gioma was mentioned. Abel snapped, firmly rejecting any connection with Gioma and criticizing the assumptions. She clarified she had barely interacted with him and dismissed all speculation. Rachel leaned forward, doubtful, as Abel crossed her arms with a frustrated sigh. Rachel continued pressing, suggesting the future remained uncertain. With a serious tone, she warned Abel not to deceive herself. Abel grew silent as Rachel walked away, her final words lingering. Abel stood stunned as her grandfather announced he would join the academy as a temporary instructor starting the next day. Flustered, she protested, worried his presence would attract even more attention toward her at school. Calmly, he stated he would supervise the special class for first-year students, leaving her speechless. Abel demanded an explanation, shocked by the sudden news and questioning his motives. He reminded her the idea originated from her after the previous midterm exams, causing her to hesitate. Reassuringly, he assured they wouldn't interact often, encouraging her not to overthink the situation. Though he stayed calm, Abel noticed excitement in his expression, revealing his interest. The reason soon became obvious. Gioma Kang, a prodigy with unmatched strength and no regard for titles. As a special trainee, Gioma's ability alone had drawn the Sword Emperor back into teaching. Abel remembered when Gioma appeared like a lazy, ordinary student. Now he had transformed into a disciplined and respected individual, one surpassing even hero candidates. His quiet strength and humility made her unable to dislike him. Regardless of how jealous she felt, frustrated, Abel realized she felt overshadowed, embarrassed by her own envy. Elfriend overheard and teased her about it. Catching her by surprise, Abel cried out in shock as her friend laughed, easing the tension in the room. Abel snapped, firmly denying any romantic feelings toward Gioma Kang, insisting she had no room in her life for such thoughts. Rachel grinned slyly, acting relieved, claiming she no longer needed to compete with Abel for Gioma's attention. Laughing, she admitted she could face rivals like Saki, but never Abel, whom she truly respected. Abel was stunned, flustered by Rachel's dramatic reaction, trying to regain her composure. Rachel, without pause, teased Abel about her sudden shift in attitude. Their exchange faded as class resumed, with a lecture board displaying the classification of blessings by rank. A student inquired about blessings tied to ancestors, prompting laughter with a strange example involving gym training. The professor clarified that ancestral spirits don't qualify, dismissing the question humorously. Meanwhile, Saki dozed once more beside Gioma, unaffected by the ongoing lecture. Gioma observed her sleeping, wondering why she transferred if she only rested. He reflected on how he hadn't spoken to her since she arrived, still uncertain of her intentions. Despite his thoughts, he admitted she had handled dungeon tasks well, even surpassing weapon. Her abilities exceeded expectations, though her attitude seemed lazy. The professor explained the blessing rank system, encouraging students not to feel discouraged. He emphasized that even lower-ranked blessings could be powerful when used effectively. The professor added that spirit class blessings were extremely rare, found only among the most exceptional individuals. Gioma, deep in thought, considered how he had recently gained one of those rare blessings. Though he kept it hidden, curious, he asked about heroic class blessings, prompting the professor to elaborate further. The professor explained that heroic class blessings were legendary, with only one individual in history ever awakening one. That individual was Balor Joaquin, the founding hero of the Blessing era. Before the discussion could continue, the school bell rang, concluding the lecture. After class, Gioma stood and asked permission to pose one final question. He inquired about the meaning of the phrase, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." The professor acknowledged the question with interest, initiating a deeper explanation. The professor explained the contradiction: there were no gods remaining in their world. Still, he praised Gioma's curiosity and invited him to visit his laboratory any time. As the professor departed, Saki shifted beside Gioma, just beginning to wake. Gioma glanced around and confirmed the room had emptied. Saki remained half asleep, murmuring quietly next to him. Feeling the calm settle in, Gioma leaned back, deciding to nap as well. While asleep, Gioma's body stiffened. A strange glitch-like presence invaded his dream, causing his form to flicker unnaturally. Bright characters appeared in the air, gradually forming a message. Gioma, startled, opened his eyes in shock. A vast virtual space unfolded before him, filled with debris. The system announced the beginning of a mysterious conversation. Dale the black-haired young noble understands escape is no longer an option as he stands wounded beneath the night sky, confronting danger beside his cloaked mentor. Despite the pressure, he composes himself and rejects any thought of retreat, displaying determination while the forest around them remains quiet and still. A subtle smile forms on the teacher's face as she acknowledges his devotion, recognizing that he refuses to leave her even in dire circumstances. With steady control, the teacher lifts her hand and begins forming an intricate magic circle. Drawing mana that spirals sharply around her fingers, Dale steps aside to give her room as waves of chilling energy spread outward, indicating the activation of a powerful frost spell. Dark shapes rush from the shadows, yet the expanding ice surges forward to intercept them before they can strike. A focused sphere of freezing energy gathers in her palm, releasing a blast that instantly solidifies the ground and traps the advancing enemies. Dense layers of ice envelop the creatures mid-attack, halting their movements and covering the battlefield with jagged frost formations. Figures in dark robes react with shock as they witness the entire area frozen by a single overwhelming spell. Remaining composed, the teacher evaluates the situation and observes that their enemies wield magic comparable to advanced circle practitioners. Two hostile mages step forward to confront them, demanding explanations as crimson energy begins to gather ominously around their hands. Without hesitation, the enemies release a massive surge of blazing power meant to incinerate everything in its path. Facing the incoming flames, the teacher swiftly adjusts her stance and channels a refined counterspell to neutralize the attack. Blue energy clashes violently with the raging fire, intertwining in a turbulent collision that dominates the darkened sky. As the explosion fades into scattered light, she lowers her hand calmly while Dale stands beside her, ready for whatever comes next. Realizing the enemy attack has failed, Dale, the black-haired young master, loudly calls upon the Knights of Seiken to seize the opportunity. Along the narrow forest road, armored soldiers line up their spears and push forward in tight formation, their steps striking the ground in rhythm. From within the formation, dark mana gathers around Dale as he strengthens the assault and commits all forces to the advance. A massive ogre attempts to crush the front line, but flashing blades and combined spells stop its attack mid-swing. Steel and magic merge as knights and mages eliminate surrounding monsters while steadily advancing deeper into enemy territory. Beyond the immediate battle, two high-ranking figures observe closely, assessing the flow of combat without showing concern. The long-haired duke steps forward and warns the young mages that what lies ahead exceeds a simple confrontation. According to his stern words, every fallen ally becomes a burden they must carry, shaping the determination needed for future strength. With firm authority, he orders Seiken's mages to advance and prove the value of their heritage on the battlefield. After issuing commands to secure the key crossing with chosen elites, the Duke shifts his attention back to the ongoing conflict. Concern rises when a knight reports that the young master faces increasing danger near the front line. Reacting quickly, Cavalry units prepare to charge, their armored steps pounding against the frozen terrain. Crimson firestorms descend from enemy casters, aiming to consume Dale and break through his defensive line. Brilliant blue energy surges upward in response, colliding with the falling flames and cutting through the heat with controlled force. Although the main cavalry route remains blocked, Dale steadies himself and prepares to face an even greater challenge ahead. Fragments of shattered ice lift from the frozen ground as Dale extends his arm, drawing on the remnants of the broken barrier to ready a counterattack. By shaping those pieces with precise mana control, he creates countless sharp shards and releases them in a technique called Shard Magnum. The barrage of icy fragments streaks across the night sky and crashes into a group of flame-covered enemies, forcing them to brace against the impact. A slight expression of irritation appears on Dale's face as he notices the fire-resistant armor reducing much of the damage. Amid the swirling heat, a cloaked mage reveals that the armor's purpose goes beyond basic defense, its enchantment directly linked to enduring immense attacks. Grasping the meaning, Dale realizes the earlier strike from his teacher had unintentionally empowered the enemy, rather than weakening him. Resolute in stopping their advance, Dale lifts his weapon as dark energy gathers intensely along its sharpened edge. Enemy mages retaliate by igniting blazing spheres in both hands, launching arcs of fire that crash violently into the front line. As disorder spreads, urgent reports announce that hostile purifiers are closing in on Lady Saphia's location from several directions. Without pause, Dale thrusts himself forward and unleashes a focused shadow bullet that pierces through a flame-covered opponent. The injured mage falls, yet still manages to utter a cryptic warning about the world eventually being consumed by ashes. Standing beside his mentor, Dale demands an explanation about their true purpose and why he had been singled out as a target. Flames abruptly engulf the fallen enemy's body, spreading unnaturally as he declares rebirth through complete destruction. A grim understanding forms within Dale as he recognizes the surge of mana as self-destruct magic, triggered from inside the caster's armor. Realizing the equipment was designed to magnify a lethal explosion, he braces himself for the imminent blast threatening everyone nearby. As the enemy's body burns uncontrollably, Dale turns to his mentor and urges her to withdraw while the flaming mage declares the explosion inevitable. Fire intensifies around the self-destructing caster, expanding outward into a blinding sphere that engulfs the surrounding terrain. The explosion detonates with immense force, engulfing both sides in a surge of fire and violent shockwaves. When the flames settle, the battlefield is left shattered and scorched, with lingering fire crawling across broken ground. Among the smoking debris, Dale forces himself to stand despite the intense pain coursing through his body. Relief steadies him as he confirms his mentor survived by forming ice armor at the final instant to protect herself. Across the devastated ground, fallen Knights of the Crown Order lie unmoving, having been caught within the explosion's reach. While Dale struggles to regain strength, an enemy mage notices his survival and prepares another attack to eliminate him. Flames ignite again in the attacker's hand as he claims the young master as his target, before the fire can strike. A dark slash cuts through the air and tears into the advancing enemy. The sudden blow sends the mage backward, breaking the forming spell and scattering glowing embers across the fractured earth. Dale lands solidly, shadow energy still swirling around his blade as he stabilizes his stance. A cold resolve settles across his face as he counts the defeated opponent without hesitation. Facing the last enemy, he remembers the brutal torture and forced alterations he suffered in his past. With firm determination, Dale moves forward and vows to repay every piece of suffering that had been inflicted upon him. Flames devoured the ruined courtyard as fallen knights were scattered across fractured stone, their armor shattered while a violet-haired elf struggled to stand amid smoke and blood. Pain forced her upward, eyes widening as a fierce surge of dark energy burst nearby, slicing through burning air and pushing surviving soldiers backward. From the turmoil, a young fighter wrapped in shadow rushed ahead, violet arcs coiling from his blade as he intercepted an advancing foe with deadly accuracy. A hooded noble stained with blood observed calmly from within the flames, his expression warped with satisfaction as explosions sent bodies flying upward. Fiery shockwaves ripped through the battlefield, breaking defensive lines apart while the elf realized the knights she sought to protect were collapsing within flames. Maniacal laughter rang across the destruction as the hooded figure delighted in chaos, convinced noble blood would burn brighter than ordinary lives. Another explosion consumed the area, yet within the smoke, a darker presence surfaced, its aura denser than the surrounding fire. The cloaked warrior's power shifted violently, shadows coiling around him as his transformation deepened into something colder and far more ruthless. Self-destruction failed to stop him, and nearby soldiers were commanded to attack together, hoping sheer numbers could restrain the advancing threat. Multiple enemies lunged simultaneously, blades falling toward his back while firelight danced across their determined expressions. Without pause, he twisted aside and unleashed a sweeping arc of condensed darkness that sliced through both steel and flesh at once. The hooded noble attempted a close-range strike from behind, channeling burning energy into his weapon while aiming for an exposed side. Pain surged through the warrior's body, yet he endured silently as shadow energy tightened further along his blade. A sudden violet flash cut through the noble's sight, overwhelming his attack before he had any chance to withdraw. When the light vanished, enemies fell in stunned silence, leaving only drifting embers and a lone figure standing within the shattered courtyard. A powerful explosion erupted across the destroyed courtyard, flames and debris soaring high as a hooded commander watched the devastation without concern. Among floating embers, the commander studied Dale, the black-haired youth standing amid the flames, and saw him as vengeance embodied in human form. Across the broken ground, Dale stood alone against surrounding cloaked figures, his blade lowered yet his presence unwavering. The leading commander proclaimed Dale had already failed, confidently declaring that killing him would remain impossible. Cloaked followers reinforced his claim, insisting that even the black magic tower's control over death could not surpass their determination. With fanatical resolve, several charged forward ready to sacrifice themselves, believing death for the Empire ensured absolute victory. A sudden burst of fire engulfed one attacker mid-charge, blasting him backward and drawing Dale's surprised attention. As the smoke cleared, a man thought dead stood upright, his bare chest untouched despite the surrounding devastation. Confusion spread as the revived figure struggled to comprehend his survival, while distant shapes approached through the burning haze. Two imposing figures emerged from the flames, one mounted and radiating authority, their presence silencing both sides instantly. The mounted noble was recognized as the Duke of Noir, whose mere arrival altered the battlefield's balance. Facing the remaining zealots, the Duke questioned whether any among them truly sought death rather than clinging desperately to life. His calm statement redefined courage as the will to survive, exposing the hollowness behind their claims of honorable sacrifice. One bare-chested zealot rejected his words and charged recklessly, flames swirling around him in furious defiance. Unshaken by the assault, Dale stood firm while the Duke remained behind him, signaling the confrontation had reached a decisive point. Another violent explosion consumed the charging zealot, yet when the smoke faded, his body remained unharmed, proving even self-destruction failed to end him. The bare-chested man stared in disbelief at his intact body as the Duke of Noir approached calmly through drifting ash. Before panic could spread, the Duke stepped forward and confronted him directly, forcing him to question why death itself continued to deny him. A crushing surge of violet energy burst outward. As the Duke declared that none among them had been given permission to die, dark power gathered within his palm, distorting space itself while he proclaimed that for them, the path toward death no longer remained. With the casting of a forbidden curse, shadowy tendrils erupted across the battlefield and consumed the remaining zealots entirely. Black strands tore into their flesh, merging bodies together as terrified screams rang beneath the expanding aura. From above, the Duke manipulated the writhing mass with ease, proving that survival under his control would be far more painful than death. The fused monstrosity writhed across shattered stone, its countless eyes and limbs forming a grotesque symbol of failed devotion. Coldly, the Duke declared he would not grant their desired deaths after they conspired with orcs and attempted to assassinate Dale, taking responsibility for revealing the truth. He sentenced them to remain within that twisted form as living proof of their betrayal. Silence settled as Dale observed the aftermath, the violet glow of his sword fading while embers drifted between him and the Duke. Nearby, a wounded red-haired knight weakly spoke to Dale, asking that their mission continue even as death approached. Kneeling beside him, Dale acknowledged the knight's loyalty and promised that the Saxon family would remember such devotion. As the knight's strength faded and his hand fell motionless, Dale remained beside him, silently carrying the burden of survival. Dale stood among the fallen Saxon knights, smoke passing his armor as he recognized the heavy losses and accepted responsibility as their leader. Behind him, the Duke of Noir watched silently while Dale admitted he had led faithful men to death instead of commanding retreat. Rather than criticizing him, the Duke asked whether Dale truly believed he and Seha could have faced hundreds of orc knights and purifiers alone. The Duke's calm gaze softened as he reminded Dale that he had done everything possible under circumstances that allowed no easy answer. Silence lingered between them, broken only by drifting embers across shattered stone and the faint remnants of fading magic. Determination gradually replaced guilt in Dale's eyes as he listened without lowering his head. Nearby, the body of a red-haired knight stirred as violet energy gathered at his chest, responding to an unfinished final wish. Dark energy ignited within his eyes, signaling that the fallen Saxon knights had not yet accepted the battle's end. With renewed resolve, Dale declared that since the war was unfinished, their duty would continue even beyond death. Beneath the moonlight, the Crimson Magic Tower stood distant and silent, untouched by the destruction spreading across the frontier. Inside Marquis Eurys's chamber, far from the battlefield, luxury replaced chaos as the noble rested beside a silver-haired woman. Eurys rose casually, confidence clear in his expression as he indulged in admiration of himself and his accomplishments. The woman responded with playful curiosity, encouraging his pride while the night breeze drifted through the open curtains. Holding wine, Eurys admired his reflection and boasted confidently about his reputation throughout the empire. Their flirtation ended in a close embrace, unaware that beyond the city, Dale was preparing to alter the course of the war. Marquis Eurys leaned closer in the dim room, but a thin stream of blood slipped from his lips and stained the sheets below. The metallic taste spread across his mouth as the woman noticed the dark droplets falling, her confusion replacing earlier warmth. Realization came too late as blood touched her fingers and the mood shifted from intimacy to a sudden, silent dread. A thick forest valley shakes beneath a dimming sky as scattered orcs regroup after severe losses, their massive warboss stepping forward to lead the remaining fighters with renewed fury. From the front line, Sir Helmut lifts his weapon and studies the towering orc commander, realizing that despite the near annihilation of the horde, their resistance remains dangerously structured. Before Helmut proceeds, Dale appears behind him with composed authority, signaling restraint as disciplined knights assemble, faint violet energy circulating around their weapons. Sudden tremors crack the ground as the orc warboss charges forward, forcing several knights to brace while Dale steps ahead to take control of the confrontation. With precise coordination, the knights swing their blades in measured arcs, channeling violet mana that cuts through the air and drives the enemy line backward. Watching from behind, Helmut observes the organized movements and realizes that Dale's swordsmanship surpasses expectations, showing refined mastery beyond his age. Dale advances alone toward the warboss, his blade spinning in a tight arc that deflects incoming blows while slicing into the orc's hardened armor. The massive creature strikes back with brute force, yet its movements become unstable as internal damage builds from repeated, calculated hits. Despite its immense size and fury, the warboss starts to falter, unable to endure the relentless rhythm imposed by Dale's controlled offense. Continuous rotations of the blade cut across the battlefield, producing circular shockwaves that separate the warboss from any remaining allies. The orc attempts another charge, but its momentum collapses under layered strikes that disrupt its balance and break its defenses. As the creature wavers, Dale maintains calm breathing and steady posture, ensuring control without reckless aggression. Helmut instinctively steps forward to assist, but Dale stops him, asserting authority over the battle with unwavering composure. Increasing rotational intensity, Dale amplifies his technique's output, seeking a more decisive execution to ensure complete suppression. Behind him, a horned female figure appears quietly, offering support. Yet Dale refuses her aid, determined to finish the battle alone. As the clash nears its climax, Dale realizes that exposing borrowed demonic strength before his knights could compromise control and reveal secrets too early. Behind him, the horned woman leans closer with playful confidence, offering her power while assuring she will not cross limits he refuses. Dark energy bursts outward as she releases a portion of her aura, forming wing-like shadows that warp the air and signal immense destructive force. Rising above the battlefield, Dale extends both hands and stabilizes the surging mana, shaping it into controlled spinning currents instead of chaotic release. The orc warboss charges once more, but condensed shadows spiral downward, binding its limbs and disrupting its movement mid-attack. With one final deliberate motion, Dale compresses the swirling force into a precise finishing strike that slices completely through the warboss. Silence follows as the divided body falls, dark energy dispersing into the sky while knights stare at the fallen giant. Observers across the battlefield recognize that the young master has slain the barbarian leader decisively, securing complete victory. As tension fades, Dale lowers his hands calmly, already distancing himself from celebration while a new title quietly spreads among witnesses. Far from the battlefield, the Noir Magic Tower towers over the capital, its authority extending deeply into investigations and military operations. Inside a secluded chamber, reports confirm that purifiers were intentionally redirected, avoiding the main army and reducing casualties with suspicious accuracy. The tower's master determines that someone anticipated Dale's movements beforehand, suggesting the existence of an informed insider. A strained discussion unfolds among senior figures as suspicion shifts toward hidden collaborators working within trusted institutions. Evidence indicates that certain elders may be cooperating with the Crimson Magic Tower while hiding their motives beneath political influence. The discussion concludes with a warning that the Black-Red enforcers are still active, suggesting that deeper conspiracies are already being investigated in secrecy. A confidential document outlines the Black-Red Enforcer Unit, an unofficial group established during the Empire's Unification War to connect cooperation between the Noir and Crimson Magic Towers. After the war ended, the unit was disbanded, its records erased, while the Duke of Noir cut ties with the darker ideologies of that time. However, some hardliners, unsettled by past crimes and ideological compromise, left the Noir system and aligned themselves with the Crimson Magic Tower. Inside a silent chamber, the Duke of Noir reflects that the winds of cleansing may rise again as hidden factions begin to emerge. An exterior view of the towering structure suggests calm authority, concealing the underlying turmoil of political maneuvering within its walls. Far below ground, Dale stands beside his father in a hidden workshop where restrained knights remain preserved after succumbing to cursed injuries. Dale admits that those fallen warriors trusted him and followed him, holding on to faint hope until death ultimately claimed them. Driven by responsibility as their lord, he asks to be taught forbidden rituals capable of bringing the dead back. The Duke examines his son closely, recognizing vast potential that could either raise him higher or lead to his downfall. He warns that one day Dale may stand at the pinnacle of the Noir Magic Tower, commanding an army born from darkness. Grasping the meaning instantly, Dale realizes he must eventually surpass his father and confront the current master directly. Without delay, he formally challenges his father to a duel, seeking qualification through strength rather than inheritance. Dark energy gathers around Dale as he defines the battlefield and conditions, inviting a true test without limitation. The Duke accepts calmly, allowing his son to fight with full strength inside the underground chamber. As shadow blades begin forming behind him, Dale activates his technique, marking the true beginning of their battle. Inside the underground chamber, shadow blades fall toward the Duke, yet he stands still, observing Dale's casting with quiet approval. Dale expands the field of darkness and summons shadow lurkers, directing them from multiple angles in a coordinated assault. The Duke releases a subtle pulse of energy that instantly halts the constructs, exposing a major flaw in Dale's control. As the shadow entities freeze in place, the Duke explains that in battles between dark mages, losing control over summons leads to instant defeat. Dale remembers earlier failures where uncontrolled darkness harmed allies, realizing the same instability threatens him again. Determined to correct the flaw, he steadies his breathing and draws the scattered mana back toward himself. A surge of focused intent spreads outward, reshaping the chaotic shadows into disciplined forms aligned entirely with his will. The frozen constructs collapse before reforming under tighter control as snow, like particles of mana drift across the chamber. For a brief instant, the Duke's stance shifts, acknowledging that Dale has regained superior control over the darkness. Taking the opportunity, Dale condenses his aura into a decisive strike that pierces through his father's defenses. The Duke's body falls cut cleanly, leaving Dale stunned by the apparent finality of his victory. Shock overwhelms him as he questions whether he has truly defeated the one he sought to surpass. Before disbelief settles, dark energy coils around the fallen body and restores it with unnatural force. The Duke rises calmly, revealing that Dale has briefly taken control over death itself within that space. Facing his revived father, Dale confronts the terrifying reality that mastery of darkness requires power beyond mortality. The Duke explains that magic transforms imagination into reality, yet human limits prevent true omnipotence, revealing only at its peak can one's will reshape the world's laws. Dale recalls how the Purifier's deaths were erased and realizes his father may have altered reality itself. Understanding the duel was unwinnable from the start. Accepting the immense gap in power, Dale suppresses despair and responds with quiet, restrained laughter. Imperial officials entered House Saxon's palace, recognizing victories achieved against brutal barbarian invasions recently across borders. The Patriarch listens silently, while Imperial representatives praised House Saxon's loyalty toward weakened Imperial authorities. Dale observes ceremonial proceedings, sensing Imperial satisfaction concealed political expectations behind flattering acknowledgments from nobles. Imperial messengers highlighted Dale's battlefield contributions, emphasizing remarkable achievements despite his youth and inexperience. The envoy announced magical exchange promotions, recommending Dale attend prestigious Imperial academies beside noble descendants. Dale reacted cautiously beside the Patriarch, recognizing dangerous motives hidden beneath generous imperial educational opportunities offered. Inside private chambers, the Patriarch rejected imperial proposals, fearing assassination attempts targeting vulnerable noble successors. Dale questioned imperial intentions directly, suspecting political enemies prepared lethal schemes surrounding academy exchange arrangements. The Patriarch explained Marquis Euris's heir remained imprisoned within magical towers, proving imperial negotiations dangerously manipulated. Dale warned the Patriarch that hostage exchanges prevented Crimson Tower nobles from retaliating recklessly against Saxon. Remembering Purifier assassinations, Dale suspected imperial conspirators manipulated academy invitations, while concealing murderous intentions beneath diplomacy. The Patriarch explained Crimson Tower leaders feared devastating repercussions whenever influential ducal heirs suffered fatal incidents. The Patriarch considered Dale exceptionally dangerous politically, believing imperial authorities feared his unpredictable future influence greatly. Dale concluded Marquis Euris's orchestrated provocations merely testing Saxon's strength before launching broader destructive schemes. Eventually, the Patriarch dismissed assassination theories calmly, insisting genuine extermination attempts would have produced catastrophic casualties instead. Dale seeking hidden objectives behind dangerous academy invitations and diplomatic pressure campaigns. Determined confronting enemies personally, Dale desired witnessing imperial society firsthand before answering Crimson Tower provocations directly. The Patriarch sighed heavily, understanding Dale's reasoning while remaining unconvinced about confronting imperial dangers personally immediately. The Patriarch acknowledged Dale's determination, admitting experienced dukes would have reached identical conclusions regarding imperial intentions. The Patriarch warned Dale that imperial nobles would abandon childish mercy immediately upon entering capital territories. Dale accepted looming dangers confidently, dedicating forthcoming imperial struggles toward protecting House Saxon alongside family honor. Within distant imperial chambers, Marquis Euris anticipated Dale's arrival while admiring moonlit castle scenery silently alone. Euris relaxed arrogantly beside crimson wine, expressing dangerous curiosity regarding Dale's extraordinary talents and reputation recently. Elizabeth's corpse listened as Euris questioning obsessive fascination surrounding Dale despite countless previous entertainment opportunities. Euris praised Elizabeth's blood elegantly, comparing mortality's beauty against endless immortality lacking emotional significance entirely. Holding crimson wine carefully, Euris described death beautifully, believing fleeting lives possess greater meaning than immortality. Euris smiled ominously beneath palace lights, revealing twisted philosophies guiding future confrontations against ambitious imperial enemies. Euris shattered wine glasses carelessly, comparing incomplete lives against flowers incapable of blooming beautifully. Standing beside spilled crimson wine, Euris welcomed Dale eagerly while anticipating satisfying confrontations. Dale's carriage advanced through forest roads steadily, approaching imperial lands carrying expectations surrounding powerful future conflicts ahead. Inside moving carriages, Dale traveled silently beside loyal attendants while reflecting uneasily upon disturbing previous encounters. Remembering mysterious powers displayed previously, Dale struggled speaking comfortably with companions witnessing terrifying hidden abilities firsthand. Sephia remained silent thoughtfully, understanding Dale's lingering guilt and emotional distance during imperial journeys completely. Dale's carriage entered magnificent imperial academies, revealing enormous structures symbolizing authority, prestige, and magical accomplishments proudly displayed. Imperial guards welcomed arriving nobles formally, while attendants prepared ceremonial entrances surrounding prestigious academy grounds carefully nearby. Dale descended confidently beside trusted retainers, beginning dangerous imperial experiences despite overwhelming political tensions surrounding nobles everywhere. Dale entered Crimson Magic Tower academies cautiously while attendants welcomed House Saxon's young representative. Marquis Euris approached Dale politely, disguising dangerous intentions beneath respectful greetings and flattering ceremonial manners. Dale answered calmly beside loyal retainers, recognizing Euris deliberately testing reactions through exaggerated battlefield praise publicly. Euris praised Dale's martial accomplishments enthusiastically, while secretly recalling barbarian soldiers burned into ashes mercilessly during battles. Remembering horrifying battlefield destruction, Dale restrained rising hostility carefully, despite overwhelming murderous instincts targeting Euris internally. Dale clenched trembling fists silently, enduring Euris's provocations while maintaining composure before observing Imperial Academy crowds. Euris continued praising Dale publicly, spreading exaggerated rumors regarding extraordinary martial achievements throughout Imperial territories. Dale dismissed widespread stories modestly, understanding Imperial Academy's anticipated witnessing abilities capable of influencing future political struggles. Both nobles exchanged restrained greetings calmly, concealing dangerous hostility beneath polite academy introductions before surrounding imperial observers. Dale greeted imperial nobles respectfully beside Yuri's, carefully concealing hostility beneath disciplined expressions. Imperial officials mocked Dale's politeness casually, while Yuri's observed reactions silently behind amused aristocratic smiles nearby. Suppressing humiliation fiercely, Dale endured ridicule patiently while preserving House Saxon's dignity before. Dale restrained murderous impulses carefully, waiting strategically before crushing Yuri's beneath consequences created through deliberate provocations. Personally, Yuri's noticed Dale's burning determination immediately, finding dangerous emotions fascinating beneath controlled aristocratic behavior displayed publicly. Standing confidently before surrounding nobles, Yuri's admired Dale's furious eyes while anticipating future confrontations eagerly within Imperial territories. Imperial Academy lecturers explained elemental oppositions, while Dale observed classmates evaluating his northern background. Students whispered rumors regarding Dale's achievements, doubting frontier nobles possessed legitimate magical abilities despite widespread recognition. Dale ignored arrogant criticism calmly while analyzing classroom politics surrounding influential imperial aristocratic families. Yuri's mocked Dale publicly, questioning impossible stories describing extraordinary magical circle advancement during childhood. Dale recognized deliberate provocation immediately because Marquis Yuri's intentionally assigned hostile classmates beside him strategically. Graduation examinations approached steadily, while Academy students competed aggressively pursuing prestigious Crimson Magic Tower positions. Imperial nobles treated Academy graduation like guaranteed authority, wealth, influence, and political advancement opportunities permanently everywhere. Most Academy students excluded Dale completely, considering northern outsiders unworthy alongside traditional Imperial bloodlines inside classrooms. Although classrooms remained peaceful outwardly, Dale sensed dangerous hostility developing beneath ordinary academic routines, continuously there. Leonard interrupted Academy lectures arrogantly, drawing attention from nobles observing Dale's unusual northern reputation. He proposed magical exchanges publicly, disguising hostile intentions beneath entertaining Academy traditions before influential classmates. Dale questioned Leonard calmly while professors hesitated, recognizing dangerous political implications surrounding Academy hierarchy immediately. Leonard compared Academy society toward monarchies, where bloodlines and magical authority determined unquestioned dominance among students. Other nobles described Leonard reverently because powerful Crimson Magic Tower connections elevated his overwhelming social influence. Leonard approached Dale confidently, mentioning extraordinary achievements surrounding the tower's 20th floor breakthrough examination recently accomplished. Academy students admired Dale secretly because Imperial rumors portrayed him alongside legendary magical prodigies across territories. Leonard revealed intense curiosity toward Dale, hoping personal observation would confirm extraordinary battlefield accomplishments personally witnessed. Dale answered silently instead, hiding confidence beneath composed expressions while carefully studying Leonard's suspicious motivations. Leonard challenged Dale publicly, claiming exaggerated rumors required verification through direct magical confrontation before Academy nobles assembled. Dale accepted immediately, surprising nearby students while confidently responding toward Leonard's deliberate provocations without hesitation whatsoever. Publicly, the classroom atmosphere shifted instantly because nobles anticipated violent competition between extraordinary young magical talents. Professors arranged formal exchange combat carefully while reminding Dale about strict magical attack regulations before participating officially. Leonard underestimated Dale secretly, believing northern frontier nobles lacked sophistication compared against elite imperial magicians. Dale entered confidently afterward, prepared, proving Imperial Academy elites misunderstood his overwhelming magical capabilities completely there. Before combat preparations concluded, Dale questioned whether protective life point necklaces remained mandatory during magical exchanges. Professors explained dangerous exchanges required protection because severe magical injuries frequently caused irreversible deaths among students. Dark magical energies surrounded Dale, suddenly terrifying professors after he suggested fighting opponents without protective restrictions. Professors panicked immediately, canceling the duel after Dale's dangerous magical pressure overwhelmed. Terrified instructors begged Leonard reconsider recklessness, urging protective equipment before continuing hazardous magical confrontation publicly. Leonard refused stubbornly, believing personal pride mattered greater than safety against northern noble challengers during Academy exchanges. Ignoring frightened professors completely, Leonard demanded authentic magical combat while provoking Dale before observing Academy students. Dale questioned Leonard calmly, reminding everyone northern rulers never retreated from hostile confrontations or political threats. Leonard proposed severe conditions afterward, demanding Dale abandon graduation qualifications upon losing their exchange match permanently. Leonard accepted equivalent punishment personally, risking future academy advancement through reckless confidence against Dale publicly before classmates. Dark magical power expanded violently around Dale, while students realized overwhelming confidence behind his composed expression. Immediately, Dale accepted every condition fearlessly, shocking academy nobles observing terrifying magical energy surrounding his entire body. Leonard activated blazing chain magic immediately, surrounding battlefield spaces with violently rotating crimson magical energy. Academy observers watched nervously while Leonard launched aggressive attacks directly toward Dale without hesitation whatsoever during combat. Dale countered instantly, releasing dark magical force which collided violently against Leonard's destructive chain attacks directly. Explosive magical impacts shattered classroom floors while overwhelming wind pressure disrupted surrounding students throughout academy arenas. Spectators struggled following movements because Dale and Leonard exchanged attacks faster than ordinary magicians perceived visually. Dark magical slashes surrounded Dale continuously, forcing Leonard retreating repeatedly against relentless offensive pressure throughout battlefield. Dale redirected Leonard's attacks skillfully, maintaining composure while manipulating dark magical energy surrounding combat areas strategically. Leonard attempted restraining Dale using rotating chains, hoping overwhelming pressure would eventually secure battlefield control completely permanently. Dale suddenly appeared behind Leonard effortlessly, shocking opponents after bypassing dangerous chain attacks without injuries entirely unnoticed. Leonard unleashed stronger chain attacks aggressively, attempting finishing strikes before Dale recovered battlefield momentum. Dale endured explosive impacts directly, sliding backward while maintaining concentration despite overwhelming magical pressure. Observing Dale carefully, Leonard sensed unexpected resistance, remaining behind his opponent's calm battlefield composure throughout exchanges. Another student suddenly criticized Dale publicly, accusing Northern outsiders disrupting academy harmony through reckless confrontational behavior. Leonard denied cowardice immediately while surrounding supporters activated fire magic beside him threateningly before classmates publicly. Numerous academy students revealed hostility openly, demonstrating collective resentment toward Dale's growing reputation throughout Imperial classrooms. Leonard warned professors remain silent, carefully threatening consequences involving influential family authority beyond academy jurisdiction afterward. Terrified instructors avoided interference completely, while Leonard prepared continuing dangerous magical exchanges against Dale, despite escalating tensions. Dale observed silently afterward, realizing academy politics mattered equally dangerous alongside magical combat abilities during confrontations. Leonard attempted ending the duel peacefully, concealing frustration while fiery magic continued. Despite Leonard's warnings, Dale rejected compromise immediately, recognizing hostile intentions hidden beneath fabricated negotiations completely. Dale released freezing darkness suddenly, shocking Leonard after overwhelming magical energy consumed surrounding classroom spaces entirely. Academy students panicked immediately because Dale's oppressive magic disrupted mana circulation throughout nearby noble spectators. Leonard struggled maintaining flames properly while Dale mocked his weakness before terrified classmates observing silently. Smiling confidently, Dale exposed Leonard's incompetence publicly, establishing overwhelming dominance across the academy battlefield instantly. Dale unleashed overwhelming darkness, trapping Leonard inside distorted magical territory while suppressing surrounding flames. Leonard struggled desperately against crushing pressure, realizing Dale controlled battlefield conditions beyond ordinary academy standards. Dale dismissed Leonard coldly, considering the arrogant noble disappointingly weaker than anticipated during combat examinations. Dark tendrils restrained nearby students effortlessly, while terrified spectators watched Dale dominate Leonard without resistance. Leonard attempted final retaliation desperately, yet overwhelming fear disrupted concentration before meaningful attacks materialized against Dale. Frightened professors interrupted immediately, begging Dale spare Leonard before catastrophic injuries permanently destroyed academy reputations. Leonard collapsed helplessly completely, coughing painfully while Dale maintained absolute control across frozen magical territory. Turning away calmly, Dale assured professors nobody would die despite overwhelming magical superiority displayed previously. Humiliated completely, Leonard realized Dale intentionally spared him, leaving unbearable disgrace before observing academy nobles. Moonlit academy streets remained restless, while nobles discussed Dale humiliating Leonard during dangerous magical examinations. Leonard assaulted terrified servants violently, blaming academy disgrace upon failures connected toward House Walter leadership. Furious accusations echoed endlessly, because Leonard believed weakened reputations threatened future authority among imperial aristocratic families. Terrified professors begged forgiveness repeatedly while Leonard punished subordinates mercilessly inside luxurious academy quarters. Nearby students observed silently instead, recognizing Leonard's unstable temperament caused increasing fear throughout influential noble circles. Leonard demanded complete isolation immediately, refusing sympathy while alcohol barely restrained overwhelming humiliation and frustration. Servants removed injured subordinates carefully, while frightened companions discussed Leonard's deteriorating behavior throughout academy dormitories. Despite influential backing, Leonard realized Dale destroyed graduation opportunities alongside treasured aristocratic prestige permanently. Crushing defeat haunted Leonard endlessly because nobody within powerful noble families could repair disastrous consequences. Leonard shattered nearby glass furiously, struggling controlling humiliation caused by Dale's overwhelming academy victory. Unexpected visitors entered Leonard's chambers quietly while tense servants avoided interrupting dangerous aristocratic conversations. Yuri's crimson appeared confidently, observing Leonard's disgrace with amusement instead of sympathy toward defeated academy nobles. Yuri's criticized Leonard coldly, implying House Walter suffered embarrassment through reckless behavior during academy exchanges. Recently, Leonard questioned Yuri's cautiously because powerful crimson nobles rarely visited defeated aristocratic students personally without strategic intentions. Rather than mocking Leonard directly, Yuri's examined possibilities hidden beneath disastrous academy consequences carefully throughout conversations. Yuri's revealed influential solutions calmly, suggesting Leonard's humiliating failures could disappear through careful political management. Mysterious crimson artifacts appeared suddenly, hinting dangerous arrangements requiring significant sacrifices beyond ordinary academy politics. Desperate completely, Leonard listened carefully while Yuri's manipulated ambitions surrounding revenge against Dale silently throughout discussions. Yuri's explained dangerous artifacts carefully, warning reckless users face destruction before achieving meaningful magical power. Despite severe consequences, Yuri's tempted Leonard further by describing opportunities hidden within overwhelming risks strategically. Consumed completely by ambition, Leonard accepted immediately while Yuri's concealed deeper intentions beneath manipulative encouragement silently throughout. Moonlight covered academy buildings quietly while Dale trained alone, surrounded by dark magical energy continuously inside chambers. Dale reflected carefully regarding Yuri's, suspecting unusual motives behind recent academy incidents involving Leonard secretly throughout confrontations. Remembering previous battles calmly, Dale concluded ordinary aristocratic students lacked abilities matching dangerous schemes unfolding recently. Dale realized suddenly Yuri's pursued hidden objectives beyond simple academy rivalries involving ambitious noble heirs completely. Unexpected footsteps interrupted Dale's thoughts immediately, forcing attention toward unfamiliar nighttime visitors outside chambers. Hearing someone's voice unexpectedly, Dale approached carefully while sensing unusual tensions surrounding the late-night meeting. Teacher Sophia visited Dale quietly during midnight, entering chambers while unusual tensions surrounded their meeting. Awkward silence filled the room initially, because both struggled discussing painful memories from previous battles together. Dale thanked Sophia sincerely, appreciating her continued guidance despite dangerous academy circumstances surrounding him constantly. Sophia questioned Dale carefully regarding academy experiences while observing emotional exhaustion, hidden beneath calm expressions. Remembering fallen Saxon swordsmen painfully, Dale noticed lingering sorrow within Sophia's quiet demeanor during conversation. Mentioning previous tragedies cautiously, Sophia recalled witnessing Dale grieving heavily following devastating battlefield losses personally. Dale apologized sincerely instead, believing personal weakness caused Saxon swordsmen deaths during barbarian conflicts previously throughout battlefields. Trying comforting Sophia carefully, Dale insisted her protection saved him despite overwhelming wartime circumstances surrounding everyone. Rejecting Dale's guilt immediately, Sophia reached outward gently while refusing responsibility for devastating battlefield losses. Sophia comforted Dale gently, reminding him unwavering support remained beside him despite painful battlefield memories. Holding Dale's hand carefully, Sophia admitted protecting him meant preserving his happiness beyond ordinary responsibilities. Dale embraced Sophia gratefully afterward, finally finding emotional warmth beneath overwhelming burdens carried since wartime tragedies. Sophia held Dale closely while recognizing deep loneliness hidden behind his calm youthful expressions constantly throughout hardships, promising unwavering support sincerely. Sophia reassured Dale nobody would face suffering alone under her protection anymore. Several peaceful days passed quietly while academy students prepared intensely for approaching graduation examinations. Graduation examinations finally approached, gathering academy elites together before important magical duel evaluations officially. Professors announced Dale's upcoming duel calmly, while students observed battlefield preparations carefully throughout academy classrooms. Before examinations commenced, completely unexpected interruptions suddenly disrupted academy proceedings before assembled noble students. Leonard interrupted graduation examinations unexpectedly, drawing immediate attention from shocked students throughout academy classrooms. Professors warned Leonard cautiously because previous academy incidents nearly caused catastrophic consequences during magical confrontations. Ignoring concerns completely, Leonard confronted instructors angrily while resentment toward Dale consumed his remaining composure. Leonard mocked academy regulations arrogantly, believing privileged nobles deserved greater authority than ordinary professors. Standing calmly beforehand, Dale observed Leonard preparing crimson chain magic while academy students watched nervously. Consumed by revenge completely, Leonard demanded another duel publicly while declaring himself Imperial Academy's strongest magical